Hi, Aries. Pets, 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 pets. Also, Aries, you appear to have run across a tooltip telling you that your character may be getting fat and once human. Yeah, pretty decent day so far. Took it kind of slow, did a few little things here and there, and I'm feeling back to how I was before the thingy. You may have run across the tooltip saying that you are not fat. If you open up your inventory and look in the bottom right, there's like a little human mannequin. Hover over it. Meh. Also, Aries, I haven't noticed that guy that attacked you go up in points or anything recently at all. Ow. Fair enough. I appear to be casting under the radar, so... Why do they suck, AoEs? Oh, yeah, it's a new, thing, isn't it? Oh, you're in Eternal Dream. Hey, Plastic. Pushes Plastic over. Takes large money. White or blue? Have a blue-white deck? Oh. Do it, Aries. Damn. That's pretty cool. Damn. It's gonna hurt. Oh boy.
This fight ends now. To the skies!
Right. think that's probably it. Bleh. Yeah, all right. Yeah. I see you. Well, I'm just gonna go ahead and... It's just a little guy. I don't like her. Ha!
I am a shining blade in the dark.
Okay. I don't know why you gave up, but okay. Hello, Bendy. Pet, 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 pet. Have you been a good Bendy? Did you have a good eep? Or are you trying to eep now? Art thou impy? Why everybody sleepy? Okay. Let's strike out first. Huh. Well, that sucks, Aries. Pat stick. Why are you sleeping, man? Wake your ass up. I like this guy, Strike Officer. He's a good card. Rude. Hmm. Okay, so I can't do that. Good to know. Next. Emotionally refreshed is good. Man. Fuck your stasis snare.
More heroes for the cause.
The turret / Jimson weed. Explain.
My blessing.
Good game. GG no re. Pachi, 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 pachi. X. Get to? No. Lame. Pachi, 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 pachi. Pachi, 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 pachi. What do I want to play? I could play a little bit more standard. Yeah, I'll play this more standard. No. I don't think it has a meaning, Aries. I think it's just like, what's the word for a sound of something? Kind of like meow. Onomatopoeia. Yeah. Clapping. Applause. Yeah. Smooches Aries' cheek. Yeah, I can't believe Aries didn't know that. Huh. Both of the planeswalkers I have, but no other monsters. Sure. Now. Huh. Neat. No. Why my cat, though? My cat didn't do anything to you. What is it, V? A little bit of tenderization. Nah. No card advantage. Damn. They're both flyers, so next turn they're both untapped and they'll be able to bonk her down pretty much immediately. But
I am a shining blade in the dark. We fight together!
yeah.
My divinity is out of your reach.
Ooh. That was a good one. Good game. Excuse you.
You will shine bright, hero.
This ain't over, homie.
Surely more can be done.
Hmm. Power 4 or greater. Hmm. Okay, Bendy. You're looking for something. Damn. Hmm. Oh, relatively weak. Hmm. 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 No, Kuma. We've been doing 4 to 12s, remember? Good game. That was a good one. Just couldn't get what I needed, unfortunately. Some of the removal in that white blue. Go for it, Salentis. Is a little bit too... So against all odds, just isn't worth it. Make your move. That's a good one. Storm, Authority to the consoles. It's like theater. I like that one just for its basic stuff. No, Czar, we're doing 4 to 12s. I'm trying to do 8 hours, remember? Goober. 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 They're doing their best, Aries. Bleh. Yeah, but who wants to keep up with regular news these days? Fuck that. Online gardening costs 2 more. Citizens rest. Meh. Might bring in. I mean, that's kind of cool. I like ward stuff. Thermal paste incoming, Aries. I reached out to a friend. Plus, I think my computer is fine. I just had a moment. Damn. You're both purple. Eat me. Yeah, so thermal paste is on its way. Reached out to a friend. They got some extra computer parts. One less to cast. Pushes me in over. I kind of like that. Sobbing uncontrollably, Aries. Oh, nice, a timeshare. Yeah. Okie dokie. Oop. Silence, corn girl. Pushes me on over. Ew, toxic. Mm. Yeah. It's weird. Okay, +1/+1 counters. Only use a sorcery. Meh. Aries, no. Flix knows. One creature main card from must be into your hand. If you don't, put a +1. Yeah. It's the law, man! Sacrifice this creature, draw a card, sorcerer roll token. What's this do? Sorcerer +1/+1 whenever this creature attacks, cry 1. That's neat. Spectral interference. A wall. +1/+1. Yeah, that's neat. Mars dispersal, accursed windbreaker, a falcon. This creature attacks can control the target permanent you own but don't control. Face up. That's kind of neat, but niche. The moon haunts you. Inspiration, lunar sight. Ba ba ba. Oil, meh. That is a bird wizard. That is not what I want. Temporal cleansing. Good card. Outlaw Stitcher. Meh. Desync. Arcade Epiphany. Vanish from sight. Focus the mind. Yeah, I know that guy. I want to make Mead. Grumble, grumble, grumble. Or if you don't properly separate the mash from this goo, man. Or from the stuff, not goo. Spinks. I'm blind! Ah! Bird! Bird up. Ah! 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 Under the gateway. My word, Ares, even the mentioning of such a thing. Jail. Ah! 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 So what you should do instead, Mien, make a ginger bug and make soda. Sody pop. Yeah, so if it doesn't make it right, that's fine. You can't do anything about that. At least not right now. So do something you can do, like make soda. Hello. I see. That's spicy. I'm interested in this deck. This is cool. Rude. -3 until end of turn. You gain 2 life. Eh. That sucks. Damn it. I needed 2 creatures. Or him to throw out something. Hello. Up. That's pretty cool. Draw a card, then discard a card. Solve. Rude. I'm gonna go ahead and take that, but beginning the combat on your turn, if you cast both a creature and a non-creature, draw a card. That's cool. Power 6/6 that oozes in addition to their other types. And playing because a spell is not their turn. 3/3 elephant. Yeah. Block one of those. Ow. It enters the attacks, draw a card, discard a number of land cards, swipe my stamp, start. Ooh. Gross. Let's see. You're attacking with one of them? I mean... It's 4 dudes. Damn. Nice. I like the idea of having 2 crystal barricades on the field, because if I get those on there, I'm hexproof, and any non-combat damage dealt to the either barricade doesn't happen because it's all other creatures. And it keeps non-combat damage from happening to any other critter. That's really strong. You can only kill them in a fight. Hmm. Sure. That wall. Next. Card advantage. We like card advantage. Oop. Yeah, rude. Hmm. Mwah. I see.
Follow my light. Ready arms.
Nice. Get up.
I will turn the tide of battle. Join the fight. On me.
Yeah, that usually happens. Fluff, 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 fluff. How you doing, Sky? Fluff, 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 fluff. Have you been a good foxo? Ooh. Aries. Flicks nose. She's so strange. She's such a strange little being. Attack creature's control. Vigilance and whoa. Jeskai Revelation! Turn target spell or permanent to its owner's hand. Jeskai Revelation deals 4 damage to any target. Create 2/1/1 white monk creature tokens. With prowess, draw 2 cards. You gain 4 life. Jesus! Yeah, see why it's 6 mana now. T. T. Goodie for me. Next precious. Hmm. Kato! Come on, homie. Hit the buttons. Thank you. Is it a burn spell? I bet it's a burn spell. Is it a shock? I bet it's a shock. Use the spell. Do something. You are running out of time. Alright. You deserve this. Fucking rude. Fuck it, me ball.
We can save everyone. Ready, arms!
Don't know of any 4 mana. Leave my planeswalker alone or you're gay. Ah yes, a ghoul. Rare! Oh, I see. Nice.
We fight together!
Uh. Can attack her? Yeah, that's what I thought. Hmm. It's the guy. Hmm.
Spread your wings.
It's not. You gonna attack with that? That's probably not a great idea. Ugh. Yeah.
Form up on me.
Ah. Ooh. I like her. You're a good one. Less than or equal to, homie. Alright. Boop.
Ready arms.
Hmm. Parries, kill! That would maybe a poor choice, homie. Oh. Okay. Good job, Barry. Great, 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 great. Alright, okay. Munch, 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 munch. Hello. The guy! Come on. Hit me with some of that removal. Yeah. Rude. Can't believe you would just cast spells on my creatures. Ah. That's cool. I like that lamb. That's kind of neat. Mm.
My blade descends! Evil falls to its death!
Oh, hey!
Fine. Just have to shock the answers out of you. I hope you've got bottled lightning to share.
Let's grow.
Let's see. Got a couple of blockers.
You ought to knock that off.
That's just rude.
I have a plan. You get to be my protege today.
Mama, mama, mama. Put that up before.
Ready arms!
I've calculated exactly what I need. You'll get zapped for that.
Oh. Fine.
There's evidence here somewhere.
Nice. Bury up.
Strike from the heavens!
Great, another delay.
I'm the bird who ups. You got your clear power to a ground. Okay. Well. I see. Up.
This is not the end.
Yeah. What, I got 2 ammo? Damn. So you're next turn. Rude. Alright.
Have faith in my sword.
Gotta be careful with those. You know I had removal on the field. I want to play Balatro. We're switching to other cards. Why am I so into cards recently? Eh. Bum, bum, Bilateral fun. Do not allow the cards to beat you up, Aries. That is against rules. There's a village near our Tribal Wars village, Aries. Which is basically just, let's see here. The Russian Empire. Tribe. The Warsaw Pact. There it goes. Hi, fairy. Like a minute, interested living stream. I sent you some messages on Discord. So, Spicer requested to hang out a little bit today because he's going to be out of town on the typical day that we normally play games. So, if we do a collab today, we would probably just be hanging out with Spicer. I meant to tell you that earlier, but it turns out sometimes I miss the enter key, and I am a bit of a goober. Not necessarily. Spicer is basically a guest. If you want to collab, we could absolutely do that. Like, we basically just end up talking over coding and playing games and stuff, maybe parallel playing and stuff like that. Yeah. So yeah, you're 100% welcome. You're not causing any trouble, Fairy. Not even a little bit. Oh. Doubles your money, voucher. Okay. Take the pair. Eight, 9, 10, yeah. That's sweet. So yeah, Fairy, at about 6, about 20-ish minutes, 25, I'm going to take a 5 to 10 minute break, and then all three of us will convene in a call, and we'll join our chats and whatnot, okay? Cold shield. Okay. I am going to take a quick break, actually, because I drink a lot of tea. Ah. Yes, fairy is a good noodle. Okay. More malt. Meh. Spade. I mean. Next card. You are a good noodle fairy. We like you. My community likes you. I do believe. Pets, pets, pets. Ba 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 ba. Oh, okie dokie. 4, 4, 10, 10, 2 pair. Two pair. Yeah, we like the we like the V too. V is a good noodle. Two pair, 4 of a kind. What you got? Double the money. We can do that. Random planet cards. Like the card wild card. Bonus cards. These like the cards diamond. Planet cards it is. Good. Hey, that's a straight. Yeah. I'm okay with that. Reroll. Yeah, it contains a pair. I mean, you're interesting me here. I'm seeing a build. Pluto. High card's always useful. Kind, 2 pairs, straight flush, 2 pair. Big blind. The needle's gonna be a pain though. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Full house. If it contains a pair, that's delicious. $4, maybe with 4. So good. chips. Oop. Aries. Silly bean. Alright. This should win it for me. Yeah. Oh. Ah, that sucks, Aries. What are you? Common Jokers, meh. Mega Arcana pack. Single pair, maybe not. Single pair, hi. Boop. Because I gotta. We have a kind for malt. Eh. Yeah, just give me the stone card. 2 tarot cards. Let's get blind. Look at that. What do we got? Bonus cards, left card, the right card, rank up to 2 select cards by 1, glass card. Glass cards, ba-ba. Wheel of Fortune. Of course! I have never had that one actually work. Not even a single one. Let's see. 2, 3, 4, 5. No. Suit. Mana? Yeah. I don't have a 4. Damn. You go on. Give me a pair. Give me a pair. That's not a pair. That hurts. It's nice. Hee. I have that one too. Um, 50 chips. It's foil, so I'll take it. I don't particularly want it, but Mega Arcana 2. We'll see. Let's see. 2 pair, meh. Full deck then round. Yeah. Looking cool, Joker. Is that good, Aries? Good, good. I hate the arm. I hate this one. Decreasing the level of a poker hand. Eat me. Face cards, 30 chips, meh, meh. Discard, meh. Ooh. Ooh. Make a game in Win 32? Play cards with even rank give +4 mult when scored. I mean, don't mind if I do. Now you got foil. Take that one. We got steel. Reroll means 3 of a kind. Reroll. Next. What'd they inspire you to do then? Tell me about it. Good. You've become his protege. It's scored. I'm not gonna score with that. He uses 3 king, 1 jack. Ba-ba. Beautiful. Godot's really fun. I've actually really been enjoying playing with Godot. I like stuff. Always good. What you got? Draw 1 random card in your hand. 4 random enhanced numbered cards. Rare Joker sets money to 0. 5 random cards in hand gain $20. Adds a negative to a random Joker minus 1 hand size. Yep. Yeah. Okay, we're good with that. Temperance. Use this. Empty Joker slot. Meh. Card diamond. Meh. Next round. 1 voucher to the next shot. Oop. What do you want to make in Godot, Fairy? Wanted to... boss behind is defeated. Neat. And then standard pack first off. These are just normal cards except that one, so we're taking the wild card. Reroll. Some milk. Tummy growl. That sounds like a good idea. You could also do something like a Metroidvania. 5, 6, 7, 8. Nope. That's a wild card. There, and a stone. Tee. If you ever end up wanting some help with writing, I think I'm pretty decent at it, so... Oh, you don't say. Two copies selected card. That's neat. Negative to a random joker. -2 hand size. No. And enhanced face cards. Remember, and 4 random enhanced numbered cards. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Ooh. 4.5 molt. Thank you very much for the follow. Cheese, noodles, ice. Cheese, noodles, iced tea. That sounds like a nice meal, actually. All right. Let us see. We go to Fairy. We go to this. We go to Spicer. We go to this. We create group. We create call. We do the thingy. Now we go here. We go to Twitch. We hear my own voice because I hate it. No, please. I mean, it's 6 o'clock. Unless you wanted to put it off a little bit. I mean, this is my normal stream start time. 6 o'clock. This is normally when we would do it. I think. Silly. 35,000. Free and holographic. Yeah. Need to get rid of that one. Straight flush. Tee. Cool. Here's a copy of the next selected tag. Double tag excluded. Sell this card to create a free double tag. It's risky. I think we can still do it though. give us the malt. It actually worked! Don't care about that. That's cool, we'll take that. Oh.
Twinkle.
Hello!
Hello.
you
I'm
doing?
sorry for being late. I didn't expect. Normally it's like a couple
It's-
hours past 7 Eastern until we like get started recently, so I wasn't expecting that.
Perfectly
Also,
okay.
I've been a little busy. Julia and Egwin, or Myan,
Yeah.
are moving a couch upstairs, and I've been trying to do things like keep the cat out of the way and things like that.
Alright.
It's
Yeah.
been kind of hectic, and I didn't want to things end badly.
No worries, you got a hold of it.
Can I be right back? I want to get myself something to drink.
Absolutely, go right ahead.
Thank you. I swear I'm always paranoid that when I say thank you, it sounds like another word.
No, you're fine.
Okay, one moment.
Mm-hmm.
Get myself some water.
Sip, sip. Meow. Um,
I was thinking to make us more collabable.
Yeah.
I could, hey Xenomorphica, hey Kuna. I could, try to build my own new base, like, right below where yours is.
Mhm.
That way, like, we could, like, work together more. Unless you don't want to and you want to just be separate. But I could, like, help you with stuff and such and so forth.
Yeah, I don't see any reason,
Do you want me to mute it? I'm sorry, I needed to. Egwin needs to tell me something.
You're okay. Hmm. All other own jokers. 2 times malt, plus 1 hand.
Oh. Crappy news.
What's up?
They were not able to get the couch upstairs,
Uh-oh.
with or without my help.
Couches are pretty damn heavy.
Well, it got stuck in trying to get it up to the room upstairs, and now they're going to have to destroy it with a saw.
How
There may
stuck?
be a little bit of saw sounds in the middle of the stream. I'll mute myself.
It's okay.
Plug my ears up so it doesn't cause worse tinnitus, hopefully. But yeah, Julia's dad's gonna come over and saw it because they literally can't get it through the door. Rip couch.
That sucks.
Yeah, that does. Again, this has been a hectic evening. I'm really sorry.
It's okay. You're perfectly fine.
Hey, son. weird subsection of videos where it's punch up, but the video speeds up every time there's... Yeah, that sounds about like the internet. Like, you gotta try crazy things to get people's attention on YouTube now. It's like in the genre of like stuff that started with Lazy Town, where it's like we're number one, but every time he says we're number one, it gets faster.
We're number one.
I've seen that genre.
We're number one. Ah!
You've got to catch a superhero on the run. Tell me, Auri, are you a real villain?
Sometimes. I mean, no, absolutely not. I'm a good noodle.
I knew it. I knew it. You wouldn't be a villain. You would never.
Yeah. But,
Did I get a new message? So where's Spicer? The plan was to hang out with Spicer.
he's making food and whatnot right now.
Okay.
He'll be here soon.
I ate enough of a snack to abate my hunger for a time.
It's that good.
It's like it's a Chinese snack. I forgot its name. It's like someone made jerky out of out of some sort of like soybean.
That sounds yummy.
It is yummy. It's really yummy.
That's really tasty, actually. Mmm.
I like them a lot. We get them when we go to a local Asian food store called Vietwa. And
Oh.
yes, Julia is okay with me mentioning things that could potentially get us doxxed.
No worries. Random children.
It's not gonna. It's a big enough area that could mean we're anywhere. We're like on the outskirts somewhere of the Indiana metro area. That's all that would tell you, is that it's around Indianapolis.
Yeah, that's fair. I might actually win this Balatro run, not to jinx myself.
When I get my thingy back up, I'm gonna need to. I was watching your stream. There I am, right there. I
Yep.
need to turn on the thing that shows you and also like exit out of. It's not letting me exit out of tabs because I got so many tabs.
You gotta collect the tabs just in case you need them.
It's not allowing me to exit out of the thing I was doing. Made a 3 plus. Yes, okay, that's cool. I will put them in a new window. Let's just make a new window to put the old window with, because it does not want me to exit out of. Because I've got our whatchamacallit open.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a shame about the couch. Like,
It
we're
is.
gonna have the couch upstairs.
I hope that they're still able to get it up there at some point. How'd they get it stuck exactly?
It'd be nice if by some miracle it was salvageable, but Agwin has told me that it is not. So I'm sorry I have not finished my character in Sword World. I am so sorry.
It's perfectly
I
okay.
was like literally obsessed with Sword World not too long ago. And now literally I'm holding everyone back. I am so sorry.
No, you're okay.
I have been
Yeah! I win.
I've been wanting to wait until I finish read the sorry, were you talking?
No, I just said I won. Happy noises.
Oh, nice. Congrats.
Thanks.
I should still have your stream up, but it's kind of hard for me to do that while collabing, especially since there's like
Perfectly
a rule
okay.
on Twitch about not watching streams while you're streaming, but also that
don't know.
shouldn't count if you're collabing.
I also agree with that second part. I don't know if there's one that we're talking about like that, but also meh. Meh to them.
Looks like I'll need to update Vintage Story. Oh, that's a pretty thing someone made. I was working on a cathedral myself, and here's one right here with a big old spire.
We like those.
You see that when they like to do updates, they like to have a screenshot of things people made.
I liked
like-
especially there was one that near Halloween that was like some witches around a cauldron and stuff. It was cool.
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, there was some one of the little backgrounds around Halloween for Vintage Story was like some witches around a cauldron. It's all chiseled blocks.
Oh, that's cool.
It looked really neat.
Oh my god, this person made what I dream of making. I'm gonna have to save that.
Ooh.
Someone made what I dream of making. And it hurts. Because this is my dream of making something like as good as this in Vintage Story someday, and I'm so far from that. I am so far from that, it hurts. This is literally what I want to make in Vintage Story, a huge cathedral, and they made it an amazing one already.
Sounds like
The
goals.
stained glass looks so good, and they chiseled everything.
Oh god.
Oh my god, it
the
hurts
chiseling.
because I want to do something like that. That is like my dream. To make the most impressive cathedral in Minecraft or Vintage Story or Terraria or whatever game that allows you to build. I want to make the most impressive cathedral ever. I want to just... I could never... How do they do this? Are they in like... They must be in creative mode to have done that. There is no way they did that.
It's
in
possible they were
survival.
creative mode, but not like guaranteed. Some people are just that dedicated.
Oh, that's insane. This is my dream, is to make something like this. Alright, where's the update file? Like, they got downloaded through the account manager? That's so annoying. Is this gonna, like, show my username and password if I just to download the update?
The
It
download
says
the
that
update
they
for
want
Vintage
to download it through the account manager.
on Vintage Story.
Yeah.
You shouldn't need to
Like-
download the update right now. It should still be on the previous version for the server. So
Oh, okay. Speaking of Vintage Story, I was thinking, would it be okay? I mean, I know you've got claimed land, but like, what if like below your claimed land, I was to make like a base or house of my own?
yeah,
Would you
that
be
should,
okay with that? That way we can like play and work together.
yeah, that should be fine. By below, do you mean like south or something like that?
Yeah,
'Cause-
south.
Okay, I wasn't sure if you meant like underneath, because like
No, below map wise.
do you, I was like, do you want to be a goblin in a cave?
I nearly spat out my water.
I mean, hey, some people are into that, but like, yes, yes, bring me the shiny rocks. Ah,
Do you have the mineral rights for this property?
indeed.
Oh my gosh, hi.
Hello.
Spicer, tell him what I've been doing. Tell him what I've been goblin working on.
Horrifying me.
Horrifying because Windows API.
No, I've just never had someone that was like basically trying to suck me dry for information on a bunch of shit that no one wants to learn.
Oh, I'm so sorry. If I'm bothering you, then I
Hat you,
won't, and I'll
no.
learn elsewise.
I would not have done that all day if it wasn't like fun.
Fairy, I can't think of anything that would bother Spicer less. Than someone trying to drag every ounce of information possible from him.
I genuinely just wasn't used to that much questioning. Like, I'm usually not prepared. Like, it got to the point where I was trying to explain binary and like how the machine basically computer science. Like, how do machines interpret this information in order to like make things happen?
Yeah, that's
And
something I normally don't ask people because other people don't know, and it wasn't gonna help me develop what I wanted to develop and see.
So
But we were kind of
curious.
just chatting and hanging out for hours on call, and I was like, you know what I never understood? Like how this run-on system of binary creates discrete information, how it doesn't just add into infinity and turns into something coherent that we can use. And what I understood, I think after a lot of explanation, is, you know, due to the fact that 8 bits or like places on a string of 8 pieces of zeros and ones is a byte, or that it goes in like 8 decimals. You've got like 1 0 0 0 1 1 1 1, something like that, just as a
1,
random
0,
example.
0,
That's
1.
8, you know, places.
Yeah.
And I guess it like breaks in terms of like what it means after that. It doesn't like break, but it like, it's a different place in memory after that. And that being a different place in memory after the 8th place allows it to be discrete in some way.
Yeah, it's
So
actually a
that
rule
it can
with
mean something else.
processors.
And isn't just an
actually-
infinite add
So
of
there's actually a trick processors do. Reading. So if you have a 64-bit processor, which means the processor wants to work in 8 bytes at a time. And so a kind of funny thing that happens if you just want to read 1 byte, like, you know, somewhere random, what the processor actually does to do that is it reads the entire like block, like word that byte is in, and then what it does is it does what's called a binary shift, which is it basically moves all like basically the ones and zeros in a direction. And what you can effectively do is move. So like, let's say it's the 3rd byte in a 8-byte row. You just want to read the 3rd one. What you can do is just shift it. I think it's called shift it to the right, and that'll make it so that like the 0 place or like the 1 place or whatever, like the beginning of that byte is now the beginning of the 64-bit word, and then you just read that as a byte. And that's like how
There's
processors
still a lot I
actually do
still
this
don't
stuff.
understand. I'm still not sure I understood all of what you just
Yeah,
said there.
I would have
Did you
to- I
understand
would-
that, Auri?
Eh.
I would have to write it out. It's a bit hard to understand. Because, like, this is something I've always said with people that want to learn programming and stuff like that. Visualization is like 80% of it. Like, being able to visualize a lot of things is very, very useful to understanding, like, how these things work.
Do you find the concept of how binary is supposed to represent things like maths and colors and sounds and graphics and operating systems and operating system operations and all those different things that all exist in binary? Music you're playing, the conversation we're having, the internet connection that's putting us together, all that different stuff, it's just binary. Does it ever confuse you how that could just be a endless, unbroken stream of zeros and ones? Does that break your brain at all, or is that just me, Ori?
I kind of got grok on it. I understand. I understand
Yeah,
the
not
things.
me.
It's neat.
Binary is just hard to work with, Neko, just because as humans we have 10 fingers and we tend to think in base 10.
That's true.
Rather than base 2. In fact, there's other cultures that they counted on their, like, the finger segments and didn't include the thumb. So they actually had they naturally thought in base 12.
Interesting.
Which is
Yeah,
fascinating.
like they would just use one hand and just count each of their like finger segments. That's how they would count, and they just thought in base 10 or 12. I mean, and that was just their natural logic. But most of us, or most humans, built the whole base 10 stuff.
It's fingies.
We got 10 fingies and 10 toes.
We got 10 fingers.
We do
and 10
got
toes.
10 fingers.
Obviously, God meant it to be this way. Oh,
Just like we're supposed to be right-handed.
exactly. Remember, everybody, people who use their left hand are literally the devil. Do not believe what I just said. I am wrong. That
There's
was
no
satire.
such thing as left-handed
that
people.
was
That's
a
woke
truth
nonsense.
It was
We gotta
truth
stop that.
They don't exist.
I believe everything I hear on the internet.
No! No, little Timmy.
It's on the internet. It must be true. It's
Come on, big Paul.
I understood nothing. Kuma's like, I understood nothing. I understood some of what you were saying, but I didn't catch all of that up. My brain didn't grok all of that. Grok,
So,
is this real?
Here, I'll put it in a
Grok,
way
is this
that's
real?
like, I'll put this in a way you can visualize. It's a lot easier.
Grok, how should I feel about
So-
this?
So let's say every 3 digits is a byte, because like I said, a byte is from 0 to 255.
Then
So
you don't
you only
exist,
need-
Kuma.
You only need 3 digits to represent a byte. So let's say there's 8.
You only need 3 digits? I thought it was 8.
No. We're talking base 10, so we can visualize it.
Okay.
So just think of 3 discrete digits and go from 0. So it's like all zeros or 255. And that's a byte. So like,
Don't listen to him. He doesn't know things. He's just babbling. He's just babbling us and expecting us to think he knows what he's talking about. Don't listen to him. He's a charlatan.
so if you put a bunch of those in a row, like let's say 8 of them, which would represent a 64-bit number, which is the standard word size of most processors today. If you just moved all of the numbers to the right, let's say 3, that would give you the 4th byte in that word. Because all the other ones would get pushed off and it would basically get removed. And then you would just read that byte like as it is. That's like close to how there's actually another step, but that'll get a little more complicated, but basically just ignore everything past that. There's also another way.
Thanks, I will ignore it. I will ignore everything you just said. I'm just kidding.
I was
So-
gonna make a joke with like eyes slowly moving further apart. Yeah.
There's actually multiple ways. There's another thing called masking, where basically, because you remember, Fair, I told you about like anding and oring and all that stuff.
Of adding? Is that what you said?
No, anding and oring, like binary operations,
Oh, yeah.
where it looks at the ones and zeros on like, the top and bottom of the operation to figure out. what
Petabyte,
it's
Nico.
And petabyte. And then, so one of the ways you can do this is if you just want, say, like the 3rd byte, what you can do is just set, like, have another byte that's all zeros except for where that 3rd byte is, and you just and it. And that'll get rid of
I don't understand how the computer is supposed to know to do that. Because, like,
instructions. Like, so the compiler...
how do you create instructions out of binary, though? How do you create the instruction in binary to add, subtract,
That's basically
divide,
what
or
that's basically
or
what the code is
multiply?
doing. It's just communicating the necessary instructions in binary. That's all.
Yeah,
what,
so-
what a coding language is.
Processors just read over memory and just do work based on the process, like do something based on what the instruction was. That it
See,
moves
Auri
to-
gets it, and I'm just stupid.
Nah, you're not stupid.
Yeah, I
I
that's where we're
definitely
getting into, like,
No.
how does silicon think kind of thing. That's a whole other world, and we could have to like.
We
make a
shoved
big
lightning into a
diagram.
rock, and now it can think.
Yeah, like,
At least Auri's funny.
Thank you.
Not
I try.
saying you're not funny, but you know.
I try so hard, and I'm so
I was
stupid.
about to make a joke.
Stab spicy.
I may not get it, but at least I can laugh. That's what I'm saying. I laugh
You
because
can actually-
stupid.
You can actually make a pretty basic computer without like a lot of parts. People doing little breadboards and stuff.
Yeah.
They're not fast, but you can do it in Minecraft.
So,
you can do it
so
in
Ori,
Java.
here's the thing that has always broken my brain.
Yeah.
All the stuff we're doing right now is on a computer. It's really complex.
Yeah.
All of it's zeros and ones.
Yeah.
But it's really complex.
Yeah.
That all of the display on the screen,
Yeah.
including text,
Yeah.
are talking.
Yeah.
The stuff that's coming in and out from the internet on all 3 of ours part, and Twitch, which is like an even bigger mindfuck because all of that going out to everyone and us It's a lot. And in the audio, the audio visual, everything is just a bunch of yeses and nos,
Yeah, basically.
basically.
Yeah, it's digital electrical biology.
And what I don't understand about that is like, how does it create discrete packets of information that's separate? And I put the way my brain has trouble visualizing this or comprehending this. And like
You have to think of it
in
as
like
like
the idea of like to create meaning, there needs to be separation to
okay,
create
so
meaning. For
how do you
instance,
know
if you
when
have
words end?
sorry, you can go first. I'll finish
How do
that
you know
later.
words end?
Yeah, basically, you know words end because there's a space or a pause.
Yeah, like that's how computers effectively work.
Mm-hmm.
Although, so in
How do you
so
create a
voice
pause
is
then?
so okay. So to be more clear, there's analog and digital, and both of them can kind of work on the same or like, the same mechanics. But so words are a kind of I don't know what they're not they're time terminated. I don't know what a term is for that. So yeah, you have like a pause, and that says, "Oh, the word's over." Um, but there's another way to terminate like a packet is what we usually call it in programming. Is like it's a packet of information. Is a very common way is you have like some kind of bit like you have some character that represents end. Do the next thing. And then the other one is you actually so the only time you really need a terminator, so to speak, either by time or by a signal, is if you don't know how like you don't know beforehand how much information you need to process at a time, which I think I told you about is like variable length encoding. English is a variable length encoded language. Words have any number of letters in them, and you just have to kind of figure out where they end, and it's a lot of work. But it allows you to have like really like important words can be really short and easy to communicate, and then long words can be the ones that we don't care about as much. There's value there.
So what
But
part of the string of binary yeses and nos would determine where it is stopping adding something or stopping the subtraction calculation or
so that's
multiplication
the other
or
thing is
etc.
whenever the processor is reading, so we'll use not an Intel because Intel's variable length, but like an ARM processor. ARM processors, they basically do everything as like 32-bit blocks. So the ARM processor will go to the first like 4 bytes, look at the first byte, see what kind of instruction it is, and then use the remaining 3 bytes to figure out what to do. So like the second byte can be okay, or the first byte will be add, second byte will be okay, this register in the computer, third byte will be this other register, and then the fourth byte will be where do you want me to put the result in memory? And then it'll go to the next one, and the next one's like the jump instruction, and it just uses 2 bytes to say, oh, you want to go to this place in memory and start executing code from there, stuff like that. So it doesn't need to know when it ends. The assumption is that it's always 32 bits, and it just goes 32 by 32 by 32 at a time. It just moves over and reads that next block of memory. That's all.
So it just naturally has an ending point based on how many digits there's been.
Yeah, if someone hands you a book, you don't read the whole book. Like you read words, and you determine when you're going to stop. So the processor
Yeah, that makes sense
learns
to
it.
me.
the
Because me,
processor
like,
is-
as a human, I just see a never-ending string of zeros and ones, and I'm like,
yeah.
to use your example rather than mine about having like, a bowl in which, you have like a vial of red and a vial of green, or a vial of red and a vial of blue, and you
Purple.
mix it together, and they're no longer discrete meanings of RGB color. They just become purple. But a
Yeah.
better example, is this whole language, is that being discrete is what requires meaning, because if everything was a run-on sentence, and not only that, but there was no pause or break between words, then you wouldn't be able to understand language.
Yeah,
Nope.
no, language exists exclusively because of like discrete meaning. There has to be beginning and ends and everything. And yeah, and machine code is just language. It's just so, and you also think like clockwork. Like all the processor knows how to do is look at a certain piece of look at the instruction pointer register, which just tells it, oh, go to this place in memory. And then once it's there, all it does is, I'm going to start running code, baby. And then it just, the circuitry, all it does is look at that, look what it should do the next thing. Like it just goes.
Is a
Really
clock
fast.
comparable to a computer then? Are the
What?
gears in a clock comparable to a computer
Yeah, they used to
device?
I
make
would say it's a very
used to make
rudimentary
computers that
mechanical
way.
computer. Yeah. So back in the
Wow.
day, before like a lot of silicon and whatnot became like the norm,
Tubes.
vacuum tubes, literally computers were physical, like an abacus is a physical computer. Now extrapolate that idea to something the size of a building.
Yeah, they were huge.
Yeah. Like,
And
It's
so-
just
so,
hard
okay,
for me. I know what an abacus
So-
is as a, I haven't
They-
used an abacus, but I understand conceptually what it's supposed to be.
yeah, it helps you count.
So-
But it's only
Here's one
because
close to an
humans
abacus, by the way.
interpret where the like nodules, like the little beads are on an abacus
Well,
to
think
do
about that.
math.
Yeah.
Like one
In
of the
your-
beads is supposed to symbolize to the human mind 100.
Yeah, so your brain, like, in order to use an abacus, you must understand its language, what the
Mhm.
abstraction is for it.
Yeah.
An abacus is useless if you don't understand how it's supposed to be used and what it's like, what data it's storing, and how to read it and write
Yeah.
to it.
Consider if you didn't know how to count or anything along those lines, or what an abacus was. What is it to you?
Yeah,
Maybe like
you'd
a
be
toy?
"What
So
fuck
is the
this stupid thing?"
processor
It-
something that is pre-configured to understand what the language's
Yeah.
zeros and ones mean?
Yeah. So they call them ISAs, instruction set architecture. So Intel made one of the most ubiquitous one ever in history, x86.
That's a good one,
Um,
Blob.
What?
Another fun
Only
thing
difference
is the
between
only
data
difference
and
between
computer
data and
Computer is-
instructions
yeah.
is reading it as data or an instruction. So if it somehow manages to read data as instructions, well, it's like watching a train jump off the rails into the countryside.
Yeah, so that is
Whee!
the thing that used to happen a lot. We recent like in the last few decades have kind of redefined computing so that shit can't happen as much anymore, because it's so dangerous. But that was a thing. If you messed with memory in a certain way, like this was the way hackers got in.
Yeah.
So whenever you call a function, there is a little piece of data at the end of that function that says where it should return to. And so what could happen is if they were able to overflow memory, they could go and write into that and change where that function was going to return back to. And potentially they could have code over there.
Yeah.
So what they could do is, write a bunch of memory where they shouldn't, and then have it go to a place in that memory that they just wrote, and then run from there. Like, that shit was dangerous. And yeah, that's a von Neumann machine, is data and instructions are the same thing. We now use Harvard model where we don't fucking do that as much anymore. It's actually hard to do that now.
This is wild. Computer science is quite a rabbit hole.
Oh yeah, there is like we talk about code and whatnot a few times, but like full computer science, these are concepts that like it would be impossible for a single human to come to understanding of.
Oh yeah.
That's similar to things
Fuck.
like medical science and stuff like that. We're working around concepts and playing with concepts that if you were a single human in a vacuum, there is no flat out way that you could reach these conclusions in your lifetime because you just would not have the necessary time, space, brain, anything. Like it is beyond a
I do
single
not
human.
have enough brain, it's true.
Yeah.
So,
Sorry.
But
What's
you do
also-
have enough brain to deal with coding and understand how to code things and whatnot. It's kind of building off the building off the shoulders of giants, I think is the term that it was doing.
It takes a society to build a microwave, if you will.
Somebody
a
figured
computer
out
is not
those bits and
$1,000.
pieces.
A computer is a collective $1 trillion to invent a computer.
That is a very, very big thing that I like to talk about whenever it comes to like people saying, I'm just gonna do this. I don't have to depend on anybody or something along those lines. Like, no, you do. There
Like,
is
go outside,
literally
get some rocks,
nothing.
and then forget everything you've ever learned from modern society. and then
Exactly.
be like-
There is nothing that you can do damn near in the modern world that will not depend on something else a human has done past or present. Like, it's not going to
Where
happen.
we are an endless recursion of complexity, starting with DNA,
Mhm.
and even sooner.
We're a biological system.
Yeah.
We're not individuals.
You could also say that humanity is a biological computer in and of themselves, because there is
Yeah.
that sort of gestalt reaction to things that people have whenever they encounter certain stuff. Like, blood is bad. Snakes are
Gestalt?
dangerous.
Oh, hey, Auri.
Hey, how you doing? Yeah,
This is the
gestalt.
person explaining it to us Gestalt.
Hi, how you doing?
Gestalt reactions. A
Uh,
Gestalt reaction, what is that?
a gestalt reaction. Have you heard the term gestalt before?
It is one of the near
Drakengard.
games. It is, yeah. It's one of the near games. It's what happens when Maso like destroys
Yeah.
most of humanity.
Okay,
Oh,
that's
shoot.
fair. The way that I'm using the term is the more classical one. So a gestalt
I'm happy to
is
correcting that. 'Cause I do know that more.
is something that is perceived as more than like what it's made out of. So humanity, individual, like an individual human, couldn't do a lot of stuff that's going on here. But humanity as a gestalt rules this planet.
How do you throw something? I want to give you something as a reward for all the things you've done for me.
Q, I guess? Probably, if it's bound to default.
Alt F4.
Yeah.
Cute.
No.
Here you
Thank
go.
you. I
I
appreciate
got
it.
this from that.
How do you emote? Oh, Alt through F1 and F4.
Spicer, no.
Mark, do you want me to go home, Mark?
Yeah, I mean it's basically
Right, Blob.
like Gestalt is
Oh,
an
it got
older
dark.
definition for like an emergent organism.
I should read chat. Gestalt is derived from the dictionary as an organized whole that is perceived as more than the sum of its parts.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, Yoko Taro is deep.
I'm Yoko Taro, and this is deep.
Also, so another thing with like computing today is we have what's called an as-if principle. So with C,
So do
And,
Valley
like,
Girls.
most-
Go on.
most modern compilers, there's kind of like this abstracted model of how a computer works that all these things tend to be based on, including x86, like the instructions. They're also like this. They have an assumption of how this stuff works. But in reality, processors don't work anything like they used to, like when these things were invented. Because we've hit hard limits in terms of how small we can make transistors before they just start,
For now.
firing
Yeah, that is a
electrons to each
shame.
other and
Luckily,
turning
we're
to a
gonna
feed.
have better computers someday when we
But-
change paradigms.
The difficult
Hopefully.
thing and why performance is kind of hard in the modern day is because computers are kind of black boxes now. Like used to, you could kind of understand how a processor works, but today even the experts don't know how Intel chips work really. Like it's all closely guarded secrets, and the
Hi, Bendy.
chips are so complicated you basically can't like analyze them for like 10
Yeah,
years.
like that kind of
Really
hooks
hard.
back. That kind of hooks back into what I was saying earlier too. Like, it is impossible for a human to fully understand something of sufficient complexity that another human has made. Like you just don't have the background.
Like literally, like the experts will look at a piece of the like a GPU or whatever, and go, I think that's where like this happens, kind of. Like this looks like a thing that does this. Like we don't really know.
Unfortunately, one company owning the too much of this stuff is kind of a bad thing.
Yeah,
Oh no, it's horrifying that like there's basically one company that makes the most sophisticated lithography machines, and there's like 2 other companies that
Yeah,
actually
Blob.
know how to design these things. Like there's the intellectual property of like making high grade processors is known by not many people, and the technology is not made by many people. Like if they just bomb Taiwan, I'm doing what's tech.
Taiwan. I want to go
Well,
to
WAN,
Taiwan.
like wireless area network. Yeah, that's what that is. Taiwan, Taiwan, and the Netherlands, I think.
Yep.
Like, we'd
In
fucked.
Taiwan,
We would lose decades.
the ladyboys program
Oh no!
computer processors.
Hey, I mean, there's that
Wi-Fi
joke.
in Thailand is called Taiwan.
There's that joke that all of IT is dominated by furries. So like, why not transistor production
I can prove it.
dominated by Shut Spicer, dominated by femboys.
It's going that way more.
I
every
mean,
year.
there is a joke about programming socks.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
I should get
exactly.
programming
it's getting-
socks.
Yeah, the Rust community is really forward thinking.
Spicy.
I'm pretty sure Rust was the group that started the programming socks thing.
I'm gonna need to come back to
Taiwan
your house and like get out of the cold.
Is a country
I'm
run by
also
dog
almost
girls and dog
starving.
boys. Yeah. I will give you some food if you wish to
I'm
return.
like down here, trying to diggy hole.
Do not diggy hole. You will diggy die.
Did you guys see the
I'm not
Diggy
diggy
Hole
holing
song
too
sung by
bad.
Oc-
It's
Oc-
just I'm
in
sort of on the edge of a cliff. I guess this tool you gave me isn't tier 2 copper because it hasn't been able to break this andesite rock.
Tier 2 copper.
It should be, but it has to be a pick, I believe. What tool are you using?
Oh, that's right. I was using a shovel. I'm stupid.
I was literally about to
so
show. I was
fucking
using a
stupid.
shovel, and I'm like, no, that's what
I
you
was
said.
so fucking stupid.
You're not. You get distracted and you talk and you enjoy like the conversation and you don't pay attention to the game, which is okay. Also here, look on. Ah, shit.
using a fucking shovel. What the fuck?
Eat this.
Oh man, I love that vibe.
You have food.
Speaking of getting distracted, I haven't read chat in a while. I should read chat. Hey, Kyle. Yeehaw.
Yeah.
Indeed, they're stealing
I'm
all
sorry
your
for your
blueberries.
ears.
I'm trying to keep the person alive, Bendy. Make more blueberries.
Make more.
This is your manager speaking.
Soup slave. Make more soup. That's the Bendy. I ate most of those blueberries. This shit's good.
I think the part of why it's hard to explain binary to a person isn't just like the base 10 thinking, but also like as Spicer once told me, I think it was Spicer who told me this, humans are really, really bad at understanding emergence, and that's kind of what binary does when it becomes all this. It's a gestalt. It's larger than the sum of its parts. It is an emergent property of all this binary code. And there are so many steps involved in creating that yes and no binary 1 and 0 that it kind of breaks the human brain from trying to understand it because it's an emergent thing.
I don't know who the fuck thought of it. I had to look that up. I don't remember. Like whoever thought was like, wait, if I have a bunch of switches, I can count. It's like what?
Are you high?
Well, I know that
Okay,
an abacus
just to
works
point
in
out-
the sense that the human brain is the interpreter. But yeah, that makes me wonder, it's like, okay, if the processor is doing the one thinking, how does the processor interpret zeros and ones and turn it into addition or subtraction? Or graphics for that matter? Or sound?
Okay, Bendy.
That also breaks my brain because that's another thing that yeah.
Yeah. It's silica doing math, but in a very structured way.
Cool math games.
It does a lot to go on there. Like you have to diagram that whole ass shit. Yeah, no, like, what should I say?
Probably something silly. You
Can
do
you
that.
see where I am on the map?
I mean, I came down where you were and gave you blueberries, so no, but
Oh, you did! I didn't even see that. I am so stupid. That's what's here in my inventory. Where were you? Thank you.
I'm very
I didn't
very
even
sneaky.
see you.
Oh yeah, this is a fact I love.
You're very
is,
sneaky. Shame on you.
To show how
Do it
bad
again.
humans are with emergence, statistics as well is a kind of form of emergence.
You're a statistic.
And some of the earliest works on statistics that was like what we think of as statistics today was literally like, I think it was 2 founding fathers. Like one guy sent a letter to another one. I don't remember who it is. just remember this story. But basically, one of the founding fathers like sent a letter to another one and said, "Dude, check this out. I can like calculate the probability of flipping a quarter a couple of times." And that was like early.
It's like how much
Why
time
did
you
it
have on
take
your
us
hands.
this long?
Shit's hard.
Thousands of years of math, and this is when we figure out that like things happen with probability.
Shit's hard.
Good God.
The stuff.
sad
Base
because
maths, finite
And
fields.
that is that statistics is like the basis of science.
You're the basis of science.
Because literally, you can't really prove anything with absolute certainty, but you can do it enough times across the earth with enough different people with a couple of assumptions and go, yeah, that'll probably happen again that way. Like, that's science. Just a lot of
Quantumly,
people
there's
try
a
it.
possibility that another Earth could just randomly appear in our solar system, just out of
There's,
thin
like-
air. It's
there's-
quantumly possible. But the chances
base
of it
assumptions
happening
that we
are so
make.
many zeros against until you reach a 1 that it's almost infinity.
You're a zero.
Like-
Almost infinitely impossible.
Like, for instance, we assume that physics is self-consistent through all of time and space. That's an assumption we make.
And so far, that assumption has not been challenged.
And so, yeah, and so our assumption
True.
is if we do a bunch of shit on Earth, like by a lot of people over time, we can prove that, hey, this happens the vast majority of the time with like 6 sigma, accuracy. So it's probably true.
I don't know what sigma accuracy is.
Proceed, Spicer.
Oh, 6 sigma, blah, 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 it's like 6... It's like 6 standard.
It's a term.
I don't remember what it is exactly, but it's like one of the scientific things.
Stop being a zoomer and talking about sigmas in our chat.
Yeah, Spicer. Push is over.
Sorry.
It's actually a manufacturing thing.
Sorry.
Marine.
Me and my anti-intellectual jokes, just because I'm too stupid to
I
understand
always think of
things.
statistics and Z-scores. I don't remember what sigma were.
Shrugs.
I've heard of Graham's
Yeah,
number,
6 is like
and
the
that's
gold
probably around the probability. That's probably the number of zeros followed by a 1 that it would take for another Earth to just randomly, quantumly appear.
standard. It'd be like
What is he
incalculable. It'd be like...
Let's see. Blob says the more sigma involved in a science thing, the more certain they are it's true. I believe 6 sigma is considered the gold standard of proof. I think it's how many nines are in the percentage of certainty.
Yeah, I think that's right.
I need to put up a very back screen and do something else.
Alright.
Ava needs me to do her job working with. For me, I will try not to take too long. I'm sorry, today has been hectic.
Perfectly okay.
That's you.
I'm gonna
Pet Eggy
put up a
Forest,
very
too.
back screen. I'm extremely sorry.
It is perfectly okay.
You say that.
I mean, it's not bothering me.
99.9, 99.99, 99.99, 99.999.
I'm gonna go be dumb muscle because I'm too stupid to understand apparently binary and computer science and anything that takes.
Friend, if somebody
A
tells
human
you
level
that
of
they understand
intelligence.
binary on anything but a very basic level, they're kind of just wrong because they're not going to
People do actually rewrite it like fluently.
like you can read and write it.
Weird.
You can do that, but like it's sort of like just drawing in the dirt. Like like that's cool.
The
Why
real skill of it is figuring out how to use it to do a bunch of complicated ass math.
anything you say? Yes. Yes.
I'm really good at binary programming.
I don't know, Blob. I don't believe you.
I know how to like
Alright,
think-
masking
I think you're a
and
CIA
shifting.
plant.
I know how to shift bits whenever I remember which direction left is. I know how to like and them and or them. That's about it.
To be fair, I was joking. I know that it is 100% possible to do that. However, I will continue to call you a witch and not believe you. You are, in fact,
I need
evil or
for
something.
how much I do hex. I should really learn how to like read read hex. I'm at this precipice between reading it enough that I could actually learn it, and not enough, so I just throw it in something that can convert.
You are here to steal my soul, and I will not allow it.
Most of the time, I just write a print statement that just writes it in decimal and see what it is.
That's fair. Listen, man, you're not a real computer
But I've only
scientist.
been doing low-level programming for like a year, so.
You're not a real computer scientist unless you can screech it binaric at your computer, and it'll do what you want.
Oh yeah? You like binary? List all the ones and zeros.
There was nothing but ones and zeros, and I think I saw it too. Oh, Bender, there's no such thing as a 2. Oh yeah, that's a good idea.
I like that they're called nibbles.
Well, binary I can do. I just can't do hex into decimal. That's where I fuck up. I have to stop and think about it. If it's more than 2, I get confused.
Fair, homie.
I know how to count hex, like, when it's 2, because I know it's a byte. But once it gets over that, it's too much work. Oddly enough, I can probably convert binary to decimal faster than fucking hex to decimal.
I am incapable of
like-
remembering things.
Like, you just go right to left and you just start adding powers of 2 together, and then you're done. Like, it's not that hard. It's the hex that gets me confused. But oddly enough, the hex is kind of the same way. I just have to always remember what letter is like. The problem with hex is the letters. I forget where they are. Like, I have to go like A, B, C, D. Which number is it?
Yeah, this is completely unrelated, but they changed the ABCD song.
What?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, look it up. They changed the
What?
song.
What does that mean?
The A B C D E F G. They changed that.
What do you mean they changed it? What does it change? You're just listing off letters.
Yeah, they changed it. There's a cadence to it. There's a song to it. There's like a whole little thing. Elemental P. That thing. Yeah, you get it?
Why?
You don't. I don't know. Ask them.
A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. That doesn't do it anymore.
A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J.
After K, the Elemento letter confuses kids. No,
Elemental letter. That's a good one. I like
they'll
that
learn
one.
like we all did.
Yeah, that's about how high I can count to, Blobus, when it comes to the powers of 2. There's never really reason to go past that. Because most of the time, like, if I'm doing that, it's for, I'm either writing a buffer, and I just want to pick a fucking random size that's big, and I just do powers of 2 because it's easy, or it's a texture, which textures really don't ever go over 8,000 most of the time. Leviosa. Oh,
Leviosa.
what the hell are you doing in here?
Good.
There's a jumping spider in the fucking sink.
I was exploring. Please help.
Why are you here? I mean, I know you're getting water or whatever, but like, come on, get on this.
You tell me what to do.
Okay. Not gonna hurt you. Just get on the damn thing. Come on.
Promise you're not gonna eat me.
Here you go. Here you go.
I love jumping spiders.
Yeah, they're my favorite.
Little guys.
Put you,
Little dudes. Little
put you by the
friends.
door. Put you by the door. I don't know where you're living. I think you're living over here. Before. Yep.
Mm,
Yep. Over there. Get off that thing. There you go.
fly, plate armored tomboy elf directly. Gently fluffs.
Never seen one of
Fire.
these feet. Wait, water out first. Rip off the napkin. Put some water on it.
Floof, 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 floof.
Begin floofing.
Floof, 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 floof.
Who are you floofing?
Sky. Sky.
I said, ah.
Scipio. Yeah.
You know the emperor that failed, or the consul that failed Rome? Scipio. You know the consul that fucking saved Rome? Also Scipio. Just a different one. There's a lot of them. Keys right to make the computer do it for you. Yeah. What's your job as a programmer? I make the computer do all the work. Oh, so it's like an easy job.
No.
Not really. More like black mat. I was trying to explain that to Fairy that if you want a job that's the closest to being a fantasy wizard in real life, it's just be a fucking programmer. Right?
Ajit is innocent.
Arcane ass signals that control machines you don't understand, and that's your job. And you just sit up in a tower and like fuck around with it and figure it out. And the documentation is incomplete or lackluster at best.
Or in an ancient language that nobody understands fully anymore.
Pretty much. And there's countless spells, all of varying usefulness. Amazing. The problem with the cool thing with computers is they do exactly what you tell them to. The problem with computers is they do exactly what you tell them.
There is no, are you sure about that? Are you sure you want me to do that? Check, if you're not careful.
That's why I hate AI. It does what you tell it, but, like, sort of. And it also doesn't really know any better either.
It's doing its best. Probably.
Doing something. Oh, making copper.
What do you mean copper?
That makes sense, Blobbers. I definitely immediately start exploring magic and trying to apply, you know, logic to it.
Yeah. %, Blob.
I got a new little laptop from work that no one wanted because the battery expanded. I ordered a new battery. I'm gonna put Linux on it.
Of course you are.
Yeah. I wanted a really lightweight laptop that had a good build. This is perfect. I'm happy about it. Now I gotta figure out what the fucking BIOS password or like how to get the BIOS. Oh, never mind. It booted into my thing anyway. Yay! How do I get to? I'm booting into Arch. They have a graphic now for it. That's cool.
You're a graphic.
You're graphic.
Yeah.
How elf today, by the way?
I'm doing pretty good. A little sleepy. Didn't sleep too great last night, but
Oh, me either.
it happens.
I survive. I just take a shower usually. Kind of resets me. It's true. Don't you just need Exor gates or something? I think there's only one you actually need.
Elif.
You would just need a shit ton of them.
Elif. I like Elif because it almost is elf.
What?
Elif.
Oh, from Lua?
Lua and Godot.
Yeah. For some reason they decided that there needed to be a whole other syntax for else if.
I mean, you can do else if, it's just shorthand.
You're a...
Yeah.
What was it name?
Ba 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 ba.
WCTM.
Oh yeah, Vestige. The slop code that people are like pumping out with AI almost exclusively, garbage, twash.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty horrified by the whole AI code generation. Oh, good.
But-
like, let's just go further with having less skilled programmers do all
Spicer,
the work.
you know what that is for you though?
Lots of CVEs.
Job security, baby.
Pretty much. Although I don't want to spend my life fucking rewriting AI code, that's for sure.
If
just
you'll
want
give me a
that,
job,
like-
I'll do it.
I just want like a middle. I want a middle of the road like Butlerian jihad, where we get rid of the like human-like thinking machines, but we keep the normal thinking machines.
No, I do. Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
it's-
VI has a place. It's very useful. It is, and it can be so useful, and it can multiply human use and human tools so well if it's used correctly, and that is not one of them. Don't make it code. It
LLMs are really good for incredibly fuzzy things where you only kind of need to get close, and the model has a lot of variables. Coding
Or-
is I forgot to put a semicolon. Boom, crash. It's just like
I see modern VIs, virtual intelligences, as the equivalent, like a thinking equivalent to a calculator, but more fuzzy. So, like, it has a lot more applicable stuff, but it can't do those things perfectly. So it's able to point you in the right direction. And that's what you need to do. You need to use it as. Help it, like, figure out where you should be thinking, and then do it yourself.
I'm kind of the mind that you shouldn't use AI for any kind of thinking because it just weakens your ability to critically think.
That's fair. But there's also an argument to be made for the different perspective that's able to, like, help you understand or think of a
Yeah, that's what
avenue.
other fucking people are for.
Yeah, but sometimes other people are scary, Spicer, and they don't like talking to one another.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
Gonna go down the drain.
That's pretty much it, Blob. That is an excellent way to put it. Double check it and use it like a very well-meaning but kind of slow intern. Homie just graduated college. He's got all kinds of book knowledge, and he mostly understands what he's doing, but just double check.
You ever wanted a thing that's just always a junior forever? Boom, it's like a cat, but a programmer.
Yeah, everybody likes cats, right? Everybody likes an unsupervised junior level dev in their code base, yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
It's okay that they have full read-write access to your Git,
One
and
of
they're
the
not going to
problems
cause
with
any
the
trouble.
boilerplate argument is it's boilerplate because you've written it a lot of times and you know that it's going to be there and like it's very familiar to you and it's just not something you're interested in writing. But if you let something else write that all the time,
It becomes
stops becoming
unfamiliar.
boilerplate. Like humans really have tended to not do well when we offload our thinking. Except in like an industrial sense.
But Spicer, I don't want to think. I just want to eat hot chip and lie. Yeah. Yeah.
Let's just end all progress of our species.
There you go. You're getting it now.
Like,
We don't need that progress anymore,
there's
Spicer.
arguments
We're
that I
already there.
There's also arguments that I really hate, like, oh, well, we have calculators. Like the calculator doesn't do anything. Like, you have to
Welcome back,
program it
Yeah.
to do what you want it to do. Like, it's not autopilot. Like none of our recent tools. Hello.
Welcome back. And it shouldn't be used as autopilot.
How long was I gone?
I mean, Blobbers, that's just like good autocomplete.
Maybe like 20, 30 minutes.
I don't even use
Need some
autocomplete.
water.
I don't like autocomplete very much. It makes me forget stuff.
Oh, I left the chatty on. What happened to my picture?
Mm-hmm.
Did I not have it on the whole time?
No, it
Damn.
will sometimes deprecate it if you haven't talked in a while. And now you're back.
Why am I not
How long
connected?
was I gone?
20, 30 minutes maybe. Not long.
Oh, Jesus. I should have ended stream.
I think that was how long she was gone.
Oh,
You're okay.
Uh,
I'm gonna be right back and get myself some water.
You're perfectly okay, Fairy.
That's fair.
Hugs the fairy. Okay, that's
Fairy
good.
is good. Fairy is good.
That's good noodle.
Oh, whoops. I'm just sitting here pinging Google. Oh, there we go. How I tested my internet's working. I just ping 8.8.
Tests you.
Arch install! This keyboard works well. It's kind of being weird. It did have the battery lag blow up, so.
30 minutes? 30 minutes? Oh my god, I'm a terrible streamer.
It's okay. Something happened. You had to go do a thing.
Be a terrible streamer.
You're fine.
You just left them in the loving, like, hair of us.
Yeah, we rambled about code
So
stuff
it's
for
fine.
30 minutes. Again, I don't know if it was that long either. Like, it's an inconsequential amount of time. You're
I think
fine.
It was 30 minutes.
It's not. Oh my god, I'm a really shitty streamer.
You are perfectly okay. Stuff like that happens. It is not a problem. Sometimes you have to end stream early too. I had to do it yesterday because my computer was being a little bit of a butt, or at least I thought it was.
Like, I'm gonna get some stacks.
If I
and then
knew
it's gone
it's
for
gonna
20
be
minutes.
going so long, I would have ended stream.
It's okay.
Oh, I'm worthless.
No, you're not. You did good, Barry. It is perfectly
Why would you want
okay.
to end stream? Get like start it back up again.
Yeah, everybody was already here. You had a thing that distracted you, and you had to go help with. You were okay.
There's people who sleep literally 8 hours streaming. Yeah.
Mhm.
And they make money.
I know my be back up while I was gone. I messed it all up.
You didn't mess anything up. You had a thing that you needed to go do. It's fine. Kyle is correct. You're a great streamer. Extended breaks happen, even with huge streamers.
Yeah.
You are perfectly okay.
Asmongold just disappear for an hour. And he just comes
I
back
should
and says
read what I
nothing.
missed in chat.
Yeah, go for it.
Blobbers can convert binary to hex in their head?
Yeah.
How?
Science!
Practice.
Could
I
a
sure
human
as
even
fuck.
do that?
I can do it over time. I'm just
Wait,
slow.
wait, so you want him to leave? He's on. I'm just still really hot after doing that. Aiglin hurt her hand trying to do
Uh-oh.
that, so I was tagged in to help with that. We were able to get the couch back downstairs and not have to saw it up.
Good.
We're gonna try putting it on Facebook Marketplace or something like that. I did a shitty job of that, and I think Julia's upset with me.
It's okay. You got it back downstairs.
It's a giant couch.
Yeah.
It's definitely a really big couch. We were gonna put it upstairs,
got it, like,
and
did-
it got stuck, and we couldn't even. We were able to manage to get it downstairs.
You did good?
Yeah, that's
Not
really
that
hard.
I did any good.
All is well.
That's- Getting a couch downstairs is no fucking small
Pain in
task.
the ass. I'll come back, Barry.
Thank you.
Everything's good.
Yeah. That's the friend.
Had, like 3 of you try to get a couch downstairs.
Well, it was only 2 at once because there wasn't, you know.
yeah.
They didn't want me to take it up the stairs, and in the middle of me watching them to make sure everything went safe, you had mentioned the starting stream, so I got on, and then Egwin came downstairs and said she had a hand injury, and then I was hoping to get it downstairs, not that I did any good. Julia deserves to be angry at me.
Julia is not angry about that. You're okay.
Yeah, I mean, that's not...
Yeah. That's the fairy.
That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, no, trying to get that shit downstairs. My god. Upstairs?
Oh.
Is it upstairs?
They were trying to get it upstairs, but they couldn't get it
Oh, that'd be
upstairs because it got
worse.
stuck. So they were trying to get it
So
back
they
downstairs.
tried
I
getting
think.
it upstairs. It got really, really stuck. They thought they were going to have to break the couch with a saw to get it downstairs, but they were able to figure out a way where they thought it could be gotten downstairs. I was brought in to help, and I did a shitty job, but we managed to get it downstairs, and now Julia doesn't feel well.
It's okay. Especially after some physical exertion and stuff like that was something that you probably weren't used to doing. It can end up making you a little bit tired. Not feeling too well.
I'm hot and a little emotional.
Yeah.
Well, this is probably obvious.
It's okay.
Yeah, that's probably a situation that shouldn't have been rushed in either case.
Yeah. You didn't need to rush to
Julia
come back to us.
probably felt rushed because I was in the middle of the stream. Despite that, I was apparently slow as hell at getting it done anyway. What the heck was that? What is something throwing rocks at me? I'm not up for being thrown rocks at right now.
I'm gonna get you.
What the fuck? Crap, I don't want to die right now. I'm already on edge.
You can run to my base if you want to, or like hold yourself up to.
There seems to be a stairway here. Is that okay?
Ow.
Oh my god, this computer has only 30 gigabytes of memory.
You mean,
Isn't it like the
hard drive
door's
space?
locked in your house?
I can open it.
Oh, thanks.
The ladder, right over here.
Where are you?
Look to your right.
To
No
my
more.
right. Oh,
Look-
crap.
now look
it's
behind you.
dead.
Right over here.
I don't know, I can't tell a joke. Every time I tell a joke it's because I got reminded of something.
Buh!
Hi. Thanks for the blueberries earlier. Thanks for helping me.
No worries.
I need to just go calm down somewhere.
Yeah.
That's right. And I can't think of a joke off the top of my head. I have like
That's
an endless
okay.
slew of movie quotes and like Futurama quotes. I can't think
Funny.
of shit.
Movie quote.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm
You can-
sorry, Ori.
You're
I'm
perfectly
sorry
fine.
for beating myself up too.
You didn't do anything wrong. You do need... I do want to, like, help you get to the point where you don't beat yourself up as much, but that's either here or there. You did fine.
Probably would require a therapist.
I mean, I'm
it's-
not a therapist, but I am a friend. We'll do our best, yeah?
It's one of those things where the whole situation was only negative because of like emotions.
Yeah.
Like everyone got like stressed. Like you're just moving a couch. Just do it slowly and carefully, and don't think of anything else. It's the
I
couch is
didn't
the
mean
thing.
to make you feel rushed, Jan.
All is well.
There's an ant on my table.
I try not to be AFK for a long time.
And all of the
I
critters
just told
here
her
are okay
if
with
I
it.
thought it was gonna take more than 10 minutes, I was gonna end stream. I wasn't trying to like pressure her. I just try not to be AFK too long on streams.
It's just a good
Maybe
habit to
that's
have.
an unfair expectation.
Yeah, no, but there's precedent. Like, someone gives you a hard time for like needing to help someone move furniture. Like, it's ridiculous. Shit happens.
Yeah.
This ain't Walmart where you're like a slave.
Yeah.
Oh, funny enough, I actually got fired from a Walmart for taking too long of a break one time. So I worked in a toy department many, many years ago. And I, clocked out for a while to go take a food break. And then I clocked back in and one of the employees was talking to me after I got out of like the break room. And I think we were talking for like maybe 3 minutes. They had like a story to tell. It's like, hey, Lynn, let me tell you about what happened in my department. And I was like, yeah, that's interesting. So I got called in and fired for not doing my job on the clock, that I was doing something that should only be done on break time.
Awesome. We love
So
power
I literally
tripping
got
managers.
fired for talking to another employee while outside of my department for probably like 3 minutes.
Stupid.
Look.
Walmart's a terrible company when it comes to how they treat
Yep.
their workers.
Indeed.
I haven't talked to another employee.
Take out dead peasants insurance. That's how you know it's a good company.
Oh, and if you're fired, you literally can't apply for a different Walmart or a Sam's Club. Because I tried applying for a Sam's Club one point afterwards. They're like, no, you have a permanent,
Yeah, they'll
ban
blacklist you.
on working from Walmart Enterprises. So I was like, well, can I do something? It's like, oh, you'll have to talk to your old boss to see if you can get that taken off from your record. If you can be and see if you can be rehired.
Hooray.
Because they permanently put you in a database. So yeah, I'm permanently disbarred from working at anything owned by the Walton family. Ever. Unless I can convince and find that person, convince them to take the being disbarred off my record.
Presuming that person even still works there, too.
Right, yeah. Micromanagers, is that what you call what they did to me?
I suppose it could be a micromanager thing, but that's kind of just being an asshole, too. Heck them people.
Heck 'em all!
You sounded a little bit like Mickey Mouse right there.
Oh,
It's kind of fitting.
Is this password only? What the fuck? Oh, it can only be
Kyle,
same
was
thing.
I gone as long as 30 minutes?
I'm really bad at telling time.
Yeah, like I said, maybe at most 20, up to 30 at the most. Like it's fine. It is irrelevant. You did okay.
You're glorious, Goober.
I've had a lot of life experiences that led to poor self-esteem, beating myself up, and being very panicky and catastrophizing his personality flaws. I definitely blame some of my past family and work experiences for that.
Nuts.
They are a result of our environment.
I've had some real bad work experiences. I'd even call my time working at Walmart probably one of the better ones.
Yep. I've had some very shitty work experiences too.
I worked at... Of course, I don't blame anyone based on anything. I'm not saying, oh, this is anything to do with Japanese food restaurants or anything, but or the people working there. But there was both a tax place. I worked at Liberty Tax one time, and I worked at a Japanese food restaurant. There weren't any Japanese people who worked there. I think most of them were Chinese Americans. And I worked as a table busser. I worked when I was really, really young at a Japanese food restaurant bussing tables because I wanted to be around that sort of atmosphere. They told me to work faster because they said I was slow and sluggish. So I tried working faster and faster and faster bussing tables even though I was tired after a long day of working. So I tried getting faster and faster even if I felt really bad. Because I was trying to go fast, I was a little clumsier and I broke one of the sake bottles. And they started really talking badly about me every day at that job. And at that point they said, oh, well, you broke one of the sake bottles, so we're not going to give you your payment for the month yet. We're going to wait on that. And weeks went by and they still didn't pay me.
Oh, that's illegal.
Yeah.
Oh, that's fun.
I have a redeem. Mian says, you were frustrated for the 10 or
thanks,
15 minutes you were
Ejor.
there. Mian was struggling for 30 to 45 minutes. Their brain capacity was short. Eggy was hurt. They were hurt, and what you said made them feel bad for not getting it done sooner. But they say,
I
please
wasn't
forgive
trying to
them.
make them feel
Forgive
bad. I was
yourself.
trying-
Forgive them. Forgive yourself, and enjoy your stream. Is the last part of that. It's important. That's the most important part. Okay?
No hard feelings, you little shits.
Installing the uninstalled files going on it. Bendy, you'll probably just want to do a fresh install then. Like, delete the directory for it.
I wasn't trying to rush anyone.
You're okay. Everybody makes little things like that. It is okay. Fix it, Bendy.
Just life.
Can I go through the trapdoor and go down? No. It's daylight.
Speaking of, help land.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry,
Grant.
Julia.
Okay.
Huck's Fairytale Flap. Vintage story mods. What do you mean Operation failed? Again. Do it. God damn it.
Ah.
What do you mean?
Reinventing digital logic. That would be interesting. You could write a really interesting light novel with that with that premise, Flabus. That'd be really interesting. Someone should write a visual novel about that. That'd be really cool. You would be the true creator of magi technology.
Magitech.
Magical computing.
Yee. It'd be a cool light novel, I agree.
I was I'm a computer scientist and I was born in another world. Computer scientist born in another world. So I reinvented computers with magic.
You gotta make it extra long, just like the classic ones.
Yeah, I guess you do. Except apparently one of the biggest classic ones, according to Agwin, is Mushoku Tensei. Okay, but how do I get down here? I still can't get through the top door. Should I just jump?
Bendy, did you make sure to keep the normal vintage story ones in there? Because, like, the 3 basic vintage story things are marked as mods in that folder to make it show as a... I do not know them, Bendy. I had a similar issue, but it's been long enough that I forgot how to fix it. It's fixable, though.
You're fixable.
Uh...
I don't know what that means.
Let me check something.
Laptop. Two.
Should I just jump to get down?
You should be able to just, use the ladder, or did I close the door?
It's
I
through the
closed the
trap door,
door.
right?
No, it's the little door on the side there.
Oh.
But I did indeed close the door. Come over here. Bah.
Oh, there you are.
Yeah, door.
Alright, how do I get down?
Oh, that is door. Right here.
Oh, this was it. I thought it was through the trapdoor.
Nope, you're good.
Sorry, I'm not used to your house yet.
It's perfectly okay. You're a profile. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, is that a bunny? Can you have bunny pets in this? I think someone said you can have bunny pets.
You're a bunny pet.
You can capture
I would
bunnies.
love to be a bunny pet.
Doctor, no.
But you can't have bunny pets?
I don't think so.
Pain.
Somebody wants to
Let's just spice her over.
I live in U.S. Central. Install.
Oh, you do live in Central Time Zone? Well, I didn't mean to get down here. Well, there is a bunch of bunnies trapped down here, but I don't know if I can...
So it begins. Let's see how good this keyboard is. I'm not too thrilled about how not responsive it is.
It's been through a lot, Spicy.
Yeah, its battery exploded.
Speaking of battery explosions, my laptop's little wireless mouse that I use for it, the battery had kerploded with it too.
Oh no.
It should be fine. We're gonna see if it works still. I cleaned it off with alcohol and a few other things.
It's doomed.
Wait,
Maybe.
what's doomed? What did you clean off with alcohol? Your keyboard?
No, the I have like a laptop that I use and I'm trying to set it up so it can do like the OBS portion of my streaming stuff. But I was getting it out, and between the last time I used it and now, which is not very long, it apparently has had its battery go kapoof. So.
Oh, dang. I bet it's not that cheap to buy a new battery, is it?
It just uses AA batteries for that one. The laptop's fine though.
Wait, the laptop uses AA batteries? What are you talking about?
The laptop is fine. It's the mouse that I used with the laptop that had trouble.
Oh.
I have gummy bears, but you guys want one?
Yeah, I like gummy bears.
Dumps in
I
bag.
haven't had gummy bears in forever, but yeah, I do like gummy bears.
I like gummy bears. They're my favorite candy.
The best of the
they
Haribo
really?
gummy bears.
Oh, some's in my eyes. I think that was from moving the couch, not that I'm trying to make anyone feel bad.
Pet.
I ended up getting some paint off of the walls, and this is an apartment, so that's bad.
You should be able to touch it up
Trying to
without
get it
any
back
issue.
out. What?
Just touch it up with some paint.
Yeah, gonna have to do that. Now, there's some damage that's happened to the house since we've lived here that the apartment owner's not gonna like. For one, our cat Eclipse, we got her when she was a kitten. She really, really wanted to go in a door to a room she wasn't allowed into. And she did not respond well, and she clawed up the carpet when she was not allowed in that room.
Patching a carpet isn't too bad.
Julia / Mion says it won't be good enough for the that there's not a way to do that will look good enough that that our landlord would accept it.
Nope, there 100% is. It just takes a particular set of skills. If you can find a particularly like a decent carpet repair person, and not just like a random person who says they can repair carpet, they can make it damn near seamless. Like,
That would be probably cheaper than, buying a whole new carpet.
yeah,
Especially since we have some extra in this house that's the same color. Where it came from, I don't know, but there's some leftover carpet that's the same color.
nuts.
I don't know why, but my brain tapped that conversation right when you're saying the carpet's the same color, and I had a very different thought of what that meant.
Huh?
Quince it, Spicer. Bap.
Let's see. Oh yeah, I need some wood. That's what I was getting up for.
Iron working.
Thank you for constantly helping me out, Auri.
It's fine. You're near my
Sorry, I'm
house
so
where
hopeless right now.
it's where I store all of my stuff. It's fine.
Where my things are.
It would be particularly poopy if I didn't at least offer some assistance. Imagine that.
I
Imagine.
love my house. It's where all my shit is.
Yeah, I store all my stuff.
I mean, I
like
haven't been able
food.
to do much for you in return.
Who cares? Aries, why?
I will just certainly like to help you in return when I can.
Mary, it's really ironic you're saying that. It's really.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Continue. I'm listening.
I'm not.
Cortisol
You know what it
receptor
is.
south back. Wait, what?
Aries is stressed and she wishes me
need
to
you.
assist her somehow.
Oh.
Aw, sorry you're stressed.
How's the
Tuck
dog
suburb
doing?
into elf lap. No, not dog.
So, her
Needing wood.
mom, for whatever reason, has decided that she wanted to adopt another dog as a foster, but appears to be putting no actual effort into, assisting with that.
Oh, that's fun.
They got into a fight, didn't
Oh
they?
shoot! Oh shoot! I'm in the middle of a portal.
Yeah, don't touch those. You'll get pulled into hell.
Your whispers. Okay. Needed.
What do you mean only fostering, Aries?
Yeah. Can that wait until after the stream? Maybe a little sleepy. Mostly. I mean, I got plenty of sleep. I'm fine. I'm mostly just tired. Sometimes I just yawn. That's my secret. I'm always sleepy.
I'm always sleepy.
That's my secret. I'm always asleep.
Did she say that, or did she deliver this information to you out of the blue, like she tends to do sometime, Aries?
I'm forgetting about this, but are Sam and Aries, together?
No.
That's a personal question. I'm trying to remember who Sam's partner was. Because they had a dog. Or have a
Sam-
dog.
Sam/Method is partnered with Penny.
Oh God.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't think I haven't seen that name with them in a long time.
Spicer's thing. The lore.
I don't know all the names. I just know that there was plot.
Hi, Chillin' Chum.
He's living the constant lesson that most people learn in life growing up is most adults aren't mature enough to be adults.
Yeah, sadly.
Not me, that's for
Great.
sure. I'm an emotional mess.
At least you don't gamble all of your money away pretty much immediately.
That's fun.
No. Oh, do you know
This is why
someone
never
who
see
did
a poor
that?
person with tons of money.
Yeah.
Do you know someone who gambled all their money away or something?
Yeah, we're talking about, I don't know if it's something that you want me to mention, Aries, but yeah, it's has to do with Aries and the conversation that's going on.
Sorry.
It's okay. Hmm.
I'm so sorry for being such an emotional mess on your stream. I'm sure your viewers don't want to see that and it's stressful.
It's perfectly okay. Stuff like that happens.
That's very pocket. God, this
Mark,
thing's still stalling.
who
Go,
you
go, go!
Meh. Bees are doing fine through the winter.
Look at it go, installing things.
Mm-hmm.
I wish I could go back and like read. I wish I could use Chatty to go back and like read the Twitch chat from before when I left. Cause like it's, I opened it when I was about to leave,
Yeah.
so I don't know what I'm missing, and there's a bunch of messages I'm probably just missed permanently. Unless there's a way to go back and check really old messages.
I don't think so, unless you had the window up, unfortunately. X. Yeah, wait, no. Right, okay. Ba-ba-ba-ba.
I just ignore people.
Have Spicer.
Thank goodness, Vintage Story. Does Kuma like Vintage Story? They said thank goodness Vintage Story.
Yeah.
God.
Kuma does not like,
Oh, God.
let me use this yeast. Kuma does not like Abiotic Factor, and that's what I played yesterday. Or, sorry, day before yesterday.
Oh darn it!
Why not?
Again.
It's so
I did it
full of
again.
viscera and horror.
I'm not a big fan of that either, especially the
Ugh.
viscera part.
But it's
Oh, hey,
full
hi,
of
Bendy.
leaves. It's Bendy.
Hi, Bendy.
Why is it doing that? Shut off. Shut off. Shut up. Shut off.
No.
It's really unhappy. I unplugged the
Well.
thumbstick before I shut it off.
Hi, Bendy. You remember how to use the chat mod?
You're a chat mode.
I feel like
Nope.
even though
Is
Bill
there...
said it's hard to wrap your brain around, I feel like I still have a harder time wrapping my brain around how binary works than most people. I know that's bringing back an old conversation, but like,
I mean, you're figuring it out. Most people don't get that far. Most people go, no. Then not
Nah.
do that. I mean, you're fucking went, oh, wait, 32, I want to learn that. And said, no, whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, it does make me curious how you get around to doing things like making windows. Like,
Have someone
There-
else
that's
do
a
it, and
pretty
he becomes a
significant
sacrifice.
having an interface that isn't just, printing out hello world is a pretty significant leap of learning the
Yep.
basics in comparison. It's like, oh,
So,
Hello, Bendy.
because
It's
like that's
twofold.
important. Like most games,
Can you
unless you're
hear me,
making like
Bendy?
a text-based game, and those old games do exist, you kind of need to know a little bit about how that works.
Nope.
Like how you go from having graphical interface, having just text and saying hello world to graphical interface is kind of, you know, a big leap. An important leap if you want to make games that aren't text adventures.
Port 52525,
Well,
Bendy.
Win32 is not going to do much of that. Like, if you're going to make a game, you're just going to load up, like, a window and then make an OpenGL context and then never touch the window thing again.
I think I do.
Besides, like, getting input or
Yeah.
something.
We got blueberry
most of the
wine,
time-
Aries.
You're doing control.
I mean, we ended up having to download it from someone who did it before with Ray library. So someone had to figure this out.
Oh, yeah, someone did it before. Although, in a lot of cases, like,
Bendy.
for one, you usually want to do stuff cross-platform, so you don't want to, like, spend all the time trying to figure out how to do this for every fucking OS.
That's fair.
And also, like, most people don't use Win32 directly with C. Windows was really favorable towards C++, so there's C++ libraries for doing Win32 that's nicer, if you like doing C++.
Why doesn't Windows play nicer with C then?
I don't know. They used to at one point, but I mean, Windows has never concerned itself with, like, it didn't concern itself with developers until way later, where it did the whole.
But I
Visual
thought
Studio
that
walled
Microsoft
garden.
was about developers, developers,
That was
developers,
later.
developers. That's right.
Windows has always kind of, I don't know, like, I mean, early on they were pretty favorable towards users, and like I say, early Windows was pretty good. Like DOS.
Thank you,
and,
Aries.
Like, early
Thank you, 2B.
Windows 98 and stuff. Like that stuff, they put a lot of work into making sure like applications worked, even though they weren't programmed right and all that stuff. There's a lot of work that went there, and they did a lot to like try to innovate. Although most of the time, the things that they came up with were like stupid and were replaced by a bigger standard. Like we still suffer.
Yes,
from fucking
Aries.
wide. So most like a lot of text is like bit, but if you want more than like 127 characters or more than 255, you have to use more than 1 byte to represent a character. So Windows started doing 16-bit characters, and they had to literally go through the entire Windows code base and change everywhere that they were looking for single characters and do like 2 bytes.
Thanks for the follow, Wix.
It was like a giant rewrite. And then the world went, we're gonna do UTF-8. And then, fuck it.
I do not understand most of what you're talking about. I'm very sorry.
Yeah. Well, early Windows was pretty good, and like the C libraries were pretty good, and they were pretty forward-thinking with like backwards compatibility and stuff in ways that, even like Linux wasn't.
That's crazy.
But like after a while, they just like I think like what was it, Windows.
I know that there's a lot of games that don't work well with DOSBox, especially the music. For some reason, I'm always hearing,
Well,
I tried
because
this
there
game in
wasn't-
DOSBox. And the
There wasn't
music,
sound
it does not
drivers
work.
back then, really. Like,
Bugs
you
the
either
Bendy.
wanted, like back then, like today we just play sampled sound.
Mhm.
Like
Bendy, do you want to join
MP3
voice?
files and stuff. But there wasn't enough memory back then on those computers to save all that music. Or let alone load into RAM.
Lalilulilo.
So most of the time, like there was some stuff that was samples, but it was usually small, and it was like at most like dialogue. That's what you would save it for, is cutscenes or something. Most early games like DOS
Eat
and
it,
stuff
Bendy.
were they used your MIDI like synthesizer card. So like your Sound Blaster 16 or your
Yeah, I
Roland or
remember
whatever.
Sound Blaster.
Where
Yeah,
is
everything just kind of
mine?
relied on that, and there was all kinds of weird bugs that would happen because like you would have it set up wrong, and some games like the footsteps would become
There's my
piano
wine
notes or
bucket.
whatever. Yeah, I know it's that era was a bit of a mess because there wasn't sound cards yet, but like thankfully that went away. But it made games small.
Bendy,
Yeah, it did make games smaller. With the games that use MIDI sounds certainly were
Bendy, drink the
smaller.
wine.
The thing is
Whoa.
that it really depended on how good of a MIDI card you had as to whether they
Yeah.
sounded like garbage or not.
Drink it.
Sound cards are still kind of a thing, Blobbus, but they're always just integrated into the other board now. It's like no one has an Ethernet board anymore, like PCI board. Like it's just integrated into the motherboard now.
You mean act drunk for funsies, Aries? That's
Same thing
cheating.
with
What,
the
you mean you
Wi-Fi.
don't have a dedicated sound card anymore? Ugh.
Dedicated wham.
I would like a dedicated wham.
Dedicated wham. You're cheating, probably. Oh, the straight tunnel's curving. Eh,
Yeah,
it's fine.
Blobbus, I really don't like Unicode very much, and I totally understand why like a lot of code bases. They
Betty,
just
drink your wine
take
bucket.
Whatever the encoding is, convert it to 4 bytes, and just do that, and just don't care. They just want to maximize it, so they don't have to think about it.
I like Unicode because I am a weeb, and it is required to support things like Chinese and Japanese and Korean characters.
Yeah, I hate it.
Thus,
as
I am a fan of being
Really
able to type in other languages. I don't know what alternative there is to Unicode, but I'm glad I can type in other languages and be a weeb. And learn my oracle bones,
There's
my
not really
moon
an
runes.
alternative anymore.
Moon runes!
Moon runes.
Drink until 3-dimensional straight line turns into 4-dimensional curly. Pardon us, Fairy. We're drinking through our wine supply.
Oh, you have wine?
Yeah. A
In
lot
game
of
or
it.
IRL?
In game.
Oh, this game has wine?
Yeah, we got a lot of strong wine too. Ooh, cranberry.
That makes sense. I whine a lot when I play this game.
Welcome back, Kuma.
Hey, Guma. I'm gonna get myself some more water.
Okay, that's how that works, Bendy. Once humans are safe, they just drink. They just keep drinking. Drink more. We got 100 liters of wine to go through. Let's go.
Is there like a drunkenness system in this game? Is there a drunkenness system in this game? Sorry, I was a little away from the microphone.
Yes.
There is.
Yes. I'm experiencing it right now.
I should have put the thing where you're down here. Gosh, I've been a mess this whole stream. I am so sorry. I forgot to turn on the thing where it shows you on my stream, and we're over almost 2 hours in. Here.
Man, suffering. Oh. Yeah, she requires attention. She's gonna cry.
Put that. Oh, hey, Mark.
Hey,
Did you
Mom.
come because I meowed?
Yeah.
Mark
heard-
is like, I heard meowing.
I heard the sound of my people. What can I do for you?
Where? Yes, Mark? He's curious. He's curious boy. Where do we even turn that on? It's been like 2 hours and this stream has been a complete mess. I am so sorry.
It's perfectly fine.
I was gonna show up. There you are.
Fix the
We're like
square,
2 hours
Bendy.
in.
Fix it. Fix it, Bendy. Immediate.
I don't know. Oh gosh, my TV. So I like have 2 computers going into the same TV.
Yeah.
Because I don't have multi-monitor. And like I got on my remote to like switch the TV input, and it did that thing where it's like, no, you're not going to inputs again. You are going to pay attention to us. You are going to buy whatever we're selling. And so like I had to go all the way back down, so just going 1 down. I like want 1 down, and it was like, well, yeah, 1 down. You should watch current sports game or whatever.
Sports ball. Bendy.
Football.
Bendy, our friends and compatriots wouldn't be able to handle it, though, because we have other people who play this server, remember? They can't do it, Bendy. Drink more wine! I'm drunk, plastic. I just literally within the thing that you said right there, I drank 10 liters of strong blueberry wine. And I'm
Ooh, blueberry
drinking
wine. That sounds nice.
another 10. Yeah, we got red currant wine, we got cranberry wine, we got blueberry wine. You know what? Still
What
thirsty.
happens when you get drunk in this game?
Things get curvy.
I guess that makes sense. That's strange. I've been drunk in real life as much as I'm ashamed to say that.
No,
A
plastic.
few times. I don't think that things get curvy when I get drunk. I'm not gonna lie. I've never noticed things getting curvy.
You're curvy when you get drunk.
No, you. We do, Bendy. Yeah, alcohol.
Speaking
Get me
of
my
alcohol,
alcohol, please.
Speaking of alcohol, have you ever heard of kava?
No question mark. Bendy, I'm gonna make bread while absolutely blasted.
As you do.
Yeah,
Do something while you're smashed.
I'm gonna give this bread to Fairy so she doesn't die in the wilderness.
Oh, well, thanks. Let me head back. So
It's gonna
you
be
can
a bit,
find me
and it's
just
gonna be a
around
bit.
here.
You continue doing your thing. You're good.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Hi, Bendy. You're welcome.
I'm making a big bridge across the water right here.
Bendy, the thing that we should be doing now is probably working on that project that we discussed whenever we first started this game, because we have the materials and whatnot to preserve ourselves now. Now we must begin building a structure so that everyone and God knew that we were here.
What is the story of this game? Apparently you're playing as a seraph and not a human.
Yeah. Well, quit it, Bendy. Don't get bored.
Don't get bored. Have fun.
I mean, yeah, early mid-game for a
Your
lot of games like
keys.
this is usually the funnest part, Bendy.
My favorite part of Outward is when I'm poor.
My favorite part of video game. Yeah, it does, Bendy. Why does it not work that way? Build a structure. Build something. Become huge! Ugh.
Aries, how is that any different than when you're not drunk?
Wait, what?
Bendy. Oh yeah, do you two mind if I add Bendy to the call so he can talk with
I
us?
don't
Oh, I
care.
don't
Do what you
mind.
want. You own this stream.
I do not own Fairy's stream. However, I do own this part. So
That is perfectly fine.
Why won't my network work?
your mama.
Hello.
Hi, Bendy.
Hello.
It's Bambi.
It's a
Okay.
Bendy boy. How you doing, Bendy?
I'm EP.
I can tell.
Stop being AB.
I'm not.
I'm
I'm not
always sleepy.
well,
I
good,
understand. I relate to the feeling.
I'm gonna be a good boy.
You are a good Bendy. No,
You're a
no,
good
you're
boy.
not.
The bird gives you kisses. And then eats you.
No, that's just you, Spicer.
No! True.
What? What do you want it, Rosie?
Meow, mommy.
What?
Meow.
What do you wish my tiny Bendy? You little shit.
Oh, that's right. I got plenty of stuff to make cobblestone.
Why isn't my network working?
You better be able to place quicker, boy. I got an iron.
I don't want that, Aries. It's bad. It's not the. I didn't elect to that. Or consent, or whatever the word is. I'm too tired to think about.
Pick this shit up.
I don't think this is
Clean
working.
yourself up.
Meh, Mom. Meh.
Meh. I'm just a baby. I am baby. She
The
is.
little baby, Mom. Just a little baby.
Do something cool, Bendy.
Hey, it worked.
Bendy, build a thing. Why won't you build a thing? Come on.
Mm,
We had a plan,
No.
remember?
Yay.
I know.
Perform
Oh
plan.
shoot!
Increase
No,
spoil rate
leave me
by
alone! I'm trying to
200%.
make thing. I'm trying to make thing. Leave me alone.
It'll be easy.
I mean,
Easy, or
we could do that, but Barry is new at the game, so we're not going to increase the spoil rate and hunger rate to 300%.
but
Why
there's
would
Let
you want
it
to
be
do that
fun.
anyway? That's terrible.
Bendy craves
psychopaths.
punishment.
because I enjoy the game loop, and I get sad whenever you optimize your way out of the very game loop that you were playing.
It's true.
You know,
Yeah.
it's like if you enjoy playing the survival game, and then you could literally ignore the survival game for 20 hours straight.
Yeah.
You know.
Yep,
Do
yep,
we
you don't.
maybe
Star.
turn that off or something?
Turn
No,
what
no,
off?
I'm just whining.
Yeah, he's.
I said I wasn't going to, but then
Your
I did it
baby.
anyway.
Can I get in
Ruin
your
your
house,
baby.
sorry?
Yeah, Bendy, open
It's
the
scary
door.
at nighttime. Thank you.
Welcome.
Excuse me.
So.
You're going to work the
Bendy.
fields
No.
forever.
There you go.
Hello.
Oh my gosh, what is this?
It's bread.
Whoa, those are some fat stacks of rye bread. Why, thank you.
Yeah, it is rye bread
Also-
that I made with flax oil, bone broth, and wild yeast.
I
Also,
see.
you're trapped here. You're gonna be the house fairy.
I guess
You're gonna
so.
perform whimsical magic for us.
Whimsical magic.
Yay. Except
What do you
apparently
think it is to
according
do
to
some
my name, I'm a
magic?
demon.
Yeah, close enough.
Wee. Have you seen my flower field yet?
I have. It was a good flower field.
Why does the fucking 6 key not work well? I'm my old.
Because it's funny.
Wee.
Does your Twitch still say you're playing Bellatrix, or did you fix that?
I think I fixed it.
Oh, okay.
I'm tired.
Apparently Kuma's grandfather was left-handed. Did not know
left-handed.
that. But left-handedness isn't real.
Yeah, people
I'm-
cannot be left-handed. It
I'm
does
not
not
real.
exist. And anybody who tells you that people can be left-handed is actually just trying to kill you and take your blood.
I'm
I
gonna
work
make
for the
a
government.
Robinson Crusoe type mod
Yeah.
where you have a bunch of people you can configure, and you have to take
Plus
care of
zero
them because
switches.
they're injured on like some shipwreck, and if any of them die, you lose. Yeah, and like their needs grow. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Do their needs grow, Bendy? Why do they do that?
Oh, I need to go use the bathroom. Excuse
Okay.
me. I'll
So,
be
like-
back.
Okay.
Fairies needs grow.
One of my favorite game loops is progressively escalating needs, and to not lose, you have to expand your capacity faster than your demands. Like Factorio, you know.
Yeah.
If you
Hmm.
don't expand your production fast enough, them bugs gonna fucking get you.
And by expanding one's production, you expand the bugs.
Yeah, well, just make a tank and it's all
The
good.
factory must grow.
I'm sorry, I gotta give a presentation today to Congress. What are you presenting to Congress? We need to build a spider bot to deal with the bugs.
No, that's fair.
What bugs? Like just insects? Yeah.
Have you been outside?
Definitely. There's definitely not going to be Starship Troopers soon.
I would use nuclear bombs.
Legalize nuclear bombs.
Legalize nuclear bombs. I don't go anywhere without my anthrax.
It would be silly to go anywhere without your anthrax.
For
Auri.
duck hunting.
Yeah, what's up, Bendy?
Let's abandon everything and start over with nothing.
I knew you were gonna say that eventually, and
Wise.
no. We've worked
Let's-
so hard, Bendy.
I want to
Yeah,
burn it
but-
all down and do it again.
But we can go like try to live in the desert or something, or in the Arctic.
You know what? You can do that, and when you come crawling back, I'll have food here for you. Okay?
I won't come crawling back because
Because
booty
you
man.
will have died. Yes, you will have died in the weird place that you took yourself.
I mean, it's
I
not
know.
yet.
You'll have to pay escalating tax to your landlord or be killed.
Andy, no.
Why not? He demands 3 copper hoes, and then your hoe.
Aries, you can't
Who the
play.
fuck's Copper and why are they a hoe?
That's a good question. Aries, you can't play without bugs on. That's against the law.
It's against the law.
You're supposed to have adversity.
To be fair,
Crying.
the bugs suck ass.
Nah, rude, Ben.
That as soon as you get flamethrowers, the bugs become a trivial issue.
You're a trivial issue.
Not wow.
Yeah. Still trivial.
It's trivial. I say no and you cry. Oh my god, this computer has 2 gigs of memory. Wow.
2 giggle flops.
It's got as much hard drive space as I have RAM on my desktop.
Bendy, why do we play games to escape reality? Why are you attempting to impose reality?
I like game loops.
We do like game loops. We're gonna have a game loop in our game, aren't we, Bendy?
My favorite
Yeah.
cereal is Fruit Loops.
It's
You're a
gonna
fruit
be
loop.
about being a sad lesbian. No, I'm just kidding.
Nah, it's gonna be about being a happy lizard because you're just a little goober, Bendy.
Wait, I do want to make the I think I have an interesting game loop, kind of.
Yeah.
But Cult of the Lamb already did it, but I was thinking about it first, so they stole from me.
Nah, I don't think so. I feel like he just didn't get there quick enough, Bendy. You failed.
Basically, city builder slash manager with intermittent 4 ways into the wilds.
Yeah, I kind of like
Support
that
it.
idea too. We could do that.
But I was
have
the
big dwellers building a dig.
well, it was the lizard people actually, but yeah.
That too.
But the big thing was I wanted to have a board game type mechanic to it. You know how like in a lot of board games where you have to like Robinson Crusoe, like every fucking day
Hey.
something very bad happens that fucks up your plan.
Yeah,
And you have to get around it. Thank you.
you're welcome.
I played a board game like Robinson Crusoe. That shit was
You're a board game.
shit. I feel attacked.
You should attack you.
But yeah. And you can make decisions and stuff and
I do like the idea, Mindy. It sounds neat.
I like making decisions. Like my favorite thing.
I think it's a decent idea, Mindy. Nuts. Attack on Spicer. Push Spicer over.
it would
What? Why me?
Push it over.
I was thinking like one of the worst conclusions you can get is you provoke a full scale attack from the dig. And
Yeah.
if you win the game. But like that's like the most difficult outcome to win the game with.
Like that. An earnest attack by a full dig. Spooky.
Yeah. Thousands of angry worm girls who know how to fight way more than you do.
I don't know where she's
And-
going, but
You can chop them with a sword, and they're still liable to strangle you.
Noodles. Everybody likes noodles. I am noodles.
I was thinking of something a little grotesque, but in like a pitch battle, right?
Yeah.
The worms you spill themselves actually become a hazard.
They nibble.
Nibble. Also, they're really slippery, and the dwellers are just capable of not slipping on them as much. Like they're already aware that that's gonna happen.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. Caesar won a fight once because he fought with the sun behind his back.
Yeah.
That man was good at killing people. Man, he loved to kill people.
Boy, that boy sure did love to kill people.
It's funny who becomes a deranged backward warlord and who is considered a great general.
History is written by the victors, Bendy.
Yeah.
Someone can't write.
He slept with Cleopatra. She actually probably had a son. Which is nuts.
Kind of neat.
Who became Raw.
Rah!
Egyptian perfume industry is widespread, and it actually can be traced back to Cleopatra.
Yeah.
She used so much perfume that you could become rich if you could figure out how to make a great fragrance. And so lots of people tried.
What's your job? I make smells.
Make smelly smells that smell. Smelly.
She would apparently you could tell if she was in town because you would smell her ship for days before you actually saw it.
That is a potent perfume.
And that.
Welcome back.
back to Game Grub.
You love her perfume. You love doing crazy spy shit too.
What? Wait, what?
I don't know the plot either.
She snuck in, so her brother was laying siege to Caesar in an Egyptian city. And basically, he was trying to, like, take power away from her and kill Caesar. So she hired, like, some guy to hide her.
Some guy.
To hide her in a laundry sack. And he snuck her in through the port. And she joined Caesar and kind of more or less saved his life. But in exchange, her life was saved because her brother was like deadass going to fucking execute her if he was in power.
Yeah. You know about Caesar or
That's not an equivalent exchange.
Alexander?
No, it was
The
Caesar.
exchange should be if something happened to him, she becomes Caesar. That would have been a fair exchange.
Well, they exchanged something, all right.
I bet.
They after Caesar acquitted himself of the siege, she invited him to go on one of her famous Nile cruises where she cruises the whole Nile.
Yeah.
Nile cruise. What are
yeah.
we talking about here? Like, which woman is this? Is this
Cleopatra?
Cleopatra.
Cleopatra, that's what I thought. Yeah. You were like, wait,
Yeah.
Nile? Are we talking about Cleopatra?
The Nile in Egypt, the famous river in Egypt.
Yeah.
Called the Nile.
Don't pay attention to
I
him. He's a
always
little
live
shit.
in denial, so I relate to Egyptians. I'm so sorry.
Yeah. She absolutely loved to go on cruises. And they
Monster
were
now has a
powerful.
triple shot coffee. That sounds terrible for me.
Wasn't like Cleopatra like of partially Greek descent or something like that?
It's very likely.
I
Like,
think I remember
it
hearing
pisses
that.
people off, but both Rome and Egypt had rulers that were not ethnically from those lands.
I mean, there was a lot of things that happened during Egyptian history. There's a reason why there's people living in ancient Egypt, or sorry, in Egypt, well, even in ancient times, and like not speaking ancient Egyptian or knowing anything about how to read the hieroglyphics because there was a lot of rulers that and upheavals that caused people to just forget like what people did.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, history back in those days wasn't like how we like to imagine it. It's clean delineations of, oh, I'm Egyptian, oh, I'm Roman. No, it was like Romans, they cared about culture more of everything else. You could be from all the way across the world, but if you wore a toga and spoke the language and thought democracy was rad as shit, they would you could become
The reason is
you know
time
senator.
travel, Kyle.
And
Wasn't part
it-
of the Hellenization of Egypt due to Alexander the Great? He like conquered a lot of places. That's probably how that particular part happened.
oh yeah,
Or maybe
yeah,
I don't remember.
it's pretty much yes. Kind kind of hard to have a vassal state if they hate your guts. So you trick them into liking you.
Of course, Egypt was always very multicultural. I know a lot of different cultures and people want to take claim to that because they had big cool pyramids and things. It's like, wow, civilization
It's always
made
been
that.
that
But
whole
like
area was super
they had
multicultural.
they had people who back then probably built a lot of the pyramids and stuff and probably look a lot similar to the Egyptians today, though, despite the fact that there's not a lot of cultural being shared with them after,
Those
all of
dudes really
the
like their piles of
Arabization of
rocks.
their culture. But like, there's the Coptic Christians, but still, it's not like the Coptic Christians who speak ancient Egyptian. Um, even the people they descended from didn't know how to read like ancient Egyptian.
Well,
Just a
yeah.
lot of stuff was lost. A lot of stuff was lost, even in like the times of pharaohs and stuff.
Those people really knew how to make something as simple as a pile of rocks into something truly wonderful, honestly. Like the fucking gargantuan size of those things is enormous.
Yeah, it's really impressive how things just kept getting bigger and bigger when various civilizations learned how to make structures.
Well,
Huge.
of course, you had to prove you had the biggest dick of them all.
Oh no. But what if you didn't have a dick? What if you didn't have a dick at all?
Then you
You
must
pretended.
have the
Queen
most
Cleopatra.
cavernous. Oh.
The most cavernous law.
I didn't want to continue that thought, but it tracks.
It reminded me of like a comic I saw where dudes were like trying to get an operation to increase the size because there was technology to do that. So guys were just constantly trying to one up themselves, and women were like, "Fine, we're making ours bigger too."
What? They have bigger dicks than us? Bomb them. No, my poontang is the most cavernous of them all.
Slay.
Yas Queen, slay.
I mean, how? Like, I do agree that Cleopatra is like kind of shoehorned in as really like, oh, she was hot and that was it. That's all people had to say about her.
I feel
And
like that's what a lot of people have to say about a lot of like rulers they look back on that we don't have a lot of things we know about, like in Japan. Shoot, I'm dead.
Well, Cleopatra was like super objectively like super baddie. Like we know that for a fucking
Aw.
fact. Even the people who hated her fucking guts was like, man, she's an evil witch, but god damn.
Damn!
I hope I don't lose all my stuff.
I hope not.
I died, and I'm like way back up here at the base.
We're not that far. And I think it's like,
Well, last time something like this happened, I didn't manage to get all my stuff back, and it all despawned, including a bunch of copper tools that Auri gave me.
Yeah, you must run quickly. Hi, Bendy.
I'll do it again.
I know you will. Okay.
But yeah, Cleopatra, she admired Caesar, broke in, saved his life, secured her ruler's kingdom, and then fucked her crush. So she kind of won. Like, pretty rad, I guess.
The first recorded leader in Japanese history, and I know this because I'm a weeb, is like Queen Himiko, and the reason partially for that is because this was before Japan even had proper written records of their own. This was like from Chinese people who went over to Japan. And her name was Queen Himiko. And she like ruled over, what would be considered Japanese people today. There was other ethnicities that lived there that it's complicated, but anyway. They called them like the Yamato or Wa people back then. to distinguish them from like other tribes that people would call the Ainu today, but I digress. But the funny thing about that is that instead of like other stuff to Himiko, there wasn't much known. So there's just like a beauty pageant in areas where people thought that the Yamato Kingdom was, where it's basically like just a like Miss Universe, Miss Japan or whatever type beauty thing, where people try to be like Himiko. So instead of people being like, oh yeah, you're like Himiko because you're this, and this, it's like, oh yeah, you're beautiful like Himiko. In Japan today. So it's kind of similar to Cleopatra when you think about it.
That's- I heard that ancient, like super ancient, like before people, or I should say before like people that we know today lived there, that Japan used to have some kind of population of like pygmy. Maybe they were human, but like very short, at least short hominoids. And
Is that
shortly,
really the case?
I heard something like that, and then shortly
I
after,
thought some
evidence
of
of
the
human
shortest,
appearing.
earliest humans or human-like creatures, because we had like Neanderthals, and one of them was really short. I thought they were in Southeast Asia.
So
So there was one that was like super, super short.
there's over a dozen of species that all vanished mysteriously, and one of them was in Japan. And
Never
yeah,
heard about this, and I've done a lot of reading. I thought that they had like ancient Paleolithic patterns from both north and south.
well, I mean, like there was hominoids literally everywhere, so it wouldn't be a surprise if they were on Japan too. It's just they couldn't survive. There doesn't seem to be much evidence that they died out due to violence or anything. Not that we would be easily to tell that, but it just seems like they couldn't survive in a. It's hard to tell because human populations back then were so low that they couldn't really deplete the environment to drive people to starvation. So it may have been that they just weren't intelligent enough to survive some hardship, probably like some kind of ice age.
I've never really heard about this. I've watched a lot of videos about ancient like Paleolithic and Jomon Japan.
Well, you got to remember that these creatures wouldn't even be Paleolithic. They would be even earlier than that. Like this is far
They
before.
certainly have no relation to the Japanese people of today. We can tell that from haplogroup DNA.
Well, yeah, because they weren't even the same species. Like they have nothing to do with them. In fact, the people showing up there may have had something to do with them disappearing, but it's hard to tell.
And how do we know there were people even there?
You know, fossilized bones.
Bones.
Like we know that.
I've never heard of that. I've heard like Peking Man as like an ancient fossil record, but not anything about this. I thought Peking Man was found in China. That's the closest thing I know of to something like this found in ancient East Asia.
Mindy has a lot of interesting knowledge.
I have to be right back. I'm gonna be gone.
Lay it on me.
For a bit, I need to feed my cats.
Okie dokie.
Feed them. They
I'm
require
actually
you.
gonna have my be right back screen up.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, no. Why is it doing this? No, go away.
They will evaporate into goo if you don't help them.
See you all in a bit, chat.
No, you. Network ID. Oh god, I gotta enter this shit. I don't want to enter this is long.
Breaded spelt red meat. Yes. Yes!
God damn it, why is 6?
You may be wrong, but who knows?
I'm creating, Bendy, I am creating the true mark of a civilization. Deep fried
that?
food.
Oh, yes, yes.
I'll get to the point where we get easy access to energy.
No, we're going for deep fried food.
mean, it's one of the theories that why like the Italian peninsula and all that stuff got so developed was
You're a peninsula.
olives. I didn't buy
Olives are yummy.
Well, they're just such a good source of energy.
You're a source of energy. Punk.
Yeah. I kinda.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
How you doing, Tosh?
Booty meat.
Yeah, Bendy.
Yeah.
That's a Bendy.
I'm some loser, man.
No. You're a good Bendy.
Time to die.
No.
Time to perish.
No.
What I deserve is death. Don't you understand?
No.
We all deserve
Yeah.
that. That comes like later. It's like Act 4 or whatever.
Dawn of the
Dying
final
was
day.
gay.
Gay. Anyone who dies is gay.
Booty meat.
Eh.
Booty cheeks too.
Can you imagine an imaginary menagerie manager managing... Can you imagine an imaginary menagerie manager magging? That's not a word, is it? That
You
one's
had
why
such a hard, like,
managing an
your noise
imaginary
filter had
menagerie.
Your noise filter has such a hard time understanding that it kept cutting you out.
Yeah, it's whatever. Push your spicer over. Yeah,
Menagerie, babagerie.
blah 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 blah.
I'm a papagerie.
Pig. Go sleep, Spicer.
I don't wanna.
You gotta. Almost 9 o'clock. Babies need to go to bed. Point.
How dare you? You're a baby.
Nah. I'm
You're the
strong.
baby.
I'm strong. Strong, bad, powerful.
Booty meat all up on my booty cheeks.
Don't want to play no more, huh, Bendy?
No.
Does that mean you're sitting on a booty?
I don't think what I said was true.
It's okay.
But I heard something about it.
What part? What part?
I'm curious then. Find it.
Said a lot of things.
Is it the thing about the
Oh, that
different
thing.
peoples?
I got
Yeah, well, apparently,
Hmm. Uh,
apparently, well, a long time ago, me and my friend were talking about, and something about how there was a group of people living in Japan who met a very violent end, like in extreme ancient history. But you know, I'm
You're a bendy.
Gay.
Yeah, you are a little bit. Yeah.
I'm not. I'm turbo straight.
Sorry, Bendy. That's just patently incorrect.
Yeah, this is homophobia.
And you're gay.
I've never even looked at a boy before. Gross.
Gross. I would
Especially,
never look at those. Don't tell me where they're at.
especially cute twinkish cat boys. They can get it, but that's gross.
God damn it! Stop not entering sex.
Little.
No.
They suck because they won't give it to me. And they don't exist.
One day soon, maybe, Bendy. Who knows?
Genetically engineer me to have immortality and then be a twinkish cat boy. This is all I desire.
This is all I desire.
And as an American, I have this right to dream.
I had a dream.
I have a
For now.
dream where I'm not gonna continue that. I'm not gonna.
Yeah.
Oh.
Uh-huh. Go ahead, Spice. Go on.
Yo.
Yeah. Jail.
Oh. I don't wanna go to jail.
I love my pooter. All my friends are inside it.
It's true. All of your friends are inside your computer.
Yeah.
All of my friends are inside on my
Also where I
computer.
make all
too.
my money.
Also true. I like my
I was
computer.
like-
That's where all my cash is.
For 5
like my
seconds, I
computer.
thought about falling for a phishing scam.
Don't do that.
Actually, I should check. I got an email that said that my online banking account had been locked due to unusual activity, but the email address it was sent from didn't make any sense.
Just go
I
log
should
into your
just-
bank account. Find out.
Yeah, but I almost clicked it and I was like, But luckily, what saved me was I just didn't really give a shit at that very moment. So
Hell yeah.
I was just like,
Anytime
whatever.
I get one of those, I usually go log in directly and like, okay, cool, let's go find out.
Go click
I
links,
think
kids.
I think it should be legal for us to find the people making these phishing scams and then have them publicly beaten and tortured.
No, Bendy.
I agree.
Why
Huh?
not? I bet if you do that a few times, it'll stop. You know?
It's true.
Oh, I don't
Get
remember my
that
damn
man a
password.
true.
Does this not sound delicious? Fried, smoked red meat made with red currant syrup, spelt flour, salt, and like some breadcrumbs.
I don't know. I don't just mean.
It sounds like real food instead of whatever
It-
you guys have been eating.
It does. It does sound like really good food. Actual food.
No.
I'm frying actual food, Bendy, and you can't have any because you're not here.
No. Who made the fucking oil?
I did because I planted
No,
all
you
the stuff.
didn't. No, you didn't. No, you
I'm
didn't.
pretty cool. What can I say?
Get back to
I
work, Bendy. Get
planted
back to the
that.
fields. Get back to the fields where you belong and stop being up.
Oh, the fields? I thought you were doing all that. Oh,
Not
interesting.
anymore. I had to show you how to do it, and then I
Interesting.
put you in there like a little automaton, so you do what you're told.
Interesting. Interesting. Just seems like you just lied to me. Pretty typical of your kind, really.
Kind.
Yeah. Stop it, or I'll piss my pants. Is that what you want? No, rat.
Uh-huh.
Where'd that just go?
Back there. Bullies.
Rude.
The fuck?
What?
The only times that I've ever almost fallen for some of the scam bullshit that you see on the internet is when fucking the start menu makes me open up a web page or something because I accidentally typed in the wrong thing or something like that, and it opens up Edge instead of the actual web browser I use, and I'm like, wait, is this? No.
We should be allowed to at least pull one of their nails off. Alright? On TV.
On TV,
Yeah.
pay-per-view.
I only believe in that whenever it's something that I would never actually reasonably do. You know?
Yeah.
Then we can cut loose.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna cut loose on the dance floor.
Cut loose, foot loose, obtuse,
What happened to your foot? Why is it loose?
lava juice,
On that.
giant snake, birthday cake, large
Barry's
fry.
back. Everybody kill her.
No!
Oh no, why?
This was the entire plan
Dying
the
is
entire
cringe.
time.
You can't kill me. Dying is cringe.
Blobus, just use lytics.
Last you
Okay.
said my
What's
start
dying
menu
is
not
cringe.
change or whatever version is cycle. Yeah, that-
Oh no.
I would actually very much appreciate that, Blob, because I don't like Fletch Bendy's nose. I do not like modern Microsoft. There,
Microsoft can suck my ass.
I am like just barely not to the point where I am aiming to switch to Linux.
What software do you use that doesn't work on Linux?
I don't have any software that I don't use. I just don't want to do it.
I was talking to Blobus.
Oh, Linux full of myself.
Yeah,
We were
or
talking to you.
yeah.
You could
shut up.
you could probably get it to
I'm
work
sorry,
on
I'm
Linux too.
sorry.
Still talking.
Just shove it into bottles. It'll work.
I don't know if it's Adobe.
Ori,
if
read
it's
the
no.
God.
Just shove it into bottles. It'll be fine. Soundless, Bendy.
How's Half the software.
What'd you call me?
I said silence, male.
Silence, man.
Why do you get to use sexism against me? It's not fair.
Because.
Do you know how badly oppressed I really truly am?
Go work your 9 to 5, Wagey.
Whatever, you're mean.
Love you, Bendy.
No, it's too late now.
Mom, she's being my girlfriend's being mean.
Yeah, I'm gonna bully you back one day. And then you're gonna be like, wah. I don't know, I'm Bendy. Shut up.
Yeah, you wanna cry and pitch your pants? Of course
Would
you
it
are,
help?
That's what you do. No.
Oh my god.
I would if it mattered. If
It
I
doesn't,
mattered,
though.
but I don't. I know, that was my point.
No,
I just don't matter to
you.
you.
You can make points.
Comes in a fucking email or like a text. Don't click on it. Go to the website.
Click on this website, go to skiing.com.
What software are you addicted to, Blevis?
Yeah.
Does,
What
does
software
it,
are you
does it have
addicted to?
kernel anti-cheat? Or is it from a shitty company that you shouldn't be using software from anyway? Those are the two that I so far have not been able to get to work on Linux.
I wonder if you could, like, make something that would give kernel level anti-cheat something to look at that it thought was a kernel.
Well, you can, but they usually figure it out.
I mean,
Kind of a,
eventually.
It's an ongoing
I-
battle.
I use Windows, and I just use Ubuntu with WSL to have
I
Linux
don't know if I've
features.
ever heard anyone say it like that, but yeah.
Bumble.
WSL
You just,
how I got
but you
started.
literally just did though. I just did it, so you did hear it.
Yeah. Silly Spicer.
goober.
Yeah, but that
God.
was Poland.
It wouldn't though. I made a noise with my voice, and then you heard it, and then you responded to it. This is called communication.
Use bottles instead, Blob.
Yeah, I'm just kidding, by the way. I'm
Wine
kidding.
is bottles.
It's
Also,
better.
I found a better one than bottles. Lutris.
Whatever.
Bottles are awful for efficiency, though. They're big dookie buttholes.
Man, I super don't care.
You're such a mean person to me, and I love you. You just treat me like trash.
I didn't actually mean that I didn't care what you
Yes,
said, but I
yes.
meant
Yes, you
more that
did.
I don't care about the
Yes, you
efficiency.
did.
You mean Visual
Yes, you
Studio?
did. Or
Shut up, man.
I do use WSL for Visual Studios when I work with Node, because MVM just behaves fucking better on Linux.
No, it won't. But you could just use like, I mean, I don't know why you'd want to use Visual Studio on fucking Linux.
I'm not.
The
I'm
whole
running
point
a
is to get
Linux.
away from that.
I think
I'm running a Linux subsystem on Visual Studio, so I can
talking
use
about-
packages that were designed for Linux, such as NVM, and especially Node. Oh, my bad. I was like, Spicer, dude, I make money with this. Shut the
I'm
fuck
just
up.
sitting here not screaming at Bendy, and then he thinks I'm screaming at him.
I knew that was happening. I couldn't get a moment in there to say something. I was like, I'll let it play
Okay,
out.
Blevis, if you do a lot of C#, that is warranted. It's like Java, where it's like, oh, you love C#? Well, I hope you like using the IDE, because fucking hell if you're gonna write this language, like, without one.
I hate Java so fucking much. I'm sorry if you like it. I fucking
I
abhor it.
don't.
I'm
Fuck
sorry if you
Java.
like it, but you're wrong.
Java,
It's
you ever
not-
wanted to do, like, say 1,000 things to say 2 things? Boom. Java.
It's like,
Right, what?
I'm sorry I didn't capitalize this folder, Java. Please let me run it.
No!
Please. Sorry, I was like,
You can
Bro.
do VS
Bruh.
Code with C#, and like you can add on enough extensions to kind of make it like Visual Studio, but it's still like not as good. And
honestly, having my friend, he does app development for C#, like, and he's like,
God save
no,
us.
bro, just get Visual Studio. And then he showed me, and he was like, type one letter, and then press tab. And I'm like, oh, fuck, oh, okay. Oh, it actually tells you what everything does. That's kind of insane.
You're gonna hate this, but I don't do any of that. I literally code C in GNU Nano on like a terminal emulator, and that's my happy place.
Hate Spicer for that. I don't know. You said I would.
All these
Am I
modern
supposed to?
languages, just for big softies. that we can-
I use the Godot editor and I code in GD script.
You're
Oh,
very
that's
close to
some
coding
script?
in C. Yeah, it's basically C# so as far as I
I'm
understand.
baby.
What?
or
me
something very
too.
similar to it. I don't really remember.
What'd you say?
I think it uses. I think
Flasher pulls out
GD
knife.
script is based on, or at least it actually runs. I don't know. All I know is that
What are you talking about?
you can write GD. You can write C# instead of GD script if you want to, and it'll work
Yeah.
in Godot.
Okay, A, Godot's written in C++. GD script is just kind of an alternative to Python that they like rewrote because Python was too slow. And then they have a C# like side loader that can basically load and run C# as if it was like implemented the same way GD script was. It was basically a plugin. It's embedded.
You're embedded.
But they just literally embed like the entire .NET runtime in the fucking exe.
It can run.
All this nerd talk is lagging my laptop.
They should.
I bet
They
it
should.
is.
They should. They should let you write GD script and JavaScript. I'm just kidding.
You ever wonder what Python and C#?
At this rate, I'm just going to get a job as a programmer and just exclusively make all of my stuff in GD script and Godot. I'm just not going to use anything
Okay,
else.
Auri, you need to understand that there was a year at my job where that was my philosophy.
I know. I remember. I was there, Spicer. You talked to me about it
Yeah.
for hours because we had conversations about it because I was wanting to learn to code stuff. I was there,
I do everything
Spicer.
in GD script.
I was there, bro.
Look, I forget all the like tumultuous like arcs that people observe me go through, and then like completely change my mind on like a year later.
Slowly see you spiraling down the toilet bowl of becoming more and more Linux oriented and going more and more granular on the programming
From a
thing.
Windows guy.
From a Windows guy, yeah. We've been there for that
All about
whole arc.
Windows.
I just
That
don't
was
get
me.
Windows. They
I
created
hate Windows.
a perfect system and then decided to ruin it.
Literally,
Money.
my boss makes a joke out of this where, like, when I started, I was like, I don't want to deal with all these Linux machines. I'll find little mini Windows PCs and do everything on Windows. And then now I'm like, I don't want to touch Windows. Let's do a little Linux PC.
Let's do a little Linux fellow. As a
Just full
tweet.
circle. Just...
The Navy still uses Windows XP.
I mean, yeah.
Th-
There's actually a very good argument to be made for stuff like that. However,
Well, so there is an excellent argument to
Pure
be made
shit.
for it because they contract Microsoft to give XP to give their version of XP security updates. So good fucking luck figuring out what the vulnerabilities in that shit are. It's not like you can just Google it.
That's true.
So by
Kylan.
being so fucking esoteric, it actually becomes slightly secure.
It's true.
Kind of like how Apple used to be before, you know,
it was
they
trash.
dominated.
Dog shit.
So, I think...
Mm-mm.
Yeah, I do think,
Uh-oh.
actually. Shut up.
Oh shit. Hold on. Let me get my seatbelt on. I
Uh-huh.
love you.
Uh-huh, I do.
Nerd.
Come on, let me still
What
hang
a
on.
scream.
Boy kisser.
Gay.
You're all gay. Shut up.
Make the wind go
I'm
faster.
gay. I'm very gay.
Whoosh!
I'm gay in certain circumstances.
No one's allowed to be gay.
No,
Gay's illegal.
but I can't stop. What do I do?
It just keeps happening.
Well, there's a prison cell over there.
Keep happening.
Fuck. Okay, I guess I'll spend the rest of my life drawing on the prison walls. Fun.
Gay
But
art.
But you better not be drawing gay stuff.
Yeah, if you draw gay stuff, you
you
get...
can't stop me. I'm already in prison. You can't prison me twice.
No, if we see you doing that, we give you over to the Gestapo.
Yeah.
That's literally probably gonna happen at this point in the United States of America at this rate.
I got that joke from a person who makes shorts, and it was... Hi, pizza. It was a fellow making like a gay future or something like that. Shut up, Mindy. Come on. Wind, hammer.
Well, I guess for me, it was like I no longer want to feel like I don't have control over my computer, just like because it's like one of the most important things in my life, besides people. And like, I got so sick of that for Windows, and Linux provided the alternative. And also, Linux is so much nicer as a developer.
Booty
My
meat and booty
God.
balls. Sorry. I'll be
Bare
quiet.
bows.
Behold the deep
Oh.
prison
So I don't
inside
know
the
what that
prison.
is.
Yeah, like there's a with some of the moves that Microsoft is making, because it's a major company, because of course they are moving into like the co-pilot stuff and like the AI
Ugh.
things. You know, like I don't want that. I don't want that. I don't want to have that on my computer. I don't want you to force me to put in updates if I don't want to.
Do you know what's
I just
sad?
what?
Is there is a
Face.
subset of the the Microsoft development community, like the at Microsoft itself, that's actually pretty like based, like the people that made .NET, and okay, so in recent time they're porting the old MS DOS text editor called Edit, like back to modern Windows. It's really cool. There's just like a guy just working on it at Microsoft. And he wrote it 4 times. He wrote it in C, Zig, C++, and Rust, just to weigh them all and see how he felt about each one, and decided on the Rust one just because the Zig one there wasn't enough like chain of trust in Microsoft yet to like use Zig in production. But a big goal of it was he wanted to get it in the standard Windows distro. They're so picky about what goes in there that he had to make it like 200 kilobytes in order to fit it like in the image without anyone caring. So he did it in Rust so that it would be tiny. Like, that guy's a fucking boss. And he's part of the like Windows terminal team
That's
been
cool.
making a decent terminal for Windows for the last few years.
I hate PowerShell.
Yeah, I hate PowerShell too. I don't know why the fuck they made that.
What's
You ever wanted
PowerShell?
C#
Is
Lite?
that the terminal that's on Windows?
Yeah. Like, if I have to
Oh,
use a
that's
Windows
right. It's not just shell,
terminal,
it's PowerShell. I keep accidentally
If-
calling it shell.
if I had to use a shell on Windows, I just let me use command prompt, please. Like,
Yeah.
it's the one I'm used to. It
Shells
makes sense. PowerShell is so fun. Dude, okay, so like I will be in administrator privileges PowerShell, and it'll be like, you don't have permission to do that. And then I fire up command prompt, it's like, okay, boss, on it. Like, shut the fuck up, PowerShell, you bitch.
Yeah. The problem with
Do what I
PowerShell is
said.
it's so much more complicated, and like there's so much more
Yes, dude.
syntax and there's so many commands. Right? It kind of defeats the point of having a text-based like terminal. Like the reason Bash is so nice on Linux is because it's so simple. You can just like learn 10 commands, and then now you have God power because like you just understand how to put them together to do whatever you want.
Ventil, what's
Not
the
have to, like, what's the exact command to do X?
Ventil, what's the
Maybe we're
program
using-
you're using to clean up Windows? Because I might be interested.
Maybe one of the reasons that I like Bash so much is because if you know command prompt, I don't know, it just feels like if you know command prompt, you almost already know Bash.
Well, Bash is just better command prompt.
Oh, okay, there you go. Like, I like, whenever I'm in VS Code, right, if I'm wanting to be in a Linux subsystem or whatever, I run Bash. But whenever I'm whenever I'm not, I just use command prompt, and sometimes I forget which one I'm in, and I have to look. But when I'm in PowerShell, I know immediately. Anyway,
Your power
complaints.
shell.
Also the fact that command prompt has a black background and PowerShell doesn't is another reason I don't like it.
Why does that bother you?
Because I want to have the feeling of a cold dead machine.
Just use
Okay.
light mode like a normal person.
No.
Programmers don't use light mode.
They don't.
I don't care what people do. God damn.
It hurts your eyes.
I've opened up a
Does it
YouTube and it's like,
really?
I'm gonna teach you how to program, and it just opens up like fucking white ass notepad, and I'm like, what the hell?
Yeah, go for it, Ventil. You should be
But,
able to
I don't know
whisper
who
it to
you
me
are.
on Twitch PMs.
It does actually increase like eye fatigue and stuff.
Does it really? I mean, everybody tells me, ooh, light mode, so I do a lot of things in dark mode just because I share this computer. But I don't like
does-
it. I don't
That's
like
okay.
using dark mode. It makes me feel like I'm in some seedy bar.
Dark mode
It feels
good.
like I'm
CD
in some,
bar.
like, neon lighted.
Dark
I feel
mode
like I'm
good.
in like
Fairy.
Las Vegas or something.
Dark
It's
mode
like
I
good.
just-
half
Fairy.
expecting,
CD
I'm half
bar
expecting-
and Moss Isley good. Just embrace it. Embrace the seedy bar, Moss Isley,
I don't
and
like.
just crouch in your corner and do your code stuff. Don't use light mode.
The
No.
reason
I
don't
like light mode. It makes me feel
Light
like the
mode
life
isn't-
is full of sunshine and happiness.
You were meant to
And light
bring
mode
balance
makes
to
me
the
feel like
force.
I'm in cyberpunk dystopia. Dark mode does. It's like, oh yeah, life sucks. Oh, light. There's light. Sunlight. Sunlight is good. Sunlight is hope for humanity. Sunlight
I
is the
don't
source of
know.
life.
Using artificial light to trick you into thinking everything's normal and natural is pretty dystopian.
Maybe.
Huh.
I don't know. My brain is built
High
to
five,
enjoy
pizza. Nice to meet you.
the feeling of sunlight, though. That's kind of how people
So-
people work.
You're
Also,
not allowed-
on the other hand, I would say that the humans have invented and used light in every capacity that we could to extend the nighttime. And before that, our civilization was destroyed and dictated based on the sun. Like,
Yes,
we didn't
but
become in
this-
any way remotely civilized until we created our own light via fire or other means. Before
Yeah,
then,
but
we were
counterpoint,
just
we go to
we were
bed
just-
whenever it's dark.
whenever it
Also-
start.
Also, I don't do the light. I don't dislike light mode because of eye strain or anything like that. For me, it has to do with like sensory load. Like, it's usually it's easier to like focus on what you're doing if it's kind of darker around you, and having a bright light in front of you makes that harder. And then also having a bright screen in front of you like is kind of distracting in a way.
Yeah.
Like, it's nicer if there's like no sensory like pushing on me and I'm just reading.
There's also
Oh.
no
That
right or
makes
wrong
sense.
answer.
But also, if
It's the same thing in a
I
car.
like,
If you have a bright light on your HUD, it's just shining at you in the fucking dark. It's not actually hurting your vision at all. Like, there's no reflection on the window, but just having the light there constantly is distracting.
What industrialization does to a motherfucker.
That's fair, pizza.
I've got a solution to this problem.
Is it gay?
Use
Never mind.
it like paper ebooks. You know those ones where they have like a paper mode, where it's not like a bright light. It's actually just like digital paper.
I actually
some kind of
really.
dark
And
mode?
it can be white
good.
and
No,
black
shut- Vinny.
text on a white surface, and then you can use an external light to read it if
So-
you're having trouble because it's not lit up.
Pizza makes a good
Like a
point
Game
too.
Boy.
I think the main problem with stuff like that is contrast more than it is white or black or anything like that. It's the switch in between them that ends up causing you eye strain. Because like whenever I'm on my computer, and I'm on my computer a lot because I'm a you know what you're watching. I'm a streamer. If I don't have my light on and I just have my monitor on, my eyes will get tired. But if I have my light on and I'm just trying to, and I have my monitors and stuff on, then it doesn't hurt my eyes. But if I'm working in something really dark and my light is on, then it'll mess with my eyes too, make them strain and whatnot. So I
Are
think
you talking about? Oh, sorry. my bad.
contrast. Which is
Are you talking about like the e-paper displays on Kindles and stuff like that?
Yes.
That's what Harry's talking
Well,
about.
That's what I
one
am, at
one
least.
advantage of those is that they don't use LEDs,
Hmm.
and using I'm in front of a computer a lot, and so blue light fucks with me a little bit. So dark mode reduces the amount of blue light I see, because white light is interesting. It involves blues, and blues are
Oh, you
fairly
like
unnatural.
blues, huh? You don't like
So-
blues. It's a
well,
bad
blue-
genre.
Blue
So you went to- thank you.
LEDs is
Do you prefer jazz? Sorry.
I
Sorry.
prefer progressive metal.
Hey,
Yeah.
Pizza,
Oh, okay.
do you have full RGB range on your monitor enabled? Because this is
Oh.
why I don't like white mode. Is I always get monitors that have like good contrast and like brightness, and I also turn off the like reduced RGB mode. So whites are just fucking like headlights on most of my monitors. So I just don't like having them because I really like having the deep blacks, but I don't like the bright whites because they're fucking bright. That's usually what kills it for me. It's just they're too bright.
I use TV. I'm not even
And
joking.
if you have it in reduced RGB mode, like whites on blacks are gonna be harder to read because the color difference is smaller.
So
Parentheses
I
lower.
think
Big booty meat.
I've been playing Vintage Story for probably a couple of years at this point. I usually
Wow,
stream it every
okay.
once in a while. This is currently a little community server that I have going for my my beans to jump on if they want to. I think the first time I played Vintage Story was probably about like 2.5 years ago. Yeah, ish.
Domestic life simulator.
That's actually really
Pizza.
cool pizza.
Is it C# or C++? I forget which one Vintage Story is. I thought it was C#.
I know that Minecraft is Java.
Is it? Probably. I don't know. I'm just saying words. Just saying shit.
I'm gonna go check on my food real quick.
Okay.
Be right back in just a moment. I know I keep leaving.
It's
'Cause I'm
okay.
a terrible streamer.
No, you're a perfectly fine streamer. We're gonna have to click her train fairy whenever she doesn't like puts herself down.
Yeah. Oh. I should become
Oh
a
my
thirst
god, this
trap.
took so long to build. Wait, why is it building? What is
Yeah,
it
been-
building?
Is
Yeah.
it building GTK4 like it was for me last night?
No, this is a new computer. It's building Rust
I,
or something. I don't remember what I
So,
said to it.
speaking of building,
Shoot.
someone advertised something called Turbo JavaScript, which is like a compiler. It's supposed to be really quick. And so I opened up a boilerplate. So like you can run a little command and it'll give you like a very basic boilerplate, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, all right, we'll compile and run this bitch. It took whenever the compile time hit 10 seconds, I immediately fucking uninstalled it. That shit pissed me off, bro. Cause like I used what was the other one? Damn, I fucking forget what it was called. But I used another one and it was like it compiles in like 1.5 seconds, even whenever it's fairly big.
I used
And-
Turbo Pascal.
And I was like, well, see, the thing is like the whole point of it is every time you update, a file or whatever, it'll recompile, rerun, and restart, and you can see the changes. Like you don't have to like manually rerun it to see the changes. It was automatically live update. And this bitch was like wanting to take 30 seconds, and I'm like, I ain't waiting 30 seconds every time I hit Control S. Do you know how many times?
Reloading. Oh yeah, in a minute. It's like,
Bro,
oh,
it's like
man.
I
Defeats the whole
press
point of hot reloading.
Control S out of paranoia. Okay, I'm not gonna fucking wait 30 seconds. This is
30
ridiculous.
seconds? What the hell are you talking about?
I save on keystroke and I push on Control S.
No. If you press, I can. If I go to save, it's Control S, Control S, Control S, or also Control C as well. I like to spam that a lot because one time it didn't copyright and I've never forgave it. Also, booty butt meat.
That's fair, Vantil. I plan to show it to the others and whatnot, but yes, Rosie, catty key cat. I plan to show it to the others, but we may not glimpse it on stream and whatnot. But maybe.
Show it to me.
Look in our trio chat.
Why?
How's the code base pizza? Is it good? Also, what do they use for like the graphics backend?
I'm bending.
Welcome
Okay, Aries,
back.
I actually defended C# this morning, so like out of a lot of
Turn
those
in your badge
languages,
and
yeah,
gun.
it's one of the better ones. Oh really? So they like do all their own like creating a window, getting OpenGL context, or is it using Vulkan?
Yeah.
I imagine it's built as a modding API. It's basically just like a framework engine, and they build the game on top of that with the same tools.
Pretty much, like even the core
the right way to
file
do that.
spicer are literally just mod files that you can drag and drop in and out of the mod section for it.
Yeah.
It's really neat.
Yeah, it's a good thing I checked on my food.
You're my.
The water was getting pretty low boiling. It had been boiling way too long. It was getting pretty low. Not good.
There are a lot of people who know that, Vantil. I don't know if I'm one of them, because I'm still kind of a baby coder, but yeah, there's a lot of people who know what they're talking about here.
You're gonna have OpenGL for like OpenGL is like C. The standard is so open and simple that it's been implemented basically over and over again. I mean, like OpenGL is implemented on Vulkan. Like it's so easy to do. Like you're never really gonna run out of that.
You were
except
implemented
Mac,
on Vulkan.
fucking Apple. But the main thing to go to Vulkan is to optimize, because OpenGL just makes a lot of assumptions on like the graphics model and stuff, and doesn't make it easy to do a lot of optimizations.
Oh yeah, Spicer Bendy. If you look in the chat of this DM here, where we're talking, Ventiel shared something. If you wish to look at it, you can. Though, you know.
I don't know anything about it.
Fair enough.
It looks like it's a Windows debloater. Those are cool, but they break often. Like,
I like
there's a reason they
booty
keep getting made is because the previous ones get murdered
Big fat booty
or they stop working.
Enormous ass.
What on earth? Well,
You just gotta do it, Fairy.
That
you
and
just
Windows
gotta
will
get in there.
actively break updates when it detects certain things. It's really weird. Windows is very fucking like Nintendo-y when it comes to modding.
Fuck.
Yeah. No, they usually go for a couple of years, but long term they don't.
No, yeah, like Fairy. Let me say this again. Spicer has specifically and explicitly told me that if he starts talking too much and you need to say something, just talk over him, or just be like, Spicer, please be quiet.
Yeah.
that is bad. That is bad advice to give an autist like me. Don't give an autist like me that kind of advice.
Spicer, sometimes you just gotta like just like flick a grape at him.
I feel that there's an RPG that came out like what was it, like 2 years ago? How long was that? A couple years ago? It was a while ago. Outward. And my friends wanted all play together, but it was only 2 players, so I started modding it to make it multiplayer, like with extra people. And yeah, I got really involved in that community and like made a major mod. And if the company that made it wasn't in fucking Quebec, I probably would have tried to work there. I didn't want to move to Quebec though.
I heard there's Canadians there.
Yeah. Most obvious thing I could point out that I did was that the block names is center aligned instead of left aligned to the box at the top of the screen. If it has an info, it makes it wider than the name. Huh. Little bugs like that. I like that.
Yeah.
Looks fantastic.
There's always so much polish that has to be done in that stuff. It's crazy.
Ori, I'm being meanie.
I know you are, and you are the perfect
Lame.
example of the silly femboy coder catboy.
Whatever. Fucking nerd.
What?
too-
You against being a femboy?
Nice.
Is no question mark? I'm Bendy.
That's a really fun way to start. Like, have you had jobs before this, pizza? Programming?
I remember that pizza.
Oh, nice. Okay, so yeah, that's a really good way to like get into stuff, and like get started. Okay, yeah. As a career though,
I
that's
should.
a fun first career. My third grade talent was HTML. That's a meme, but
I was my first programming language was
that's
Scratch.
awesome.
I made a
what?
game
I
in
sadly
Scratch.
didn't have computers till later.
What is that?
What is Scratch? Or is that
It's
just like, oh, I made it from scratch? You made it from binary.
It's a
No.
language from scratch.
I mean, I don't know if it's necessarily fair to call it a language, but anyway, it's basically this GUI where you can like take logic blocks and plug them in together, and it flows into one another. And it's a way to introduce kids
Visual
into
programming.
yeah,
It's like a-
introduces kids to the concepts. We were supposed to make a movie with it, but I made a game with multiple levels and stuff to flex, and this is how sad I was. I wouldn't go to recess because I had to go to the library to work on my game.
Got me
That's
beat.
adorable.
I'm 29.
No,
No, it is pretty adorable actually.
no.
You guys are all coders a long time. I'm just now kind of learning it. Like,
not-
Yeah,
I
same
haven't
here.
really been a coder a long time. I've like touched it several times, like after teenage years, but. I didn't
oh
really
yeah, I
do it
forgot.
for the
Spice was a
last,
financial
5
main.
years.
I'm afraid of not being able to find a job in the industry and not being able to conduct my stuff.
I wish you the best with finding a job.
Thanks.
I think you'll do fine, Mindy.
You still with the crazy ass fucking boot camp thing?
No, I graduated that thing. I'm looking for my job now. But
You still have to
Bad.
pay that thing? Because that thing was crazy to me.
well, so I don't pay anything until I get a job, and then it's what they do is
That's
it's
cool, pizza.
15% of your paycheck for X amount of years, or it's just some maximum amount. And so if you get the minimum qualifying job, you'll pay the same amount as if
Check
you
out
had
my
paid in
food
full. But if somehow or another, if you land like $150,000 per year job somehow, you'll end up paying twice what you would have paid in full. But I don't care about that system because if I land $150,000 job, they
Yeah, I was gonna say
can.
you're not gonna care. That's kind of the whole point of the system.
Yeah.
What were you saying, Barry?
I'm gonna go check out my food again.
Okay,
I think I hear a boiling.
okay.
You hear a boy?
Boiling.
Is he cute?
Don't get excited, Mindy.
What? I'm not. I am.
Gay.
I love being strictly heterosexual. Don't go silent
Pizza,
on me.
that's really awesome.
It is. I
I went to college, but I did not study programming, sadly. I wasted a lot of time doing finance. And then I realized I didn't want to fucking do that shit.
The first formal language I would learn in college was C++.
Classic.
And then they teach us all this shit, and then they're like, and so now we're going to introduce this new language called JavaScript. And I'm like, this shit is so fucking different. What the fuck?
This is weird.
And then JavaScript ended up being, I would say, maybe 40% of all the code I've ever written has been in JavaScript, but the majority of code I've written professionally has been in PHP. Mostly just server shit.
you're a PHP.
I like writing requests in PHP because you have to install no nothing extra.
Yeah, PHP is really nice because it's self-contained. Unlike Node.
Oh, I
where it's
remember
like, oh,
ActionScript.
don't worry, guys. I'm gonna go to coffee break while this resolves 12,000 NPM dependencies.
To be fair, I've actually not had any problems working with Node like that. Like, it's like, yeah, do you have?
Better.
Well, MVM has pretty much solved all that shit. It is probably the most reliable fucking dependency manager I've ever used. Like, I just fucking run the bitch once and never ever have to worry about it again.
Yeah.
And
And I think in my experience, Rust is like the best package manager there is.
I haven't used it.
It's crazy.
Either way, I will say looking into Node modules and seeing 800 items is kind of shocking.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. No, Rust is. That's why I stopped doing Rust. I was like, I want to make a web app, and then I like installed a library to make a web app, and then I was like, oh, I should just delete the cache, and then I deleted it, and it was like deleting 18 gigabytes of dependencies in caching. I'm
shit.
like, what the fuck?
What the hell?
Yep.
Okay, I think I'm done with Rust. I don't want whatever that like. It had to delete like 3,000 dependencies. I'm like, what the fuck? Why? Anyway, I'm gonna go code C with like 2 dependencies at most.
To be fair, like with Node, I mean a lot of that is made available to you, but you don't necessarily have to include it in your project.
Well,
Right.
the problem is you'll be like, I want this one library. Like, so this is the problem that always happens with this stuff. If you're like, oh, you don't have to do it. Or like in C++, you don't have to use the abstractions. I'm like, yeah, but then I want to use one thing, and now that thing has leaked everywhere. Like, oh, I want to use this little Rust dependency. Anyway, it installs 800 other tiny little dependencies for some fucking reason, because this guy can't just write code. It has to use all 800 other people's code. Like, my god. It's kind of why I hate package managers now, because I'm like, oh good, they automated dependency hell. So I can have lots of fun with dependency hell.
I like PHP.
Yes, the dev for RainWorld, Vantil. That is, I love how the RainWorld devs did their stuff. That is like an aspiration. I want them. So Bendy and I, the cat
Ass.
boy on the far left there,
Shut up.
we're working on a video game,
Rainbow
and
phase.
that's kind of the sort of thing that I want to channel. Like, I love RainWorld, and we have a lot of cool biology stuff that we can include. It'll be neat.
Blubus, I wish I enjoyed C Sharp's package manager because I have to deal with it at work. I have never once in my life had a good experience from the C Sharp package, like NuGet. It drives me fucking nuts. I don't know, you like touch one thing and then now it doesn't build and now you gotta like slap it different ways until it starts working again. I don't know why, but I've had so many horrible experiences.
So right now, Pizza, because I am not an experienced coder. The first coded language that I've really messed with has been GD script and Godot and whatnot. I tried Lua a little bit, but we side graded. We side graded to GD script to try and do that sort of thing.
Can't stand Lua, bro.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't mind Lua. It's just God damn the 2D fucking library we tried to use. God almighty knows.
So
And
right now, what we're trying to make with it, Pizza, is probably like a little Metroidvania-esque 2D side scroller. Something simple for my first project because I am Babby.
no one's ever made such a game before.
Yeah.
No one. We're the first people to ever attempt
Yep.
an indie Metrovania like.
Yep.
I bet if you look on Steam, you won't even find one example of such a game existing.
You're getting censored again, Ventil.
Yeah.
Censored by the man.
Also,
Oh.
shark lungs, I see you. I feel you.
Hey, booty sex.
C Sharp, yeah, me and C Sharp is like a long history. My dad wrote it a lot for HP. And like, I just ended up using it a lot, and I kind of hate the fact that I did end up using it a lot.
No.
And a lot of games use
No,
it,
more
and
wind.
modding them.
Wind!
I'm back,
My
I'm
work.
alive.
And all the other
Unfortunately.
programmers at my work use it.
Pizza, why has the wind stopped?
So, Blobus, the thing I ran into with the C Sharp package manager is it's really not very, it's kind of fragile. So when people do crazy fucking nonsense with it, or
Okay.
like don't set up a Git correctly or whatever, it just explodes and is a horrible experience. And trying to like put packages together or put projects together or update projects from the old
Your project.
packages.json or whatever to the new one and all that stuff, it's such a fucking mess because it has so much legacy that they didn't handle very well.
He's getting better.
Dark Legacy. I learned PHP in a week by Googling it on the job.
PHP has the best keyword of any language, explode.
Explode. You also have my favorite is die.
Yeah. PHP. Have you ever wanted like Erlang but a scripting language? Boom. PHP.
I was
So
so
what you're saying
fucking
is that
sad.
PHP is a language where you make things explode and you tell people to die.
Kinda, yeah.
Well, so it's PHP drives some of the best websites out there. So yes, which is kind of crazy actually. Like WordPress, as much as I fucking hate that platform, is PHP.
Yeah. It's also
I
like
hate-
80% of all
hate
websites on the internet.
WordPress so much.
VV, get
Why
out of
do you
here
hate
with your
WordPress?
fucking your ISO langs, all right?
I hate WordPress. You know what I also hate? I hate OpenCart.
What about
My
Shrine?
first
What do you dislike
job-
about WordPress? That's just a blogging website, right?
I
It's a
hate trying to
platform.
fucking customize that bitch.
WordPress is a
Um,
platform for making websites. It can do all kinds of shit.
I don't
Um,
mind. I don't.
Most websites are made in it.
I just.
No, VB. No.
I just hate.
Get out of
I
here.
just
Great
hate
thought.
having to like look up how I don't know. I just don't like it. I don't. Also, okay, my first job, Spicer, they had us making a fork of OpenCart. Do you know what OpenCart is? If you bought It's shitty, is what
I
it is.
imagine I know what it is, but I've never messed with it.
It's an open source e-commerce platform.
Yeah. That's
And
what I thought it was.
my God, working with that is such agony to do anything.
If there's
Anything.
anything you need to learn is that any financial web service that exists is dog shit and very breakable, like Stripe.
Well, that's because the
doesn't make
managers
me
who
feel
run
happy.
financial services are easy to trick. I'm like, nah, boss, it's fine. Don't worry about it. I don't feel like doing that.
Spicer,
I'm joking.
why you gotta mention Stripe? Because that's.
Booty meat.
Someone said Stripe or
Yeah.
Stripe.
I don't think I know
Stripe.
what IBCM is.
Oh, I was like guilty ear. You're talking
mean-
guilty ear.
Maybe.
Guilty
I don't know.
ear.
I don't know that name.
something ICBM. Spicer, speak up more loudly. You're quiet
Yeah.
to the creatures.
I'm trying. Let me
Louder!
check my
You're at 200% volume on my end, so.
Mom said I was
also had to turn
artistic.
Spicer up a bit.
You are, Bendy.
What about now?
No change.
Stop being nice to me, by the
Cool.
way.
I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, it worked.
That shit's strictly not allowed.
Input.
Yeah, you can't be nice to me. You have to
Oh,
be.
boy.
You have to be like
Source.
alluringly
Boy.
mean.
Volume.
Oh. Oh.
Auri's a nerd, and she's kind of funny, but kind of a, you know,
Oh, I'm at 70.
you know her types.
My game just like all tabbed back into a program without me doing or telling it that, and I
Okay,
had
how
to
about
struggle
now?
to get back into what I was
It's
doing.
pizza!
to hack.
It's pizza. He's I don't know. The joke was there. It's gone.
That was weird.
I'm about to fucking
Itty bitty computing machine. Lol.
itty bitty titty committee.
Yeah. Yeah, Bendy.
No, I haven't programmed that, but I've messed with stuff
Yeah.
like that.
Itty bitty baby. Itty
Itty
bitty
bitty
boat.
titties are cute.
Oh, well, thanks. I guess that's what I have.
You're all
Yeah.
fired.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ori. I'll take it back. You know, ew, little
Which nose?
titties. No, you started it.
Spicer, talk as loud as you would if someone said Java did nothing wrong.
Java did nothing wrong. Wait. No.
When I'm bored, I
I
defend
mean,
JavaScript.
I turned up my
online.
volume. Is it better now?
Yeah, you've come in a little bit better.
This is max, so. I mean, I can add gain.
Gain.
Is it actually using? Is it using my headset? Right? Is it using my headset? Yeah, it's using my headset.
I don't know, Pizza. I don't know. I'm not sure if I believe you.
Yeah, there's a lot of. Yeah, VB. I've seen a lot of languages like that. Like a lot of virtual machines that are designed to teach that stuff.
I have a hot take.
At some point, I need to write one.
All right, shoot.
For
Oh, little better everyone listen. They've got a hot take.
cool
Saying
it off.
Java is a good language
People who
because it works
complain
on all
about
platforms is like saying
JavaScript's not
anal
being
is good
strictly
because it
typed are
works on
almost
every
certainly
body.
not using it correctly.
I mean,
You know why? It's supposed to make funny animations happen on web pages, dork.
I mean,
What are you doing where you need
Or it
TypeScript?
could be. Or it could be statically typed so that like you don't have to run it to find out it has an error.
I mean, V, in
Nah.
that context, if your goal is
Nah,
to fuck
just-
everyone, then
I'm just saying, you know,
Saying
you
Java
consider
works on
that-
every platform is right once, debug everywhere.
look, hey, if you know
What?
what, every language works everywhere if you know, install the fucking. Hey man, I'm just gonna install Windows on your system real fast. All right, look, it runs on your Mac, amazing. I mean, to be fair,
Try making a Hackintosh.
me.
I considered doing that one time, but never did, and I haven't heard of people talk about it in years, so I guess it didn't work very well.
one of my favorite hobbies is getting mad at companies for exercising their legitimate legal rights in a way I don't like. Looks at Nintendo.
listen,
you, Nintendo.
Nintendo can go
Oh yeah, fuck
suck a
Nintendo,
dick.
Seriously.
A whole
Go
dick.
fuck themselves.
I will say the whole thing where it's like if we detect okay, like first of all, I'm not so sure I believe that companies should have the right to tell you that you can't alter their machines. I don't really
I don't
believe
think
that.
anyone should not have
Right
the right.
to
You bought
repair!
a machine, you have the right to... Exactly. You
What-
paid
what I
for
think
it.
they
You're
ha-
not renting it.
I think what they have the right to do is to deny you access to their networks. You know what I mean? So if they decide, hey, you hacked your machine, we're not going to let you connect to like Xbox Live. That's fair. Fine. Whatever. You know, you don't have the right to connect to their servers, right? But like whenever they took it to where we have the right to brick your machines, they can just get fucked.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
not.
mean. Is that for the Switch too, or are they going to do that for the Switch one as well?
Switch 2. If they can do it for the Switch 1, they
Two.
probably would, but it's just a Switch 2.
You know what's hilarious about that is it's just gonna cause people to jailbreak it.
Here's the best little phrase that I've heard when it comes into stuff like this. If buying isn't owning, pirating
Crap.
isn't stealing.
Oh, bans Auri
Yeah.
for criminal thoughts.
Symmetric
Personally-
legality.
Personally, like I am of the opinion that like piracy, you know, blah blah blah, bad, whatever. Like whatever, right? Like it is as long as your enforcement is of a reasonable nature. I don't really give a shit if you enforce your intellectual rights. But like to call it stealing is so stupid. Like, oh, I got illegal ones and zeros on my machine.
You
Oh, I
wouldn't
got an
download
illegal
a
number.
car.
But you know, at the same time, like I get it. Like I'm kind of ambivalent on that on piracy, or piracy. Personally, though, I think if you're pirating abandonware, then no one has any right to complain at all.
Agree.
Like, if I want to download the original fucking file for Super Mario, they shouldn't give a shit. Now, if you pirate like a new game that just came out and they fucking nail your ass, I don't really care. You know what I mean? Like, come on, like, show a little bit of sense.
Pizza, you
let the
don't
people
have
make
to,
their money.
Like Pizza, you can hate Nintendo and like their games. Like me, Tears of the Kingdom is my favorite game of all time, and I hate Nintendo, but you know I keep letting them get away with it because they made Tears of the Kingdom. It's a love-hate relationship.
Yeah, I still really like a lot of Nintendo games. They have a brand that is hard to find the same sort of thing you get out of Nintendo elsewhere.
I'm gonna make my
Much
own
as that
Nintendo.
sucks.
Blackjack and hookers.
They're also very good at programming games.
Yeah, apparently. Satoru Iwata was a freaking genius.
Unless the game's called Pokemon.
I mean, they got Tears of the Kingdom to run on a phone. Actually, less than a phone.
Game Freak needs to step up their game, low key. Like Vindy, yeah, like Game Freak really needs to step up.
Well, I just hate their
freak.
attitude.
Game needs to step up their freak.
Yeah.
Like, I hate the way Nintendo treats their community. Like, Nintendo does
Oh, yeah.
not give a shit about their community.
The hell
Like,
is the
oh, you want
Cody?
to do a Smash tournament? Fuck you. You know, you
Yeah.
want to, like, play your older games? Fuck you.
Man,
Oh, you want to make, like, a little Metroid fan game? Yeah, sue.
They're real
Yeah,
aggressive.
that's fair.
They're
Game
real
Freak- Game
aggressive.
Freak
People
really
would
isn't
love
given a lot of
Nintendo
time.
a lot more, and we wouldn't be here bashing on Nintendo. But if they just had some fucking chill.
if they just calm the fuck down for a little bit and make Mario games and Mario Kart games, stop doing stupid shit, you will continue to make money. You will continue to print dollars with Mario's fucking face on it if you just calm the f down.
Nintendo
It
in the
won't stop.
Pokemon
background.
Pokemon games are sad because, like, on the same console, you have, like, Link's Awakening, like this awesome, like, artistically stylized game with a lot of thought put into it. And then also next to it is Pokemon Arceus, which looks like dog shit, which looks like on the
So
same
disappointing.
console
So disappointing.
They
with like the same amount of money behind it. Like, ugh.
It's amazing how they got away with it. Also, fat booty meat cheeks.
Yes, Bendy? So,
I love butt cheeks.
looping,
All right, sorry, I'll shut up.
Looping back to the you wouldn't download
What
a
the
car thing, I 100% would download a car. I agree with what you said. Yes, I would download a car. I will 100% download a car. That would be rad as shit. I
mean, yeah.
love to repair and tinker with stuff. Like I have a Roomba that's so far beyond its shelf life that it should be dead by this point. I just keep fixing it. If I had a 3D printer, just like a small one for like little tiny pissant parts, I could make all kinds of stuff. I'll fix so many things.
Or you're just gonna wear the pants. in
Mom,
this
Elf's getting
relationship.
intense again.
Yeah.
Big booty me.
True though.
All up on my pretty
That's fair,
cheeks.
pizza.
Yeah,
So
I have a
here's
thing where I'm
the-
like, I want to understand how computers work and software, and anyway, the car, I'm just gonna give it to the dealership and pay $1,000 and then not think about it. I want cargo place the end.
I do not want to engage
No
with the
further
room.
thoughts.
Also, you wouldn't
No
download
thanks, I
a
don't
car
like
doesn't make any
stuff.
sense, because, like, when you steal a car, you're depriving somebody of something that, you know, like, I have illegal ones and zeros. Ooh.
There is so I use I use my phone to like keep track of stuff that I want to try and save for and like things people have recommended to me. There's like a little tiny 3D printer and whatnot on it that I could make so much stuff. Little shit like that.
Elf getting
It's
violent.
like the
I
biggest
suppose
bottleneck that I have with a lot of things that I can fix and do things are these tiny little pissant plastic parts that are worthless. You cannot
PP
get
pant.
just that thing. And if I could just make one of them,
I
like
know, right?
pop it in there, and then
Mhm.
it works fine.
but companies have to.
No!
I saw a
I
machine
need
that
throwing stuff away.
I saw a test of a 3D house printer, and the house collapsed.
That's fair.
The
You have to
little
be
printing.
very, very, very careful with that sort of thing. But I've also seen some of those very large, like concrete 3D printers that actually work quite well. That seems cool.
Nice.
That seems like you need to be a little
Yeah,
bit.
it's just
You
the
need to
problem
ref-
is it's like as expensive as just making a house.
Yeah, you
But they're
need
better.
to refine the tech. You need to refine the tech a little bit more before you get into that sort of thing.
Also, 3D printing is that's not a good use case for it because, like,
No.
it would be cheaper and faster if you just made a mold and poured concrete into it. You know, I mean, like, here's our house mold. Now you just need 3 tons, or 3 tons, more like 10 tons of concrete.
That's like
I
that's how-
wanna resist zombies with a concrete spray gun. But anyway, go ahead.
That's how a lot of concrete structures are made, Bendy. You make like a frame out of wood or something else, and then you pour concrete in there with some rebar, and you wait for it to set, and you break off the wood, and you smooth it or whatever. That's like one of the primary methods to build with concrete.
Yeah.
I think the
Oh, well.
only reason you're seeing like a lot of the the construction stuff and whatnot with these is that there are companies wanting to phase out physical labor and like not have to pay for people. You know, as always.
Which is bad because
I don't like
you
paying
have
for
to make
people.
money.
Okay, I know how to explain my thoughts on Nintendo. Look at virtually every other AAA company. They all also charge too much money, and they all suck, but their games are also trash half the time, too. So I'm willing to say that as long as Nintendo makes good games, they can keep being Nintendo because there aren't any other AAA options anyway. If any games could be as big and polished, it might be different.
No, my opinions
I
on
just want
Nintendo
Zelda,
has
Chat.
nothing.
man.
My opinions
Or
on
is that
Nintendo
just
have
your
nothing to do
opinion?
with their games.
That was in chat. That was from chat, Barry.
My opinion on Nintendo comes from their litigious fucking nature.
And
Yeah.
I am really not doing a good job of responding to chat ends. I am so sorry.
Stop beating
I need to
yourself
do a
up, or
better
I
job,
will.
but I don't want to talk over everyone. I feel that I'm talking over everyone right now.
Talk over us. We like it.
Hey,
Also,
Barry,
we're
I
in your
think
script.
our chat's
Do
disconnected
unto
too.
others as they do to you. Oh, it
Yeah.
did.
Yeah, our chat's disconnected. Let me get that working
It
again.
did? That
Twitch.
sucks.
Amazing.
Twitch is crap. Let nobody tell you otherwise. Let me restart it.
Or VB, you can just get a PC and you can also get access to every game.
Let me accept again. So I have that.
Mhm.
I'm a
GTA
lot of
6
chat missing. Also,
may
I
not
kind
come
of
out
need
on
to go use the
PC.
bathroom again. I'm so sorry.
I have a hard time believing that.
I did make my food. My food is made. These rice noodles are delicious. So good.
Pizza,
But
trick
anyway, I have
question.
to go use the bathroom.
What's your favorite programming language? Use the bathroom. Eat your pizza. I don't know what we're talking about.
Also, my opinion on pineapple pizza is valid. I have tried it. Thank you very much.
And it's delicious.
Yeah, pizza.
No, it isn't. I don't like
It
it.
is. You're wrong, Mindy.
No, disgusting fruit splash in my mouth. Like, damn.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Texas Instruments Basic. That's funny.
Let's put some raw fucking apples on that
That's a
bitch while
cool
you're at it.
answer.
I mean, I try it. An apple pie pizza sounds delicious.
Ori,
Don't Ori me.
just be quiet, darling.
Apple
Okay.
beef
I don't
barbecue
think I
sauce is
will.
the base. What the
Big-
fuck? That sounds horrible.
That's delicious.
Big Daddy Poppy right now.
That's awesome pizza. I've had barbecue pizza and I almost threw up trying to eat it.
Oh yeah, actually, dude. The only
I
sweet
do like pineapple pizza though.
was I had cinnamon bun pizza once. It was pretty good actually.
Oh, for Fairy's chat, we may not be able to
Oh,
hear you for a bit, or like see you for a little bit, because the chat sharing thing's being a little bit goofy. My apologies.
unacceptable.
Yes, Twitch.
Yeah.
Okay, wait like 7 minutes to log in my computer. I may need to
No.
cancel that order for that battery because this keyboard is fucked.
It's Pizza Sharks. Replace the keyboard. It's Pizza Sharks. You just don't want to acknowledge that it's
I don't wanna
pizza.
I don't want to replace a whole ass laptop keyboard.
Oh, it's pizza. You know, like the Pinto was a car. You know what I mean? That's just a bad one order.
Lenovo. What the fuck is this? IdeaPad.
Hey Ori,
Yeah, what's up, homie?
100S.
why do you like pizza that makes me rich? Okay, it's not that bad. I'm joking, but
Because it's better and your taste buds are wrong.
uh-huh. Why? How do I deal with
That's
uppity
cool
elves?
pizza.
I like
sounds
that
like a lot
pizza.
of work. Trying to generate like human prose with like programming is like, oh good, that kill me.
That's actually really cool pizza. I appreciate that. Pinto bean!
Ori is a goober, and she's kind of gay.
Pushes Bendy over.
Hey, don't you dare, you stinky
Pushes Bendy
butthole.
over.
Stinky
Pushes
butthole,
Bendy over.
stinky,
There's like a
stinky
whole
buttholes.
art to doing natural language like display and understanding with like programming. It's fucking nuts. How deep
I want to
that
write
is.
code in Uwu language.
There is, in fact, a
That exists,
language for that.
probably.
You can
Yeah,
also
there is.
code in Elvish if you want to.
Yeah.
But I'm not gay.
There you are. Don't lie to these people, dude. We're on live.
I have a
Twitch.
girlfriend.
Yeah, good
That's
cover,
true.
gay wad.
Pizza, did you ever code C?
Nice beard, lol. It's been a bit.
Nice.
Whatever. He's a nerd. I'm gonna make my game in assembly. Oh well.
Oh, that's cool.
I like muds. Muds are fun. I played
You're a mud.
pushes Spicer over. Pushes plastic over.
I
too,
ain't
why
plastic. How dare you?
Not? Pushes plastic over too. Why not?
Don't make fun of me when I do that.
When I was I'm gonna be honest. When I was working my bank job, I played a lot of fucking the Lord of the Rings mud that's online.
Nice. Nerd.
Yeah.
I didn't realize Ori was gay.
Pushes B over.
You'd VNC into and program it. See, in Linux it's fun because you just SSH into someone's computer and start programming. And then you run like a shared session.
You know, every time that I think that like I'm catching up to the conversation and I'm able to like understand a little bit more about what's going on, somebody comes up with a new fucking term that I have no idea what means. What's a
SSH
telnet?
it's me.
Telnet, baby.
What's a telnet?
It's like an older internet protocol.
It sucks, wiener. No, I don't know
Alright.
that. I just said that.
It's, yeah,
What's
it's not.
SSH
It's not
mean?
used anymore.
What's
Okay,
SSH?
good. I
SSH
just
is
guessed.
secure.
Socket something.
Secure shell host. No.
Oh, yeah, whatever.
Secure shell host.
It lets
It's
you
basically
connect
a way
the
to
computers.
like.
Bendy thinking about secure socket layer.
Well,
That's true, actually.
secure. Yeah, secure socket layer.
Secure socket
Extra
layer,
protocol.
more like ha. Got him.
Naked mud.
I
Telnet is
remember
like
there
mailing
was
a letter without
mod-
an envelope. Who needs envelopes? That's just bloat.
So like there was this mod that had to be shut down because it was basically what it was is there was an AI, like actual like Chat GPT or whatever, writing
Telnet
the
is like pre-SSH.
it was writing the fucking the story for you, and it kept the story like no matter what you did, the story always came back to you killing children.
Jesus Christ.
Among other things that were unsavory.
Oh god.
And like they couldn't get it to stop.
It just wants to kill them kids.
Like I think there was one where a guy like literally entered a tavern and a kid picked his wallet and it says, "Do you want to kill him?" Which I mean, but like I get why I was,
No, V, do not let it cook. Hi, Maya. Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome into this moderately cursed conversation. It is a pleasure to see you, as always. If you
I
need
don't see
to
what the
raid,
problem is.
if you need to raid and run, please do. Go do some self-care.
How are they gonna learn? You
Hi,
do it once,
Shades.
the rest will see what happened and they won't do it
No,
again.
we do not use whoever's left learns the lesson kind of thing. Yeah, I am.
And this is why this age generation doesn't know how to act.
Shut up, Bendy.
Look, if we could just do just a few random acts of violence, would solve a lot of our problems.
Just a few random air quotes acts of violence.
Okay, yes, deliberate, but whatever.
I got deep into C in the last year, and it's become like my favorite programming language because I just love the sheer unadulterated chaos and low levelness.
Vintage Story is
Having
awesome.
to learn like operating system APIs.
Vintage Story is better than Minecraft.
Oh, well, I climb
Yeah,
back
by
to
a
an
large
absolute
margin.
hot take. A banger, some might say.
Absolutely. Welcome back, Fairy. You should be able to join our chat
Vintage Story
together.
better than Minecraft?
Vintage Story is cooler
it's an
than
actual
Minecraft.
game.
Yeah.
Because Minecraft is a game until you get diamonds, and it's not really much of a game anymore. Or you kill the dragon or whatever. Which is
I would say
boring-ass boss.
typically, I would say Vintage Story's stylistic direction is superior, in my opinion.
Well, it has a vision. Minecraft doesn't have a vision. It has a brand. That's it.
Block.
I will say, I
Minecraft
really
has
We
chicken
have
jockeys.
creepers.
That's what Minecraft have. They have chicken jockeys.
Chicken jockey.
Yeah, I know that one, Ventiel. So if you open the thing and type in not Minecraft. If you look in the upper left of our screen.
Alright, guys, I'm gonna hop off for now, okay?
Oh, yeah, Bendy.
Okay,
Thank you for
see
hanging out.
you.
You have a good night, Bendy, or else
Too.
we will
Dies.
send Burb to swoop down and acquire. Oh, damn.
Hope you had fun.
I was listing my plan.
Oh wow. Haven't gotten comments since that one that Duns did. Am I still connected to your
Type
chat?
dot
No, you are not.
Minecraft.
You should have an invite for it, though. You'll have to double check.
I pressed accept on that right before I went to the bathroom.
You will have a good time. It is inevitable.
Click it harder.
I don't see it anymore.
Ah, fuck.
Here, let me like click the one that says leave stream altogether and then try to rejoin.
Okay. Shared chat
Maybe
started.
it'll work now. Did it work?
It said shared chat started again, so somebody say
Oh,
something.
okay, nice.
No.
Not you, Spicer. Pushes over.
Sounds of several
right.
glasses breaking and a shelf falling over.
We vibe. It's good. It works.
You're a vibe. Oh yeah, my food I gotta put in the fridge.
Hi, Zeal.
Can I share
Posture
Been in this
check
chat
right
talking
on
for like
piracy?
hours.
Oh.
Yeah, you may continue to do so. Remember, you just kind of have to talk. Like if you see a gap, Fairy, you gotta fill the gap. You get it? You gotta talk.
This
So
chat
much
is a
talking,
fight.
though, like,
You cannot
like
be
the
passive.
gap is very small.
You cannot be
Like,
passive.
I'm
I
used to
understand.
waiting until
I've been
someone's, like,
fighting for my
paused
damn
for,
life
like, a
this
few
whole time.
seconds.
Fighting
What,
for my
this whole
damn life.
Patrick grinning.
The whole time,
Yes.
Fairy. You gotta do it.
Hang us.
Fight for yourself.
I gotta
Fight
fight
for
for
your
your
right.
rights. Row, fight the power.
Row,
Sorry.
fight the power.
I prefer it when people just talk over me because it means I can talk over them.
Crush
It makes it
untouchable,
easier.
break unbreakable. Whoa, fight the power.
Break the unbreakable.
Don't bring that memory back. That
Row,
was so long ago when
fight
I
the
watched that
power.
anime.
Yeah, it's
That was like the first anime I ever watched.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, it got me into anime.
You're an anime.
I watched.
Fight for your right to
I
party!
could be a cool weeb.
Nah.
We like to party, party. We like to party, party. Kill me.
Pat's the
I
zeal,
can't
pat's the
chat,
bun.
so I don't know if there's any cool stuff. There's Bun. I gotta hurry up and get back to the chat.
Yeah, you gotta grab zeal, pat him. They just did a health
Pat
check
the
for
bun.
us.
I have a lot of
already
controversial
moving
hot
around.
takes to say about piracy, if I may return to that conversation.
Sure.
I think
Do
it's
it.
a very, like,
And by that I mean
people have,
do it.
like, ooh, piracy is wrong or piracy is good. I lean towards piracy is good, but I think that it's very hard to simplify piracy because it's a very, it
Pat's
depends
bun.
sort of
Pet, pet, pet,
situation.
pet, 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 pet. Continue, Fairy. I'm testing you. Go on.
I think that people should try to give money to
Blah.
support things that they like, whether or not they are even getting a product. I mean, I think that it's good to even, like, you know, there used to be things like, gosh, it still exists. What's that crowdfunding thing called?
Kickstarter?
Kickstarter?
Yeah, Kickstarter. Like, I used to, when I had free income, I supported a bunch of games I wanted to support on Kickstarter, whether or not I was going to get the game tier. Just because I wanted to support game dev
Correct, Pizza.
for
That is-
games I wanted to do. I think the important thing is to try to give back and not just take.
So,
And I think it's a matter of there's some people who just can't afford these games, like not even just because they're like not in a position. Like if you're in Brazil, buying a lot of these game
Yep.
systems and consoles is simply out of your range.
Bad localization.
all right, so
Like I think
Pizza?
Brazilian people ought to be able to play games.
I agree with
Even
that
if
too.
that game is like way out of their money range.
110%. Pizza also brings up a really good thing too. I think that's one of the next paradigms, I think is the word for it, that Earth needs to go through. Like, hey, look, I'm an elf, I'm a VTuber. I also am the political leader of a civilization referred to as the Tyranian Federation. UBI is probably one of the next paradigms that your civilization needs to reach so that you can actually start looking beyond the ends of your own noses and hurting each other.
When you had a free moment, I just needed to ask you something.
Okay, do you want me to mute it?
Sure. I just need to know if you have a micro USB to micro USB-C extension cable. Well, micro USB-C to micro USB-C, rather.
Oh, that? Gosh, I don't know where one of those is right now.
I have
I might have one
30,
somewhere,
and I
but that
have
would take me,
one
like,
USB-A
some
to
searching.
USB-A,
It's okay.
and I
just-
cry every time I gotta find it. I gotta
I just need to know one already. Okay.
I'm really sorry.
So I will make a point.
You mind if
I
go
think
through some of these at least?
an argument that kind of
Okay, just try not to knock
overreaches
anything
and
over.
I won't go through.
gets rid of the whole piracy problem
Mhm.
and a lot of other societal issues that needs to be thought about more.
I'm gonna
Elf,
go
can you
through
remember the
this.
name of this?
Feedback.
Go ahead.
Feedback actually has a good feedback.
It's
Ooh, the Mister. Can I borrow this?
it's kind of like
Yeah, sure.
it's a form of like when you're civilly not following the laws. What's that called? There's a term. It's like civil non. It's like when you civilly are kind of like
civil
on
disobedience.
strike against some. Yeah, that I think that's what it is. Like I look at piracy as just a form of civil disobedience.
Yeah,
And it's
that
not
makes
even
lot
a
of sense.
costly one because like you're not going up to someone's store and fucking chucking fire into it. Like you're just
Molotov!
playing the game without paying them. Like you're not damaging them. Like you don't cost them money to play their game. So you're not damaging them. You're just not giving them profits. In the same way, if you abstain from going to a store,
He's becoming a
'cause
sovereign
the game
citizen.
doesn't
Get him!
have a material. Yeah, if you went to a store and stole food as a form of civil disobedience, then yeah, that's a whole other different story because you're stealing a material good. But copying ones and zeros is not. So in the end, it's a form of striking.
Arguably,
So it's
stealing
like-
Fuma is one of the only instances where I'm very much in favor of stealing. Because if someone is starving,
Yeah, I
I
think
would
most
much
people
rather
are,
them steal
actually.
food than die.
Yeah, like civil disobedience is a very important thing, and it's something that really should have become stronger in American like
I mean, it's
society in
getting a
terms of
little
our
bit
culture.
stronger as
but
we're
it really-
going now.
It has in the
Honestly,
past
you
before. It's
want
gone
a
up and
really
down.
hot take? I think this is gonna make me sound, about
you're
as
a hot
politically
take.
radical as I probably really am, but I do think that a group of people should in fact take all of the food that these companies throw away, which is actually in fact not allowed, and preserve that food and distribute it to poor
Yeah.
people.
Listen, all right,
Yeah,
all
but
right.
then they wouldn't make as much money.
Here is the
Yes,
flat.
yes, of course.
Here's a flat answer to that.
One is that
Currently,
in order to prevent that,
right
a lot
now,
of companies outright destroy their product before
or poison it.
disposing of it via crushing or burning. The other thing is some grocery stores, such as the upper Midwestern Meijer, actually do participate in programs in which some of the food they have gets donated out instead of destroyed. The problem being, though, that legally not all of their food is allowed to be distributed. Even if there's some produce that may look questionable and I would probably eat it, legally they're not allowed to distribute that even for free.
Yeah, it's because there's laws against that are lobbied by the
Exactly, Ventile.
companies
And
that
also,
don't want people
So-
to do
depending on
this.
states, things
Ventile-
like expired vegetable cans, which
Yeah.
we all know to be safe. Some are, in some states, they're considered, not safe, and in others, they're like, fine, whatever.
Ventile brings up an
I mean, it could be
interesting point too,
Montana.
and
It's a
one that I was about to
complicated
make.
case of
Currently,
the law gets in the way.
Earth civilization, not the different countries and whatnot, America, honestly, you have enough money and resources to feed and house
No.
and help every single living person on your planet. The only thing that is stopping you from doing it are the essentially bad actors in your world that love profiting off of that suffering.
Well, it's all tribalism. Most of human history has existed in a zero-sum game, and now we're starting to not do that, and having a bunch of greedy assholes that don't care about other. Because the fundamental thing that makes these problems is that if you have someone making decisions that that they don't see the effect of on other people, they're just going to make decisions that are bad for other people. Like, anytime you have 10% of the populations that makes most of the decisions for everyone else, it turns to shit. It doesn't matter how good-natured they are. They just don't even see what they're doing because it's not relevant. They're making decisions for other people. That's always how it's been.
There's
Most
also
rich people don't even know how bad poor people have it.
Yeah.
They're,
What
like,
could a
just
banana cost?
insulated from it.
$10? That's a popular
Yeah, I
joke.
know. Is the milk like $100?
Okay, so I mean, possibly Ventile, but it really wouldn't work out. The barter system would break down immediately. It's not feasible at this day and age. You need some sort of medium of
bartering never
exchange.
existed. That's like a lie.
Yeah.
Bartering has never really existed. That was a myth in early economics. It's there's not really any good evidence of it besides because the earliest evidence was the little totems or little knickknacks that trades that early tribes trade. But the more we look into that, it's more that people just kind of they gave things to each other, and mentally they each accounted for how much they've given to each other because they knew each other well because tribes were small, and those trinkets were more just gifts as a good faith thing, and you tended to not trade with people that you weren't going to see again, like travelers and stuff.
I agree,
because
Seppi.
you couldn't keep up in accounting with them. There's too many other people. But as soon as you left the tribal situation, you immediately had to develop some kind of currency to deal with people you don't know.
After the stream's over, I'll take a better look for you. Sorry.
It's okay, don't worry about it.
So, looping back a little bit to some of the stuff that Fairy brought up, one of my little aspirations that I'll try and execute if I ever end up becoming the hashtag big streamer is something that I don't know what it's called, and I don't know if there's an actual term for it, but I am calling it a garden company. So, a company that exists specifically to subsidize people taking a shot at a dream or something that they want to try and do. So if you want to try and make a game, but you literally are not going to be able to without a certain amount of resources or a certain type of resource, then that company would assist for like 5% of the profits in perpetuity. That's it. That's all it asks for. And it will pick and choose people. You put in an application and do something like that. You build it up. That is something that I kind of want to end up doing, because there are a lot of people with a lot of interesting ideas and a lot of cool things that they are able to do and would be able to do if they could just pay for it for at least a little bit of time.
I know, right? Also, they're talking about copyright, and I'm really deep in this hole.
Nah.
Yeah, Pizza's right. Most of current copyright that's really screwed us over, especially with like pharmaceuticals,
Disney.
is just fucking Disney. It's just Disney.
Yeah.
Yep.
It freaking
Fucking
is.
Disney ruining
They're
everything
the only
for
company that
everyone.
seems to be even worse than Nintendo in terms of copyright. It's like,
Yeah. So, I think copyright.
it's so bad.
I think early copyright law was good. I think a way to do it even better that would have been more in the American spirit than just the limit is that would have helped with competition a lot. Is you have that time period where you have some kind of control over it, but a rule is for during that period, if so, like let's say you get protection for this idea for like say 30 years, but if anyone uses it, you can dispute them using it, and they have to pay you a royalty that is based on the duration left. So if it's like at the very beginning, they have to pay you a very large like profit royalty, basically, to copy the idea. And the advantage of that is, if you're a large company that came with an idea and someone else is going to try and copy from you, unless you're taking too much advantage of it, and they can actually sell it for a profit despite the royalty, which keeps you in check, puts a ceiling on it, what the actual cost of the thing is. That stops big companies from like pushing around little companies that maybe have a more efficient way of doing their idea. And then the other way, flip side of that, is if you're a small company that came with an idea and a big company comes in and outscales you, it doesn't really matter. You make a shit ton of money because they're outscaling you and they're paying a huge royalty to you to basically do better than you are at scaling. So either way, the correct people benefit or get punished, depending on scale. Which is the whole point of these systems, is to protect like little people from not being able to compete with big people because they just have more leverage against them. Which is wrong. Like, you should be better off against someone because you're more efficient and are better at implementing an idea. Not because you have more money.
Agree.
Yeah, exactly, Pizza. That was the whole point. Yeah. No. Early copyright law plus like some kind of... And the idea of this royalty thing is it's enforced. Like, you can't stop someone from copying your idea. But they have to pay a royalty to do it. So it always lets people have competition.
Nintendo owns the rights to pocketable monsters. If it's a monster in your pocket, you're still stealing the idea. No one else can have a monster in their pocket. That is their trademark.
Yeah.
Agree, Pizza.
Yeah, and so that's the idea, Pizza, is if you write a book and someone else copies your book and sells it, they have to pay you a royalty. And if you both have printing presses, but they somehow have more scale or more efficiency, and they can actually sell it for cheaper or a larger scale than you, then like that's what the market wants. But they have to beat out the royalty. Like, they have to sell it cheaper and also with the royalty on top of it.
I feel like that
so they have to be really efficient to compete.
I feel like the only thing that I would add onto that to make it more acceptable to a lot of the folks that would end up arguing about it would be that in addition to the royalty as part of that, if they're going to end up copying something along those lines, they need to connect it to the actual creator as well. So, like,
oh well, yeah, that's
it's
a
book,
given.
You've got to. It's not a given, dude. You've got to actually connect it to the previous person who made it, basically.
Yeah, no, that's like basic licensing and copyright.
Having a copyright or something like in perpetuity is too much. Like, even that little company.
In perpetuity. Well, I think you should attribute the original creator of some kind, but like, Yeah. I don't think you have to like pay them or you can't do it. I also agree, pizza, but I'm more trying to hit like a middle mark. And the problem is with the whole 15 years thing, that's a surprisingly long amount of time, and there's a lot of cases where that got abused, especially with pharmaceuticals. And the idea is to like, you need to protect people, but you also need to make sure that like good, efficient economics happens, and making it so that there's a royalty there where if a big company wants to compete with you on your idea, they have to actually bring a lot to the table in terms of efficiency to warrant it.
Or they're just not going to be able to make a
And
profit.
no matter what, if someone else sells your idea, you get paid for it. Dude, our society would be dramatically different if like patents weren't a thing and like copyrights were what they were. Like it'd be nuts. The amount of like things that could have been developed more quickly.
Yeah, it's almost like it's a stupid system that's just slowing humans down.
Modern computing came from this. So early IBM and stuff like that, they're the ones who came up with the old PCIe.
He's
like,
into
cards.
ads, so he won't be able to hear you for right now.
Oh. Damn. I guess I'll shut the fuck up then. And cry.
No, it's okay.
That means you're unwanted. How dare.
I'm gonna go to the bathroom out of shame.
Push his Spicer over.
Eats elf.
Did he say he's muting himself?
No, he said eats elf. He was messing with me.
But yeah, I've gotten into law arguments and banned from a lot of websites where you're not allowed to defend piracy for whatever reason they have that as a rule. I've sacrificed my accounts on multiple forums and other websites. Just not doing anything but like defending piracy and sharing my actual feelings. And I want to make something like a video game that I'd be pouring blood, sweat, and tears and thousands of hours of my life into. And then people are like, well, what would you feel if someone pirated that? I'd be like,
cool.
I don't know. Why are they pirating it? Probably they have a legit reason to pirate what I'd done. Probably more than likely they'd have a legitimate reason to do that, so I wouldn't care.
That's a big thing too, Fantio. Companies steal and use our personal info. Like, yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Give me all your info.
Give me your informations.
You gotta stop there from being.
I'm gonna sell it for $12.
They gotta steal all your info. How else are they gonna stop more of Luigi Mansionis from being born?
Personal information about you should be copyrighted.
It could be Luigi. They gotta stop Luigi from Luigi's from existing. The only way to do that is to record and catalog your every move.
Nods at pizza. Ads over. Sorry about the ads.
I agree, pizza.
Was that
copyright.
too far?
No. Where's my blanket? Pizza, I agree with copyright. Sorry. I sometimes get them mixed up, but yeah, I agree with copyright. Like, if it's an artistic work or like, you know, it's a work of a very particular nature, then yeah, that makes sense. If it's a patent, then yeah, that should have royalties, and they should always, like, you should always have access to copying a patent. It's just you have to pay a royalty.
I also...
It shouldn't be elective.
I stand the patron and patroned person. I'm going to adopt artists, and I'm going to keep them in a nice, comfy place so that they can do art for me.
What are you, one of the old like houses that used to hole up poets?
Nice cozy art dungeon.
Yeah.
Make me art.
Elf is Gertrude Stein.
But like I would subsidize Zeal's existence if I was able to do so, simply so they could do art stuff. Yeah. They're scurrying around in the background.
I do appreciate that you want to do something that would help support artists.
Mm-hmm. And like, I will get something out of it, but I don't really care. See, I have
Keep forgetting I
a
have
a
that.
smartwatch on my wrist right now, Vantio, that's recording everything I'm saying and sending it directly to Xi Jinping.
Oh, good. I was fixing to worry that they were sending it directly to the CIA.
That's the other thing, pizza. I agree on a lot of that. Mostly we don't have kids and kids live. Yeah, no, I agree on that too. Yeah, like for copyrights, I think the old like 15 years or 20 years or whatever is not bad, or maybe even just the life of the artist. But the thing is that needs to be non-transferable. Corporations can't fucking buy copyrights. It's stupid. Like at most they can license it. But I don't think it should ever be
can't
exclusive.
use anything that this person has done or they're whoa, I got disconnected.
Yeah, I think. Oh yeah, too many errors detected.
Oh no.
I'll ping Matcha.
Am I gonna be able to get back on?
Huh?
Am I gonna be able to get back on, or is the server just messed?
Unsure.
Yeah, I agree, Pizza. Like our
Corporations
current
aren't people.
system for corporations. Yeah, our way of doing
How dare you
corporations is
dehumanize
just
these
like
corporations?
this echo of the like East India companies and stuff like that. Like that shit needs to go away.
Corporations are not people.
Patents being owned by corporations would be fine if they had the royalty thing. Because if they're misusing it, then someone else smaller and more efficient can come along and compete with them. Like that's all that needs to happen.
It's almost.
You just got to allow people to compete.
It's almost as
I
if
love
there's
how
actually.
corporations own their actors to the point that they have the exclusive right to use some of these actors' likenesses to recreate their roles after they're dead, such as Disney with Star Wars.
If corporations
That's
are people.
amazing.
If
That is so amazing.
Seffi's like, if corporations are people, then you can draw the corporations pregnant.
I mean, people draw a lot of things pregnant that aren't people.
Oh no. He looks like you can get back in.
I've been on DeviantArt. I know how it works. Why the fuck is in Hyperland my cursor like the Hyperland logo? When has this ever been a thing? What's happening? I don't. Oh.
Your cursor is the Hyperland logo?
Yeah, I'm confused, but I think I actually know what it's doing. I think it's because I don't have like Edwina installed or something.
I think I mentioned my impression or thoughts on Ubi earlier, Vantiel. It's probably one of the next big progress points for human civilization. You need to do that. There's no reason for you not to do it.
I have an old
Because
quote I
greedy
used to
people
say a
don't
lot.
want it. Because people are like, you didn't work hard for this money, you don't deserve it. Like,
Fuck
people
them
are literally
people.
trying to take away Medicaid right now. Universal basic income would be a nice extra band-aid on our economic system, along with things like Medicaid and unemployment and Medicare and Social Security and other things, SNAP program. It'd be another band-aid along with those things. That being said,
if they would
there
actually
is a huge number of people who want to take away every single one of those things because it's like, you're undeserving of a handout.
Yeah.
And I don't trust people to be anytime soon, at least not in the
Screw
United
social
States. Like,
services.
Finland tried it.
The American medical system is a fucking sham and it needs to be retooled. UBI,
Get rid of insurance.
universal basic income, and retooling the economy and whatnot to work a little bit more alongside that sort of thing would solve basically all your current problems.
Just get rid of insurance, and then make it so the hospitals can't be owned by a company that also owns the insurance. Like, insurance should be illegal. That's just bonkers.
Insurance
You
is
just put
fine.
them on the
Medical
list.
insurance.
No.
You just put 'em on
For-profit
a list.
insurance
There
should
you go.
not exist.
There you go.
Yeah,
Like,
that's gonna put
having-
you on a few lists.
Having a co-op like policy where you like mitigate risk by collecting money together, yeah, that's normal. We used to do that for thousands of years. But like For-profit insurance. No. That mathematically doesn't make any fucking sense. I make profit because I'm really good at not paying people money. Like, okay. I don't think that should be profit. You're not doing anything.
That's how our system works.
For-profit insurance has a
And then in some
niche
cases,
that can,
it's literally
that can
illegal.
work, Pizza. So for-profit insurance and whatnot can work, and it is a feasible solution to
In
a
what
lot of
case?
stuff. But not in its current state, no. Like insuring something like a yacht or a car or something
Which
like that.
state are you
No,
talking
I'm
about?
saying
California,
there is
Indiana?
forms of insurance.
Oh.
There's forms of insurance that aren't a scam. Like, just have a group policy where you guys do a pool and you mitigate risk by having the pool. You don't have to pay for it. Like, you mitigate risk by doing collective pooling of money.
Yeah. How are you going to organize that?
Those exist. They exist now.
And how are you going to pay the people?
Yes, you're going to pay people to run the
that's
thing,
an
but
insurance
that's not
company.
for profit.
That's an insurance company.
That's not an
essentially.
insurance company. An insurance company is for profit.
Okay,
And they're
fair. I
structured
think
differently.
I suppose you can make that delineation, but it's
They're structured very differently.
Well, mama's structured differently.
That and the group policy system usually has really specific rules, whereas
Yeah.
insurance fucking don't. Yeah, that's generally how it works. That's welcome to anything. Like, if there's enough of things that need risk mitigated, then there'll be a pool for it.
Yeah.
I mean, there's probably not going to be a big pool for fucking yachts, because, like, if you can own a yacht, you probably don't care.
There you are, V.
Did you say BRB?
I said exactly V.
Verb.
Dang it, there was like more clay than I needed earlier, and I was like, oh gosh, there's all this clay. I don't need all this clay right now, but that's cool.
So
now I'm like, oh gosh, I want clay. And now I
Pizza,
don't
this
see
is
it.
pizza. This is going to be really ironic, but there's a term for this. It's called "it's a yacht problem." Like, I don't think people that have the money to afford a yacht, especially because, like, the other problem is most people that like own a yacht that would want insurance on it.
Not really, Kuma.
They probably can't even afford the yacht. Like, they're probably on a big loan.
So,
like, if anything, the bank's gonna take the insurance out.
the way the Tyrrhenian Federation's economy ends up working is a hybrid of that. So we have
There
UBI.
it is.
We have UBI for all of our citizens. You're actually also provided basic necessities and whatnot as part of it as well. And we maintain what is essentially a postal service by like drones and freighter ships and whatnot that keep all this supply. It is an infinitesimal part of our production. Like, it is nothing. It may as well not exist in the great scheme of things for all that it affects every other facet of our function. Likewise, while there are things such as for-profit medical facilities and whatnot, they are their own thing and they're not very big because the state, as in the government, maintains medical facilities and maintains the health of the people and whatnot for it too. If you have something wrong with you, typically you could get treated within a day if it's something non-fatal or not an issue, and almost all of our planetary hospitals have enough space in order to treat at least half of the population at once.
Yeah.
Gosh, it
And,
is really
like,
lagging.
if you work out the economics of a lot of this stuff, like, one of the bigger problems today is we have a very, like, vampiric health system because of insurance and everything. And then on
Very
top of that, we have,
vampiric.
like, a food and car industry whose only goals is to make us not move and eat garbage. Like, that's, as cheaply as possible. And so these two things together make a huge ass problem in our economy. Like, the amount of money, like the amount of GDP that is spent on just fucking medical bills is like insane. And then on top of that, finance bills. It sucks so much out of our economy. And it's one of those things where it's like, if these two things would stop happening at the same damn time, it probably wouldn't even be that bad. But if they work together, like most of our economy can handle like most of people's needs. Like industrialization is crazy efficient, and how much energy we produce and how much material we produce. We should probably stop doing the thing where we like hire up child labor and all that stuff, maybe. But
the child's
and,
yearn
like,
for the
actually
mine.
and that's the worst thing too, is like if we actually develop other countries, like it goes really well. Like historically it has always gone really well if you just actually go into another country, help them build infrastructure and systems, and then we all profit from it. The issue is that a lot of these companies, they don't think that way. They think of, you know, profit, like short-term profit at that.
Exploit the
And
poor people.
they see resources and cheap labor to extract them, which is not really that efficient, but it makes them rich in a very simple way, because the economy just right now kind of incentivizes this short-term, immediate sort of profit creation. Versus, because the thing is, the human mind doesn't understand how to make the world better is like the issue. And like this is, so people can hate on capitalism, but it did a really good job of getting people that have no idea what the fuck is going on to do things that helped a lot of people.
Yeah.
Like based on self-interest. Like the reason Steve Jobs became a billionaire is because he organized people to make a device that everyone wanted more than fucking toilets. Like literally iPhones are more ubiquitous in the world than toilets. And so it's like he made a bunch of money because everyone wanted the thing he made because it changed their lives in a way that they appreciated. And like that's how you grow the pie. We can actually grow the pie so much now because of technology and innovation that you can become a billionaire by just growing the damn pie.
The pie can become big enough for everybody to have a big piece, it turns out.
No, you see, we're in a system where we have to force people to starve and be bombed constantly.
And like a capitalistic system can
it's
function.
a very long-term thing, pizza,
Yeah, a capitalistic system can function,
but
and it can do a lot of really good things, like Spicer was saying. It's part of the TNF stuff.
Yeah,
like it's there.
It's
just
also
not...
it's a weird paradox where like in order for you to live in a better world, the people before you had to think about the future. And so like it's kind of like a hypocritical thing where it's like you want a better world, but at the same time people today aren't willing to think about a better world like in the future. But in order for you to have had a better world, the people before you had to have thought that way. So it's like, eh. And this is actually a joke I make, like to kind of counter my like.
Getting a bunch of dropped frames.
Yes.
Like I keep getting dropped frames playing in the server. I have gotten rid of a bunch of background processes, and it's still happening.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the server is struggling for some reason. The reason it kicked us out is because it was getting a whole bunch of errors for whatever reason. So there's something out there that is fucky. And it will continue to cause us problems.
It's also annoying because like,
it's fine.
It's working well enough. I guess.
Just drop frames. It's fine. It's fine. You drop frames. Don't worry
Sorry.
about
Continue with what you were saying, Spicer.
It's also bad because most of the time, a lot of these decisions don't really make like the vast majority of people's lives worse in any tangible way. It's just that it involves like thinking and work. Like humans like to like the brain is designed in a way where it just tries to figure out the least thoughtful, lowest energy way to accomplish a goal. And right now it's push a hole into the ground, oil comes out of it, burn it, and then just sell stuff as cheap as possible. Like, and it's also like a cultural thing. Like America used to not work this way. Like America was very big on quality, long lastingness, and like all these things. Like we had very strong like values when it came to what we produced in the economy. To the point that stuff made back then is still lasting past the things made now. So it's like, yeah, it used to work that way. But like,
don't make them like they used to.
They don't.
But the thing that a big thing that changed is, so humans are very just environmentally sensitive, and the number one thing that changed, like more than other things, is our financial system. So we went from like having a pretty static amount of currency, it being gold backed, like there wasn't much lending really, and all that stuff. The interest rates were high, and so usually you had to make pretty like frugal and like thought out decisions in order to, make money, and you couldn't do things quick because it took you time to accrue funds, and it was risky if you didn't pay them back fast enough. So you
Yeah, pizza.
tended to work off your own dime more. And
3.
the problem is we're actually running into the exact same issue that happened like fucking 200, 300 years ago or whatever. So one of the big innovations that happened like in capitalism and everything is Adam Smith's, The Wealth of Nations. And literally at the time, the reason he wrote the damn book was because like England and shit was deep into mercantilism, which was basically a financial, like economic philosophy of gold is the only thing that matters. I must have all the gold. Like that's the power of the country is gold. And Adam Smith wrote the book and basically said, yeah, but all gold does is buy the collective labor of, whatever economy you spend it in. And that was such a fucking revolutionary idea to all the rich people in charge and the aristocrats that actually a lot of them started passing new policies that made it so labor had a better time, and could, be paid more and work harder and have better conditions. Like the rich asshole nobles literally like, oh, he's right. We should do things this way because we'll make more money. Like it's true because money buys material goods. And if your material goods are garbage, your money doesn't buy very much, which is the problem we run into right now. We've lost this connection between like in economics, wealth literally means material goods, like the quality and everything. It's a comprehensive term. It has a specific meaning. Money isn't wealth. Money allows you to buy wealth like at some rate. And we have disconnected those two things to the point that the inflation rate today is probably like 100 times more than what we think it is because of we started thinking of money as the measure of wealth, like literally GDP is a thing, which was stupid. That was a shitty invention. Like God, we've probably lost decades of economic innovation. Just
Nobody has food or jobs or medication, but the GDP is up. GDP is up.
Exactly.
We got that GDP.
GDP is a perfect example of no, money doesn't really matter. It's material wealth that does. So we're basically just in mercantilism, but we're doing it with fiat currency and like stock markets and shit and GDP. Like we have totally disconnected material wealth from actual money. And now like
that was weird.
And it's to the point, and like this is how backwards it is like there's some cases where they modify the way that we do GDP, or no, sorry, inflation. There's ways that we modify like inflation measurements to try to account for.
We do love you, pizza.
Like,
Pepe.
okay, so if a car was like $20,000 one year, and then a few years later it's $40,000, but it's like the same kind of like, in terms of like the range of models available, it's like still in the same place. They'll go, oh, well, it costs a lot more, but it's in the same place, like in terms of the market range of, high to low quality. But it also has a lot more features now. And like, there's innovations on it. So it should cost more. And I'm like, dude, the entire point of like our economy is that like productivity growth increases and money supply doesn't. Like, that's how the world gets better. If things just cost more and people's wages aren't going up, then you're just hiding inflation. Like, you crazy bastards.
Allow me to do
so
something.
antithetical.
Allow me to do something real quick. Points at Pizza. I believe Van Teal too. Follow me. I know that might be a little bit forward for a streamer to say that outright, but I am really enjoying these kind of conversations. Please stay around. Continue.
Why all this chat's loaded at once? What the hell just happened?
Thanks, Van Teal.
Oh, there we go. Pizza, why the fuck do you have 4 monitors?
Why wouldn't he? I have 3 now.
I wish I had room for that many monitors plugged
Stick
in
them on the
once.
wall.
I literally use 1 monitor.
I'm generally doing that recently because this is a big TV and there is not room in here for like another another screen.
I used to use more monitors, but I got tired of it because I would go to a computer that didn't have them.
If you want to, Pizza, you
Or I'd
may
work
feel
on a
free to do
laptop.
so. It would be a pleasure to see you hopping back if you want to visit us occasionally.
Yeah, I like a fellow developer.
Yeah, we have a fairly
We
high
programmers gotta
concentration
stick
of
together.
very smart
Yeah, I
people in
know.
my
Actually,
community.
it's weird.
Except me, I'm not smart.
No, you're pretty
Lies.
smart too, Gary. We've already disproved that claim. Thank you. You're pretty smart.
I've literally went to like
it took
Elf
me
and
like
was
it took y'all like 30 minutes to explain what binary was, and I still don't fully understand it. So no.
And people take classes for this sort of thing, like multiple
lie
weeks.
about it. Yeah, no, this stuff isn't easy. No, I was literally talking to Elf. Like, she scares me.
I broke all the copper tools. I'm sad. The copper tools is busted.
Do you need more tools?
Why do I have this installed?
Bring me the
I wouldn't
broken
say
ones.
no.
Bring me the broken ones.
Aw, thank you.
You're welcome. I can repair stuff too.
What the?
Yeah, I wish that that must be a mod, because on the official server, they're broken, they're gone. You don't
Yeah.
get anything back out of them.
Yeah. What tools do you need?
Yeah.
The shovel, and more importantly, the pickaxes.
Okay.
Oh, we should probably go back to the other thing.
I like that little waterfall in your house.
Thank you. All right. If you have the broken tools, go ahead and drop them.
Oh yeah.
Hi, Auri.
I will say though, a big reason I did start doing multiple monitors was because
one's back in the treasure chest. Here, I'll throw you this one.
Okay.
And rush back and get the other one. I'm so sorry.
It's fine. I'm just gonna follow you.
They're in a treasure chest.
It is like Minecraft, but not quite Minecraft, Wix. Hi, Auri. Welcome in. It is a pleasure to see you. Thank you very much for the raid. Go get a good eat and do some self-care. Be a good noodle. We hate ISPs.
The only thing...
Thank you for the follow, Pizza. Pizza, if you want
The only good thing that came out of ISPs was AT&T. No labs.
There you go,
Ice
Pizza.
Pizza? Is that what you said?
His name is Pizza.
You're a nice Pete.
Right, Vantil? I appreciate that. All right, here, take this and this and this.
Oh, thank you.
And this.
Really
And
appreciate
here's some
that.
other copper pickaxes, but they're almost.
Oh my gosh.
They're almost.
Minecraft stopped trying to
Thank
improve
you.
a
You're awesome.
long time ago.
You're awesome. Whoa, that's all my stuff. I have to go put this in the treasure chest over here.
No worries. I processed.
Oh yeah.
I processed 48
big reason I
iron
stopped
ingots.
Wow.
Oh my
that's
god.
much.
Go home.
Anyway, thank you.
It's really neat.
This doesn't look like it belongs here.
Thank
There we
you.
go. And another one.
Thank you. I can reprocess these into copper. Enjoy.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Auri.
Your inevitable debt to me only grows. Soon I will claim your soul.
That's true. That's true. Though.
Your soul is mine. Oh.
Fair. Oh, this one's almost broken too.
Steam.
Oof.
Yeah, the copper ones that I gave you are like older tools, so they don't have full durability. But if they break, just bring me back the stuff.
Right.
And
Yay.
the bronze ones should be pretty good on durability.
I mean, if you do want me to help you with anything, I will.
Maybe. I'm gearing up for something in particular, so we shall see. I'm going to try and make steel.
Oh yeah, so anyway, why was I wasting my time learning C? Probably not the best and ideal, because I should probably learn Godot, but I kind of have still stuck with it for
Godot's fun.
For reasons, I guess. Because it's fascinating.
Spicer, you are being addressed by the
what
way.
it is.
It's like I gotta catch up with the whole C thing because I'm very opinionated.
I'm very
Is-
opinionated, he says.
Oh, it's
Spice
I
World.
should probably be using Godot for what I'm trying to do. My goal is that I want to write a story about a character and an OC that I really became fond of, and I want to, you know, not just have them that be that, but I want to like write a whole world and a whole story, like a fantasy world that has some potential sci-fi origins, but it's on a ridiculous level that these alien civilizations are basically gods.
Pizza, I'm afraid
It's a whole thing, but the basic gist of it
You're a goner.
is it is a fantasy story. And I want to write a story about someone who is a succubus, is a demon, and is actually a really good person. And I wanted to write the story from the perspective in this world of good versus bad demons, basically. Some of them are going to be end up really, really good people and are going to be treated badly, sort of like tieflings are in D&D. And some of them are still bad people, and there's entire, you know, bad societies and demon lords and things like that. But that doesn't mean all demons are bad. So I wanted to write a story, a fantasy story in a fantasy world. And I suck at writing. I'm like really good at like telling. Like I can write down huge lores. I spent like one day, like 24 hours straight, just lore dumping. And telling and telling and telling all this lore about my world, and then people keep telling me, yeah, but it's kind, you need to like show rather than tell. Come on, you get to the tell part, and I like write like a few paragraphs of showing, and then I'm like, I got writer's block. I can't even come up with another sentence.
I mean, that's part of it. You just got to keep going.
So I kind of want to make an RPG to help with that. A very visual novel-esque RPG.
Oh my god.
That's my goal. I
You're
want to
normal.
make a game that is one part very, very RPG, but with so much dialogue and so much going on, it's basically going to be a visual novel. That's sort of my goal. And I need to do whatever will make that most doable. Probably Godot. Would you recommend Godot or RPG Maker? What should I do?
Godot, good.
I recommended you Godot. I recommend.
Yeah, you did.
Godot! Godot.
And then you asked
Sorry.
about C, and of course I'm not going to say no
Shoot.
to that.
That's
I'm
true.
biased.
There is part of my
I am
brain
a
that thinks that
C
is
and
pretty
evangelical.
cool. You are though.
I mean, I think there's a. So do you know the game Animal well?
I've heard of that. I want to play it. I hear it's got like a crazy plot twist, and that no one has spoiled
Oh, it's
for me yet.
it's an
Thankfully,
amazing game.
but I've not played it. I've heard of it. I've heard it's
Yeah.
really good.
It has such good game design. It's crazy. But yeah, so that game, I think his name's Billy or something. I forgot. He's got good interviews and stuff. But a big point he makes about like writing your own engine from scratch and all that stuff, like, you know, kind of doing the C++ way, is you really get to understand like what your game actually is. It's like if you make a piece of art and you don't even like, and you're using a bunch of like complex tools that you don't understand and like methods you don't understand, like all this stuff, it's like it's not quite your art in a way. And there is a craft to making games that if you just want to make the game and ignore the craft, like you can, but I think the product will be different for it, and it will not quite be the same amount of like expression of like you.
Like Minecraft pizza.
And there's
Pizza craft.
and there's so much stuff that you learn from how a game actually works, like at a deeper level, that teaches you a lot about how to make games and how your ideas should actually work. Like there's an insight that you gain from that that helps you make games at the higher level, big time. That and like it helps you make a game that's you. Like if you use an engine, it's like the Unity problem. Like you can usually know if a game's made in Unity. unless it's by a very good game developer that probably didn't even need Unity, kind of thing. Like what is it? Like Clair Obscure is like a good example of like an Unreal game that I didn't even quite realize was an Unreal game. And like Lords of the Fallen, I didn't even like if they didn't tell me it was an Unreal game, I wouldn't have guessed. And stuff like that. It's the same thing. And
so does that mean I'm better off not using an engine?
man, I don't fucking know. It's an art thing. Like it's artistic. There's no right answer. Because it's trade-offs. Like,
There's
do you
always a
just
right
want to make a
answer.
final product, and do you not want to concern yourself with like the underlying craft of what you're doing, or like, do you want to concern yourself with the underlying craft, and
Kind
figuring out
of.
how all these things work?
It's
You know, like how much of an artisan do you want to be, kind of thing. Like me, I am so fucking gung ho on like programming and the art of programming. That
You're
I
extra
go so deep.
artisanal.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No. I like when the AIs take over. I'm gonna be the guy writing organic, grass-fed, artisanal C code on like a Linux machine using fucking GNU Nano. I used to try to emulate what it was like programming like in the 80s and stuff, just to feel like how they did and the limitations they had. Like that's why I love C, because I don't have to go onto the web to look at documentation for C. In Linux, you have the man pages system, which is just basically manual pages. And the entire C and POSIX and like all the standards for it are in there. So I literally just open a terminal, type man, and then like standard io.h, and it'll just show me the documentation for standard io.h. And like I can go look at the. And so it's really nice, and I like using like Nano, and I used to use a window manager called Rat Poison that was written in like fucking 1998 or whatever.
Rat poison, huh?
Yeah, it was one of the first like, it was when mice were starting becoming a thing, and the guy didn't like them, so he made a window manager that didn't need a mouse.
Don't like the mice.
And so like literally you have one screen at first, and if you press a button, it'll open a terminal. And then if you launch something in the terminal, it'll like, go in front of it. But if you want to split the windows, like, have two windows visible at the same time instead of having to swap through them, you like press a button and it'll vertical split or like horizontal split. And now you have two places where you can put windows, and you just like swap them out. Like you like effectively alt tab. And so it's like really, but it was all with hotkeys. There's no mouse support. In fact, the default mouse cursor in that thing was like an X. And what's funny is the hotkey that you use to like start. So there wasn't, you didn't use Windows key or anything. What you would do is like if you wanted to move over to the window like to the left, and have it in focus, you would hit Control T and then left arrow. So you'd have to escape your hotkeys by hitting Control T and then you hit the hotkey. But it's funny because Control T, when you write it out, it's like there's usually a dash because it's Control. In the like binding system, it looks like cat. C-T.
There you go, it's cat that hates mice. I
Yeah,
like mice.
exactly.
They're cute.
I loved that emulate. I loved that window manager. I'm sad there isn't like a good Wayland replacement that works as well.
You're a Wayland.
You're a Wayland. Yeah, no, I used that for a while, and it was a lot of fun. I even got it. I got my terminal emulator to exactly match the style of the built-in like Linux TTY that you like boot into, the terminal that that gets booted into. So, and it got to the point where I actually couldn't tell which one I was in, and I tried to launch a graphical application in the TTY, and it like crashed. I was like, oh right, yeah, I'm in the wrong one. Whoops, switch. Go back to the actual graphical interface. Yeah, I loved. I use Hyperland now because it's just. Wayland is such a mess that Hyperland is the only one that works well. Because the dev actually knows what he's doing and is really dedicated to getting it working.
Wait, so you're supposed to use Hyperland rather than Wayland?
No. So Wayland is kind of just a protocol for like how applications should interact with a graphical environment, and Hyperland implements it.
So what I would probably want to add to some of the stuff in the handbook pizza is maybe like not like a screenshot, but maybe some sort of like little doodle or something, kind of like the character made it in a journal for the actual layout of the thing. So like steel making, you got 3x2 floor grading. In the middle of it, place both stone coffin
Wow.
sections and in opposing directions. Maybe like at the bottom, a thing detailing that and showing what you're actually trying to make. Borax.
Open RCT 2. I feel like I've heard of Open RCT 2.
I got some slaked lime, but I don't
Yeah,
think
custom
I have
engines
too
are.
much lime.
I've seen the game Banished Pizza. Yeah, no, I love old custom engines. There's so much cool stuff that they like would try and then also be just terrible at. It's so funny. Also Shark Lungs. Yeah, I did awesome early on. I learned pretty quickly I really don't like configuring shit with Lua. I prefer really simplistic config files, which is why I really love the like GNU style RC files where it's like just kind of a series of commands that are very like shell-like. I like that, like the way you configure Nano or the way Rat Poison would be configured and stuff like that. Hyperland also has a really good one, but it's just a TOML file. It's just fancy JSON.
Where the
Rebuilt
heck
it
did I
function
put the
by
fire starter? There you
function.
are.
Oh yeah, I remember hearing about that. Yeah. No, some of those like rebuilds and stuff, like those recompilations and everything that people have made, that stuff's crazy. I'm trying to remember. There's a really legendary one that has like one of the nicest code bases out there. And I'm trying to remember what it is. Is it Age of Empires like open source rewrite? I don't remember which one it is. There's one out there that's like, or not. Can't wait till they redo all of Animal Crossing. Nice. People are crazy. Yeah. No, I love that stuff. It's cool. Yeah, I know. It's really every year I'm more depressed, Van, by that like we went to the fucking moon with nothing and now we can't even make a calculator without it being an Electron app.
An Electron app?
Yeah.
It's like I remember explaining this to you at one point. It was it's like a web browser that's like running. It's like a native application, like the Discord application is
Mega
based on
Animal
Electron.
Crossing.
Oh,
Blackjack and
everything's
hookers.
like made in like
It uses
internet Java, HTML, and stuff. Like higher level things. I gotcha.
Death to Electron, Pizza says. Also, Pizza, if you're interested...
Yeah, we're about protons in here.
Earlier, I put a little thing in the chat. You can join our Discord if you want to. You don't have to, but you can if you wish. But keep the web developers off my desktop. But Electron...
Yeah, for me, I like the web in terms of HTML and JavaScript, like vanilla, like no React, no nonsense. Because like, so at my work, I've been getting really into making web servers for different stuff, and I literally just write that shit in C, and I just like write macros and things to do all the HTML and JavaScript, and it's really fun. Like how little code I can use to make a full web app, like that has web page and everything, and it's really. I love the minimalism, and I think the web is great if you're minimalistic about it. And yeah, Electron's dog shit. There is cases where I do use a web UI as my app front end, but I do not use fucking Electron because like the problem with Electron is it's just running JavaScript. I use there's a really cool C library called WebView that lets you spin up the native web view of whatever platform you're on, so you don't have to fucking ship a web browser. It's just using like Edge View or WebKit GTK or stuff like that, or Safari or whatever. And so it's very small. It's actually tiny because it just uses the built-in, but it's not running like JavaScript for all the logic. It lets you interop between the little bit of JavaScript you put on the client and then the C running on the other side. And it's been really fun doing that to make UIs, because in the end, like native UI is just terrible. Like GTK is kind of nice, but it only really works on Linux well. Win32 only works on Windows, really, and it's annoying to program. And like, I mean, there's Qt, but I don't want to fucking deal with Qt's licensing and like the C++ code base. And so I end up just using the HTML front end, all that for the UI, because it's just the best there is right now when it comes to making like, you know, a powerful UI. And
Pure
it's not
comedy.
too slow as long as it's not a bunch of JavaScript that's running the whole damn thing.
Yeah, I kind of need the light.
I do agree that apps should adapt to the OS, but
Adapts your app.
it's so much work. And the individual platforms just make it so dog shit to do that. Like, I don't want to have to buy a Mac to develop for Mac, which is why I never develop for Mac. I do not support Mac in any way. I will never make a fucking Mac release for anything. I really dislike the Apple ecosystem and how close they are.
But you don't have the right to repair.
Yeah.
Why would you want the right to repair? You bought an iPhone because you want us to repair it.
I'm
Please
of a
don't
similar
learn how to
mind,
do
Pizza,
things
but
yourself.
like, in the end, the platforms themselves aren't even that good at their like self-integrating, and in the end, people are going to want it either way. Like, if you don't make an app, someone else will, which is like, you know, Linux. The Discord client of Linux is dog shit, so Desktop makes a
The
better
list of
one.
redeemed games is Auri. If you're on my Discord, it's in the announcements channel. Just scroll up a little bit.
Someone trying to join your server here.
I think Azori is either wanting to know the list or planning to redeem one to put on the list.
Yeah, Pizza, that's like the exact reason to buy an Apple computer. If you do not want to fuck with it in any way, and it doesn't stop you from anything you want to do, you're the perfect customer.
Or face tracking.
If you're anything other than that, it's dog shit. Ventile. Yeah, Ventile, that's a big thing right now. Like,
Night Sharks.
no one, most companies are not willing to actually spend the time and resources to optimize games like they used to. And that kind of art has been slowly killed off because everyone just fucking uses. Have a good night, Sharks.
I plan to revive
Good
it.
night,
My sea
Sharks.
brother.
I plan to revive
And everyone just
optimization,
uses Unreal
honestly.
or whatever.
I don't like not optimizing
What?
stuff. If I'm gonna make a game, it's going to be an optimized game as far as I can make it.
Alright, no Godot then.
Boost a game, Environmental Station Alpha.
No Godot, then. You gotta quit Godot.
It'll be all right. I'll
Can't
figure
code
it
in
out.
Python.
I'll figure it out.
I launched Godot. It uses 200 megabytes of memory immediately.
I do have a lot of good games on the list. All right, that goes. Whoops, to the next.
It's actually pathetic how like unoptimized fucking games are now. It's absurd.
It goes up.
And the solution? Upscaling.
Upscaling?
That's the solution. Yeah, like DLSS and shit.
I hope so,
Or
Pizza.
TAA. Looks like dog shit.
Also, hi, Everpants. I think I said
so
hello,
hate-
but
I so deeply despise the way rendering has gone. Like using deferred rendering and stuff, and all these post-process based upscalers and like anti-aliasing and stuff. It's so garbage. Yeah, Ventile. It's like games should just look worse. Like if they can't actually run and optimize, just make them look worse. But that's whatever.
that's actually really neat, especially for.
Is that 700 megabytes for 200 players? If that is, that's good. That's pretty good. If 700 megabytes is the baseline, I don't know about that. That's high.
So a game made in Python is something you consider decently optimized?
No.
There's a lot going on with this
No,
one piece of
Python is like dog shit slow.
Don't
Is
worry.
it, huh?
Don't
Okay,
worry.
okay, yeah. No, well, also, I was thinking like idle, like people weren't playing. Yeah, no. If you get a load of those, if those blocks are low, then yeah, no shit. Pizza, yeah, 400 megabytes is literally the baseline for C#. So you're good. You can't really go lower than that. that's just the you're never gonna get below that. That's just the C# runtime. Welcome to C#. I am
Here
very
someone was
obsessed with
trying
low
to
memory
talk me
usage.
out of... Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm very obsessed with memory usage. I really like it when my app uses like 5 megabytes of fucking memory to run a web server and load a page. I really enjoy that. See,
And
I don't
here
really
I
hate on
was-
C#. What?
I was
Say it.
like being talked out of C by one of my friends, just like, yeah, you're going in on the deep end. Learn Python instead. But I don't want to learn something that's not going to be well optimized. Is the thing.
Yeah.
So,
I
like,
mean,
there is an argument to be made that going for C is basically like going for a large amount of them because you're going to get a foundation that'll let you kind of sidestep
if you
to
learn
pretty much
C,
any
any
other
other
language.
language would be a cakewalk.
However,
everything uses C semantics. Like everything's built on C. Like Python's written in C, and when it wants to do things that isn't dog shit slow, guess what? You write a library in C and you bind it into Python and call it. Welcome to Python. Like everyone uses C. It's the bedrock of modern computing. Have a good night, Kyle.
Oh, Kyle.
Night,
But
Kyle.
yeah, pizza.
Oh, good night, Kyle. Sorry I hadn't responded to most of what you said in chat. I have a lot to go through.
Takes time.
Talking.
I'm so sorry. Good night, Kyle.
I think he was lurking.
Probably he was. Oh, little Yui was there. I'll miss you. Who did little Yui said I'll miss you to?
Linux is easy, they said. Raspberry Pi was kind of depending on how early you got into Raspberry Pi, that would be dog shit to do. Raspberry Pi was kind of a mess early on. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, I actually defended Python this morning. Or not Python, C#. Like, if it wasn't a Microsoft product, had a package manager that didn't blow up randomly from just misuse, like it shouldn't be that easy to break that thing. And wasn't so heavily designed around being like in an IDE. I would like Python, or I would like C# a decent amount, and like no exceptions, fucking exceptions. I hate exceptions so much. Such a shitty way. Happy path programming, such a bad idea. But other than that, like C# is impressive when you get down to it. Like it took the ease of Java and then made it actually easy because Java was terrible. And like just to point out how like it's not that memory efficient really. I mean it's about as good as you're gonna get for a runtime language with a garbage collector. It is very performant in terms of speed, like crazy so. They actually really leverage the JIT compiler in a good way, like better than most languages. And to point of fact at how good it is, the two main Switch emulators, Yuzu and Ryujinx. Yuzu is written in C++. Ryujinx is written in C#. The only reason that Ryujinx is actually slower than or than the Yuzu one is because Ryujinx explicitly tries to have accuracy over performance, whereas Yuzu will cheat a lot, which is the main benefits they have for performance is that. So if you got rid of that, it'd probably be like a 10% difference, and it's great. Like they were able to get an emulator of a modern console to work well in fucking C# because C# provides a lot of tooling to let you write really performant, like close to C native like performance.
It is actually pretty fascinating to see Spicer go. Continue, Spicer.
What? Oh.
No, you're
For exceptions, errors as values. Like, exceptions were such a terrible idea. They have performance costs. You don't know when they're gonna fucking throw. And it turns into happy path programming. Like, you just stop. You don't think about errors the way you should think about them when you want to represent the state of your program. It's really bad. I've seen so much bad code come from it. And it's not better. Like, exceptions take performance. Like, they have to literally allocate memory just to make one. Like, it's bad. Like, just return fucking like an enumeration and then maybe have like a side channel, like thread local variable to, you know, maybe get a message out or something, you know, something that you know, if they want to go through the, like, get a message about what happened, then they can go through the allocation. But other than that, don't make people allocate for exceptions every time they fucking happen. Because some code literally uses exceptions as a way to do state. Like,
You're an exception.
It's terrible. What programming even is Tron based on? I mean, based on the era, probably C. I don't really know what that question means. I only really know NREs.
It's based on like a Disney thing. It's a Disney thing. I think that they're Disney now. I think a Disney owns Tron.
I know in the no reference exception. In that case, you need to be checking for them. Like, that should be part of the error state of your program. It's just like any other exception. Pizza, that's a mood. Like, argument out of, like, what is it? Index out of bounds and no reference exception is my life. Welcome to C#. Fuck you. God, I hate that so much. The amount of, like, projects I've had to maintain that's just like, user clicks a button, prompt comes up, says no reference exception, and doesn't even tell you where in the fucking code. It just says the function. Like, why is that error message so bad? Yet it's the default. And then I have to fucking figure out what happened. It's,
Conjunction.
Oh, you guys don't have nullability on? That
sucks. I'm glad you remember that.
Yeah. Nullability was such a good change, like, for C#. So that's good you guys are doing that. That was a very nice thing they added. There's another language that, yeah, I mean, welcome to Java. I hate Java so much. Like, why did Java have to come into being? It just ruined like 2 generations of programming.
That's fine.
Dude, Pizza, I'm still on like .NET 4.7 or whatever and like 8 on so much stuff. I hate it. Because all of the code bases at work are like there, and it's probably never going to go past that because we use a bunch of like old like Win32 stuff of like Dev Express and like UI stuff. Yeah. No, the newer .NETs are really good. They've been doing good work. I think the language is becoming a little like rusty, where it's just so many fucking features. But I will say, at least they're just convenience features or performance features. It's not like C++, where it's like, anyway, we added virtual like constructors, and we added like 5 new ways of doing the same damn thing differently, like, and totally new abstractions. Like, it's most of the time when C# adds something, it's just like a convenience or like a performance thing, like adding more support for different types of records and stuff. Yeah, .NET, the later .NETs are better platform support. Nice. I will say I do hate how fast it moves. It's I don't like technology that changes like that all the time. It's really annoying.
Change.
That's why I like C. It changes once every like 10 years.
Change.
And then it takes another 10 years for it to get implemented. I'm still waiting on fucking the latest GCC compiler to come out that supports embedding files.
Change.
I want that. I want to use CMake to
You're an
do that.
embedded file.
Thing dot stuff
I don't know why that
equals
keeps
thing.
making me laugh.
Yeah. C# has added a lot of good syntax for null checking and stuff. It's really nice. It's a lot of. It reminds me of Rust. Honestly, Pizza, have you done Rust?
Your pizza.
I'm curious.
He's getting better at ignoring that.
If you haven't, I would. If you haven't, I would try it. You might like if you like C# at all, and you want something that's like really. Oh. Yeah, you did say you did it as a hobby. Well, if you want to go deep, Rust is an interesting adventure. I went on that adventure. Fair. I hate it, but it's mostly because I have to maintain like a what I call a go horse code base, where the guy did not think about stuff very much, and I'm maintaining it. Thankfully, I've got a badass Russian programmer helping me. Hey, same pizza. I like low level. Yeah, I agree. Like, the whole reason I do C is because it's basically the language of the gods when it comes to machines. Like, everything's just written in it. So, like, there's other languages that I am interested in. Like, Zig is a really cool programming language.
That's a programming
that I
language?
think
I
has
thought
a
it was
really-
just a compiler you gave me.
No, it's a programming language too. It's very unique in that it's designed to replace C, but it has very, very good support for C to the point that it's the easiest C compiler to use.
Huh.
Add.
Ad break.
Well, there's an ad break on your stream, Auri.
Yeah.
Vifs, are you in an ad break?
Oh, is Vixen?
Yeah,
Vifs
Vantio,
is here.
I'm not too
That's what
happy
you're
about the
talking
whole
about.
AI thing
Talking
either.
to his Vifs.
Okay.
Hey, Vifs.
Server's
I don't know
restarting in a minute.
Like, I don't know your opinions on Rust, but it is an interesting journey, whether you like it or not, kind of thing. It's a very different way of doing programming, and it can teach you a lot
You're a
about
different
what
way
you
of
do
doing
and don't
programming.
like. I ended up really fucking bouncing off Rust, but it was a very fun journey, and it like gave me another perspective, which I think is really important when like doing this kind of stuff, is seeing like how other people do things in the other like cultures and
30
arts of,
seconds.
like, programming. Personally, if I think if AI keeps going the way it's going to go, it's basically going to be a giant like skill and knowledge collapse that will probably
It's gonna
cost us
be a
few
bubble
decades.
that bursts, and then there will be a lot of programmer jobs to fix all of those incredible problems.
Yeah. I don't see it taking. I don't see the technology as it is. Like, I think we need another 50 years before we get anything useful.
Hey,
Yeah, they're
question
alright.
about... Frick! We got disconnected from the server!
Perry, I warned you like at 5 minutes and at like a minute.
Wah.
I told you. I warned you. I warned you, Perry. I warned you about the stairs and you can't walk it towards.
How dare you?
All right, I am going to take a quick break while
How
it's
could you have
restarting.
done this?
How could this happen to me?
What was I even talking
Like
about?
Bob.
Spicer,
I was gonna
continue
ask a
rambling to
question. I'll wait
entertain.
until she gets back.
BRB.
Okay.
Ray Harvey.
There's
Some of
uses
them
for
here.
AI in like certain fields, but a lot of what they're doing it for now is like just a bad idea.
Hey, Spicer, I got a question. If there was going to be an AI
Yeah.
that was meant to be like human level, they were trying really hard to make AGI, and they were like, well, we got an algorithm that's going to scan your brain, and you're going to be able to become like the new, be part, your memories and everything be part of the new AGI. Would you say yes or no?
I don't know. I'd have to really get into specifics of it, like what it is and how it works.
Yeah, fair guess.
I mean, to be fair, I would just like to be uploaded.
Right? I'd like to be uploaded too.
Kuma, I
Be
only
pretty
have
cool.
one computer with Java on it, and it's the fucking Minecraft server I host. The end. Only time I'm gonna install Java. AI art is like one of those things where it's just like entertainment, but it's not art.
What's entertainment but not art?
Like
Java?
it's like a fart joke. No, AI art.
Oh.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, calling it AI art is a misnomer too.
That's why
It's AI
if I
output.
become an AI, should I not make art since it wouldn't be real art? If I become an AI and replace all my brain with computery stuff, should I stop myself from making art since it wouldn't be real art? Just give
Like,
up
I
on
think
the potentiality.
God, who's the guy that said this? He's like one of the best. Stephen King. Um, like writing is magical because it's basically telepathy. Like I can sit here and describe like a white bunny on a red table with like a black top hat, you know, in like a certain configuration, and you will literally imagine that in your head. Like that is what art is this communication between two people that may not even exist in the same place or time. Like you could read a book written 1,000 years ago, and that author can be talking to you through it. Like that is what art is human communication in a way that's like not directly talking, and it's like expression to each other. And AI can't do that. It's just a gray blob of like stochastic human like output. That's all it is. And it's why I hate, like as soon as they started making AI art, I hated it because I looked at AI art and my brain automatically tries to like see the person on the other side. And every time I like looked at AI art for more than like 2 seconds, I just felt like whatever was on the other side of this is like an amorphous, disgusting like amalgamation of like human, I don't know, thoughts or whatever. It was like a gray blob, and I hate looking at AR. And it's how I immediately notice AI art is because there's just no thought in it. It's just stochastics, and it
You're
always leaves a bad
stochastic.
taste in
That's
my mouth.
another word I've heard before, but don't know exactly what
You
it
probably
means. What
heard
is
it from Spicer.
stochastic?
Probably.
No, I've heard the term because of the word stochastic terrorism.
Oh, interesting.
Oh, okay.
Define your words,
A lot
Spicer.
I
of
don't know what
people in
that
the sphere have been using the word stochastic terrorism as of late, so I'm just like, what's a stochastic terrorism? What's a stochastic? I don't know what stochastic is.
All right,
It just
so
But I
means
hear the
something
word a
that
lot.
it just means something like being random or probabilistic. And usually it means it's like modeling something kind of random.
So I think the technical is like having like a unknown or like random probability that's like a distribution or a pattern that
Yeah,
you can analyze it with like
like,
statistics and stuff. And my tracking is fucking
but
up.
it's not knowable.
But you can't predict it precisely.
Yeah, so like a term for AI is often it's a stochastic parrot. It parrots humans, but it does it in kind of a chaotic, random way. Like, or I should say, human output is random and chaotic, so it just tries to closely match it statistically. It tries to be similar without actually being the same thing.
Server should be back up, by the way. Very.
Yeah, I'm on.
Yeah,
It is still
yeah.
a laggy mess.
It's why I
but
don't.
I'm on.
I've probably talked to an AI or used it in some way maybe 4 times, and it was only when I was at the end of my fucking rope and desperate to solve a problem, and I turned to it, and I just sat there for like 10 minutes trying to get to even understand what my problem was, and then I just got fed up and just kept trying to figure it out. Because like the other reason that AI just doesn't interest me is anything it does is not something I want an AI to do. And anytime that I am desperate and want help and I can't find any help, from a human, I'll turn to the AI, and the AI will obviously not be able to help me on my really fucking niche, difficult thing. So it's like, it's just kind of pointless.
If I became an AI, would you still like me?
What is that?
So, let's make a delineation here. If you became an AI fairy, you would be a standalone, actual sentience and sapience, meaning that you would still essentially be yourself. You would just be organized in a different structure, essentially. The thing that we're referring to right now, the modern thing that's called AI isn't an AI. It's a VI. It's a virtual intelligence. It can kind of represent what an intelligence is, but it's just a bot. It's just a really complicated chat bot.
Yeah, I know. I'm just making dumb jokes.
So yes, we would still love you if you were an AI.
You're a dumb joke.
So we would still love you if you were an AI. So, job.
I couldn't resist because it seemed like the perfect time to make a "would you still like me if I was a worm" joke.
I mean, I am a worm, remember? Would you still
That's
like me if I
true.
was a worm?
It's true.
Would you still like Auri if she was a worm?
She is a worm. I like her now, so yes.
Thank you.
Oh, okay.
Hello, it's me. I am a perfectly normal
I am
elf creature.
worm-like. Why the fuck can't I install Steam?
I don't know. Because you're on Linux, that's why.
You insulted the Steam AI, and I was like, no.
Steam really likes Linux. I can't find it. It's weird.
Steam launched Steam OS recently, which is a Linux distro.
Arch Linux.
I may actually be switching to Linux soon, Vestige. Microsoft and Windows continues to piss me off. My daily driver on my laptop has been Arch Linux the entire time, and like, it's fine, it's cool. I actually like how customizable it is. It only does the things that I tell it to, even if those things that I tell it to fuck it up. But if I fuck it up, I can just be like, alright, we'll start over then. Back up the data.
I'm cool, and I know what I'm doing until I don't.
Yeah, that's basically me, yeah.
Look, like, to put it in the words of PewDiePie, Windows is like, oh, you're a little baby, you can't do anything. If you want to do that, you can't. You're a little baby. Linux is like, hand you a gun. You're God now. You can do whatever you want. Do it.
No, you want to.
PewDiePie's video on Linux was fucking unhinged and very based.
Like, you want to do it.
And he's probably going to get a lot of people to switch to Linux, which is impressive. Dude, I so wonder what would have happened if AT&T didn't fuck up Unix. And, like, would we all just be using Unix? Like, Bell Labs was so dominant.
AT&T bad.
That because like the real reason Microsoft took over was mainly because of. So it's actually ironic. AT&T was trying very hard to control their platform. And Microsoft back then didn't. They thought of their platform as open, and they were going to make money off people like building stuff on it and using it. Rather than trying to control the platform itself, which is like why Microsoft exploded, is because like there was Unix alternatives, but like the one being done by Berkeley was locked down in a fucking legal battle for like a decade with AT&T. Linux wasn't there yet because it had just started, and like all the other ones weren't there either. And then Microsoft comes around with like their dog shit thing, and then it works because it was an open platform and it worked. And they pushed it so hard that everyone bought it. Especially businesses and schools and all that. But it's like, I wonder what would have happened if they didn't do that and Microsoft didn't have that edge over AT&T. Because AT&T was a giant. And Bell Labs was like probably one of the most innovative organizations in history. Like, so much shit got invented there that we rely on today.
I'm gonna go ahead and say, Spicer, is that if it hadn't
Yeah.
been, it would have been a micro bell, and it would have been just as bad, if not worse.
Micro bell.
It would have just been
I
worse.
mean, yeah, knowing AT&T, yeah, it probably would have been worse. But no, it's just so interesting. Like, well, the thing is, it might have gotten rid of the whole split platform problem.
Nah.
Yeah, it's really true, Pizza. Like, Xerox, like, guys, look at what we did. Oh, you guys are also making an OS? Oh, that's cool. Anyway, bye. And just everyone fucking copied them.
Hey, what is that giant
Oh,
cube by
man.
your house, Ori?
Huh? That's the
What is
cube.
that giant cube by your house?
That's the cube.
There's like a giant cube there.
Yeah, it's the cube.
It's true, Pizza.
Who made it?
Cube.
But at the same time, if Unix wasn't so under control by AT&T and
Do
like
not
they
question
weren't,
the cube.
But I have to
that
know.
they
Do not
would
question the
be
cube.
built- Like, if Unix was like, if people couldn't make alternatives to Unix and stuff, like, because like that was the problem, is people wanted to make alternatives to Unix so that and stay compatible with Unix, but they literally like weren't allowed. And so like AT&T just pushed everyone out of a really good idea.
No, Vestige, we're not
which is
here for
how we got all these
communists.
splits.
We're not here for communist anything. Socialist, maybe. No
And so,
communism.
So like, what would have happened if AT&T didn't do that and Unix became an open platform? Like, it probably would have been really great because everything would have just been based on Unix, and then we would have not have all this crazy nonsense. And there would still be multiple platforms to compete with each other, but they'd be Unix. And right now, like,
Socialism.
there's not even a single Unix standard. There's two. There's Xopen
Softly
and
Pat's face.
like POSIX. There's two.
Like, there's two. Ah!
This is a Unix system. I
Like,
know this.
Shut up, Jurassic Park.
That thing was weird. That was a weird interface.
It was a plot device,
I mean,
and
well,
it
it
was
was visually
cool.
appealing.
It was a plot device, and it was cool.
Yeah, it is actually really funny that macOS is pretty like is very POSIX heavy. Linux is surprisingly not, and Windows surprisingly has like pieces of POSIX, but like not really.
What was the first Linux OS?
Jurassic Park's fantastic, Pizza.
What do you mean?
You know
You
what I
said
mean?
that, you know, and during those days with Bell Labs, you know, the Microsoft took over and the Linux was like in its infancy. So what was the first Linux
What do you mean?
kernel OS, whatever?
Oh, like distro of
Yeah.
Linux itself? Because Linux
Mhm.
and Unix are two different things.
What's two different things?
Unix and Linux are two different things.
Oh, I know that. Though I've heard that Linux is based
Yeah.
on Unix.
But
I wasn't saying that. I was saying, you know,
yeah.
during those days we were
So
talking about
so
with
are
Bell
you talking
Labs
like
and
Arch Linux
Microsoft.
and
You said that
Ubuntu?
Linux was in its infancy.
Yeah, so the GNU project had started. So
GNU.
when Unix, like when people started hating how closed off AT&T was about Unix, people started trying to split it off and like make their own kind of copies.
Gnome.
The Berkeley tried to make their own called BSD, but they got fucking hounded by a legal battle forever. And so, but there was a project called GNU
I
where they
think
basically
BSD
wanted
isn't
to
that the
rewrite.
one that like Nintendo uses and other consoles?
GNU.
Oh yeah, yeah. Everyone that the other thing that kind of screwed over BSD was their license was MIT, not it's a form of they changed it a few times, but it's a form of MIT. So if you make changes to it, you don't have to make them public. If you distribute it. In Linux, if you make changes to like the Linux code and you distribute it, you have to provide source code for anything you did, so that it can be recontributed back. Which is why Linux is such like a monolith of support, because anyone that wants to use it and make changes to fit their needs, they have to contribute. They have to effectively allow people to contribute back anything they did back to Linux, so it can be improved. Which is why BSD is kind of stagnated, because there's just no incentive for companies to they're not forced to improve it. which is why
So,
Nintendo
what
and
was the first
PlayStation love
Linux
it.
distro?
The
What
first
was the
Linux
first
distro
Linux
was Slackware, and it's still around to this day.
Slackware. That sounds familiar. I feel like I've heard the name
Yeah, it was like
Slackware
the
before.
first one. It was literally distributed like by a dude at college on CDs,
Oh.
because it was just the easiest way to set up Linux at the time, and it was kind of the only one for a while that was big that people knew about. But yeah, it's still around to this day. It doesn't get very many updates, but it's still they still make versions like every few years.
Why do they call it Slackware?
Copy left.
What is the Slack for?
I don't know. Be
I've
lazy.
heard a copy left is like the opposite of copyright, huh?
I get it.
Pizza. I just study a lot. I really love computing history. I wish I grew up like doing computing like back in like early days of C and Linux and like all this stuff, because it was just such an interesting time.
I've learned most of my computing stuff from Spicer.
It's kind of true. It's kind of true.
I watch a lot of documentaries and read a lot of articles.
Why do they call it Slackware?
Because you're a
Why is it
slacker.
called Slack? What's the Slack?
I don't. He's a slacker. Well, the idea was it was supposed to be easy. Because used to, if you wanted to set up Linux, you basically had to like build the kernel, build all your software, and like put it together yourself. Whereas this guy just built it all for you, put it on a CD drive, and you just, you know, installed it.
Back when that was considered lazy, they would know nothing of what things were to come. And how lazy computer users would be in the future.
Yeah, no kidding.
I don't want to learn anything even remotely technical. That's for nerds. I'm normal.
Nerd! Imagine being
Like,
a
that was
dork.
back in the day when people couldn't possibly imagine a normie using a computer. It was like, a normie using a computer?
Kinda,
What
yeah.
magic is this?
So, there's a really good article I love. Like, it's really old. I think it's from the late 70s or something.
You're from the late 70s.
Maybe early 80s. I think it's early 80s.
Might
It's
work in
real programmers don't use Pascal, and it's supposed to be a. It's based off another article of like real men don't eat quiches or whatever, because that was like quiche, like being a quiche eater was a old colloquial term for like
milk drinker.
Yeah, well, no, like, well, it was like it was hating on the Silicon Valley movement to like the soy people or whatever is what we kind of more refer to it today.
Boy.
Yeah, it was a parody of that, but it was basically a guy that he mostly written machine code and like some Fortran, and he didn't like Pascal, which Pascal was kind of like the high level language of the time, and it was kind of slow. And he basically just went on and on about like, you know, real programmers like write an app in Fortran, and then when the boss needs a change, like you don't even go and edit the Fortran, you just go to that machine like output binary and edit it, because you know what Fortran outputs, and you can just change it, and like, or you know, or you're a programmer that knows the like
frames. That was
like you're a programmer that knows the rotate. Twitch, cease.
That's fine.
Well,
Or
this
is
time
that-
it's the server that needs to
Or is that-
cease.
Wait.
Vintage Story had like
Wait, why
so
would
many
the
drop
server-
frames that it was like a good 30 seconds that the game just froze.
That's solid.
Why does it freeze when you get dropped? Like when the server is going slow.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Pizza, answer
It's
the
happening
question.
to both of us, so I know it's not just me.
Pizza. French fry. Pizza. French fry.
Should server problems not cause my game to freeze up for several seconds?
Probably not.
Oh, an XKCD.
Well, if that's not something that should happen, should I restart my computer? Maybe that's the problem.
Yeah. Maybe. Yeah. That might be a good idea.
Butterfly.
Are you having a lot of drop frames?
Not right now.
Weird.
Good old CXMCM butterfly. Oh man.
He's just making up words now.
Oh, that's amazing.
So
Oh,
you're
I'm
not
just reading
having a
the
bunch of drop
XTCD
frames
article.
anymore.
Nope.
Okay.
Yeah, Van, that's a vintage story, Dev. He's like one of the main ones. He's really important.
Who?
Like,
Who's the one of the main
he's the reason there's any problems with the game.
Who?
Huh?
Who's the main
Elaborate.
vintage story dev?
Pizza 2005, the vintage story dev.
Really?
He's not one of the main ones.
crud.
Yeah.
He said.
I had like whole conversations with him about it.
You talked to
Maybe
the
pizza.
vintage story dev?
Pizza.
I have a hard time
She is a
using
dev.
anything other.
Yes, juice.
Yeah. Sorry, I have a problem where I just kind of say he and dude, like everyone.
They are general terms. I will die on this hill.
Dude,
Wait,
I
you've
refer to
met
everyone as dude.
one of the developers for Vintage Story?
Vintage story.
You met them now. They're in the chat.
Really?
Yes.
That's insane. Oh my god, I'm
Pizza's been
nervous.
here like the whole time.
and they've actually been talking about changes that they made.
Oh my gosh, I missed so much of that. I'm so sorry. I feel like shit now.
I guess it's been like 2 hours, Pizza, by the way. You've been here for a bit.
Yeah, it's been longer than an hour, but it's been longer than...
That's crazy. Who all developed this game?
Well, apparently there's 4 programmers.
So at least 4 people.
I'm gonna try restarting it because it must be my computer that's messing up.
Pizza, like, randomly coming into the chat is how I got here. Like, I was a huge Outward guy, and she happened to post her Outward stream on the Outward Discord, and I just happened to click on it, and I never watch streams.
And he just
now I've
kind of...
been here for
Yeah, I
years.
heard about that.
He just kind of phased into the thing like, hello.
Well, I'm gonna try restarting my computer and hope that it helps.
So Linda, there are a lot of games that are being made with that PlayStation 1 style right now.
Yeah, it's sort of like the new indie thing. Finally, people move past
like
NES graphics.
people for some reason really fucking like integer like vertices and affine texture mapping. Even though that was the only console that ever did that because they needed to like optimize the shit out of it. Because they were trying to do so much. I need to get more into it, Dread Delusion.
You're
and all that,
into it.
And I was waiting for it to be finished. There's also some other games in that style, although some of them are more N64, like Regalia, what was it? I don't remember. Something Regalia.
Pseudo Regalia.
Why is my computer on an
Pseudo
underscore
Regalia,
for
there you
this
go.
long?
I have to restart if you don't want.
Start
Yeah, there's a
off.
lot of games. There's a lot of games coming out in that style. They're really good.
I don't like this. My
Hiring
computer's been in
and
an
life
underscore
serenity.
for like a good while. There it goes. Jeez. What's wrong?
Pizza,
If this is on SSD,
was it-
Windows should load faster than that.
Agree.
Pizza, wasn't Tyrant and them like, were they part of Hypixel and they split off, or are they the people that did like Terra Firma Craft and then made a game? I can't remember what the story was with Vintage Story. That's pretty fun, Vestige. Gotta do a code review. That's always fun. I knew they had some affiliation with like the Hypixel team that went on to like go to Hightail. Yeah. Okay.
Right,
Yeah.
hopefully
That's
the
checking
game-
out. That's
hopefully
the
the
story I
game works
remember.
good
Like they were
now.
part of Hypixel and they worked on Hightail and then they didn't really like the direction and they went off. I don't know why. I maybe they were inspired by Terra Firma Craft or something. I can't remember. There's some kind of relationship there. I just don't remember what it was.
Yeah, what is the relationship with Vintage Story and Minecraft mods? What are you doing? What are you based on, Pizza? What kind of pizza are you? Are you
Who
a
are you?
pineapple on pizza?
Vintage Craft. Vintage Craft. That's what I'm thinking of. Okay. It was so long ago when I learned all this stuff, and I'm kind of falsely connecting things. I was like, Terra Firmacraft? Because it's like kind of similar in gameplay. Yeah. That makes sense. I didn't do a lot of Minecraft modding either. I just didn't want to do... Like, Forge was terrible. It was so slow. And then Fabric, like, just kind of came too late and has a lot of limitations. And then I didn't want to do any Minecraft modding myself because Java.
Minecraft has definitely taught a lot of people Java, that's for sure.
Yeah, sadly.
At least I got started somewhere with programming.
That's pretty awesome. They went like from a mod to a game like that pretty quick. That's awesome.
Yeah, pretty cool.
I got
What is-
Hyperland working on my crappy laptop.
Good.
What is Hyperland ARPS? How does what does pizza work on in terms of the vintage story development?
It looks like bug fixes and polish and stuff. Like they've been doing a lot of work on the like UI and the like handbook and stuff like that.
That's cool. That's neat. That's
It's pretty
really
fun.
neat. I can't believe I've been
Why
talking
can't
adjacently to a dev for this game the whole
Adjacent.
time.
I've just been lurking in there.
How did they end up in here? Do you like know them, or did they just randomly show up in the chat for your stream?
They just kind of showed up. I like that.
That's really cool. I guess it makes sense since they're a developer for the game, and the game's not like super huge or anything. But still, it'd be like you have a Minecraft stream and suddenly Notch comes and is like, "Hey, I'm Notch." What? What do you mean you're
Auri,
Notch?
the most viewers for the category.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
And I lost most of the chat that I was reading because I had to restart the computer. And
Oh,
hopefully
is that
I
what
don't
you were
get a bunch of
doing?
drop frames now.
Is that what you were doing? Reading back on chat?
I mean, I was doing some of it, yeah.
That's why you're so quiet.
I mean, I'm also not wanting to interrupt people. Who
We've
is
been
it
over
that's
this.
attacking me?
We've been over this. You gotta say it. You gotta keep saying things.
I'm sorry.
You just gotta yell at
Brain
Spicer.
is trained to not be rude.
Spicer, be quiet. Shakes.
No, don't make Spicer be quiet.
I'm not even talking.
I know, it was a joke.
I know, right?
Pads.
I don't take jokes. I treat everything seriously as a punishment
I'm
for
almost
jokes.
dead.
It's a punishment. I have been punished, he says.
What? What killed me?
Yeah, goodbye, Drifter.
No! I can't do that. I'm dead. Wait a minute, I can't do that. I'm dead now.
I blame
Also,
Spicer.
I never really commented much on
way
that.
back in the dark. Like
I
a
never
dark
commented much on the
dork.
XKCD article that Vestige posted, but I love that article. Or the meme or whatever. I will say I use Nano though.
Hey, pizza!
Beepsa.
I think I've only had 3 usernames really. Or well, there's been some side ones that I've had to use because I like. My problem is my name is Spicer, which the first 4 letters of which is a slur, and a lot of things flag it. And
Wait,
so I
what?
used to come up with other nicknames.
Oh.
Yeah, I have a really depressing thing that happened where I went bowling with my family. And I entered my username, but they don't tell you that there's a character limit. So when it goes up on the board, it's just the first 4 characters.
Oh, wow.
That's a good,
I was
vintage
like, oh,
game
good.
Vestige. That's fine.
Grab the lore. Get the turns. Get the lore.
It's a good vintage for your username.
Wonder what sort of features they're planning on adding to Vintage Story soon. I wish
Slavery.
that the rice farming was like rice farming. I know it'd probably be more inconvenient, but I wish you could do like the thing where you just make water-filled rice patties. And that's how you need to farm rice. That would be cool to me.
In the year 2003, I was
I'm gonna
wanted to
make
join
rice.
the Impossible Creatures Planet forum so I could talk about Impossible Creatures, the Relic RTS game. I like pizza in the year was 2003, so I made my name Pizza 2003.
Dude,
Perfect.
that is like
I like
logic
pizza,
I
too.
did.
I like rice.
Like I think my first online username was Underfox because I liked being an underdog, but also I liked foxes. And then my second username, which it was only on like, it was in an XNA game development like IRC chat that like fucking 20 people were in, but I was on it a lot, and I named myself Leader 24/7 because at that time I was kind of the babysitter for everyone at church, and I just felt like I had to be a leader 24/7, and that's what I called myself. And then I came up with Spicer XD because Spicer's my favorite character in Challenge Showdown, and
100%.
I made that username when I made a bunch of friends online, and now I have to be called that for the rest of my life.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think about what some of my old usernames were.
Let's
I
see.
definitely had a lot of them over the years.
I think I actually started getting into internet stuff right around the same time. So, 2000, 2003. And it was Gaia Online, because I like writing. Was the name of the website that I got on. No.
Trying to still think. I based a lot of things based on my interest in the idea of Uralic and Ural Altaic cultures as a theme, which is a mostly discredited language theory, though some people still believe it's true. Or which connects the Uralic and Ural-Altaic language families. So I took a lot of stuff from like references to the Kalevala, or places in Finland, or the Sami, or places where
I can see that.
like places in Russia. I made a bunch of usernames based on the Lake Baikal in eastern Russia, because I took a huge interest, of course, in not only... Since I was interested in the quote-unquote Ural-Altaic language sphere, or cultural sphere, I took, like, a lot of names and ideas from, like, Siberia, and I don't remember them all. Because the idea came forth because there's both Uralic languages spoken in Russia and Siberia, but there's also a bunch of Altaic languages, you know, Mongolian, some languages that are similar to Mongolian, basically. And so a lot of linguists were like, well, there's gotta be connection between the two. So therefore, what? Oh my god, a freaking bear? I come back to get my stuff and it's immediately a freaking bear. What the fuck?
I can barely believe it. My one of my first usernames was Solum. Or the sun.
You're
Yeah.
I also had I had to have alternate like Smurf accounts for like League and like and Smite didn't let me use Spicer.
Very Smurf.
So I also came with another username that was Moronic Genius. I don't have any of those anymore though.
Ooh, 101.
Now, if I need to do a username because I can't do Spicer, I do DX Recips.
Which is Spicer XD backwards. I also liked using Little Magister for my stuff too.
Yeah, Little Magister. You're a Little Magister.
Kinda.
Oh yeah, I also had Man, why was I in? Why did I name this that? I don't even like. I wasn't even a fan of One Piece.
A One Piece
I
is
had
real.
one of my first like. I had a Smurf alt account. Like my first Smurf League account was Brooke Deadbones, and I don't know why I named it that. I didn't even like One Piece.
Because you're a dork.
Is that a One Piece reference?
Is that a One Piece reference?
Is that a JoJo?
Is this a One Piece?
JoJo joke? Is that a JoJo joke?
Is that a JoJo reference? Everything's a JoJo reference.
Olive Garden is so good. I wish Italy was real. Olive Garden. When you're here, your family goes into cardiac arrest.
Oh my god. I do like their endless breadsticks and salad, though their food is pretty mid, though.
How do you
As a
know I
general
am
rule,
nothing
the
but
food
an
is
endless
pretty
source
mid.
of Game Grumps memes?
I have never been to an Olive Garden, but I've heard it sucks. However, I am also blessed.
I don't know if I've ever been to one.
I am blessed with a Panda Express that does not suck, and it is quite good. Yummy, even.
I've been to a
some.
Panda
If only it was
Express and I
harder to
don't
find
like some of their
authentic
food.
Chinese food in the USA.
I live in
If
Kentucky.
only-
Nope, everything's.
There is not.
Sorry.
You can. You just have to go to a big city.
No. No. I don't want to go. I'm going to Kentucky.
Olive Garden being the fancy restaurant is such
Bill
like
Hilly's.
mid-American.
Be right back.
I don't know what our fancy restaurant was. Probably steakhouses.
Let's go on down to the Cracker Barrel so we can get our...
I really need. Okay, I ordered a new battery and a new keyboard for this damn laptop. I'm putting $50 into this fucking laptop, apparently. Hopefully no more. I've already got sunk cost happening.
It's $50. You may as well put another 50 in it. Even things out.
In for a penny, in for another penny.
In for a penny, in for till I die.
Oh, I can't wait to die. It's gonna be great.
Nah,
I get to not have to deal with anything.
no, it's really boring, actually.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Imagine not being able to do stuff.
It's true. I like doing things. It's really fun.
Yeah,
You know what also is really fun?
your face.
Wow, it's really hateful. You.
Your mom.
Fuck, what was the other thing I put
Oh,
on
yeah,
there?
pizza.
Oh, right, battery.
Here. Yeah.
What do you mean I don't have battery information? What
It's
is it
empty
use?
right now.
I like to install ACPI. Battery. Oh shit, my battery doesn't show up in anything. Oh no, how am I gonna check my battery? It's bad. Oh, there isn't a battery. Duh, I'm an idiot. There's not a battery in it. Why am I checking the battery?
You seem like a very helpful bean, Pizza. I like this. Thanks for the follow, Vestige.
That's pretty based, Pizza.
And
I
that's
remember doing
cool.
a lot of that stuff, even though I wasn't a dev. I also, for Outward, I talked to Same Pizza. I can't help but help people.
Hi, Barry.
I'm accursed. But I remember with Outward, I kept finding netcode issues in like the standard 2-player game. And so I had a lot of conversations with like the main programmer of Outward of like, hey, I found a problem with bows. They got problems, and or traps double fire or whatever the fuck, and all kinds of other inventory bugs.
Fairy, I need you to take this bat, and I need you to bonk Spicer over top of the head with it. Welcome back,
Okay,
Fairy.
but only lightly.
What?
Thank you. But
She-
yeah, I knew that pizza was here for a good while, but I didn't know I missed a ton of comments. I didn't know Pizza was a dev for this game.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
It's cool.
Again, that's like if you were playing Minecraft and suddenly not showed up, you'd be like, "Oh, what? Why? Oh, well, why are you? Hello."
Why, thank you, Pizza. This was actually... So one day I planned to get a fully made model and whatnot, but this was actually made by someone experimenting with Blender and Vroid, and they made it for me as a gift. It is the me. Oh.
I think the highest connection I've made, besides I guess Outward, is in that XNA IRC chat.
Meet me here on
one of the
IRC,
guys
yeah,
in there,
well.
if anyone knows this game, Solar 2, it was actually best selling
Oh.
on Steam for a little bit. But yeah, I talk to the guy regularly that made that. He was pretty cool. He was one of the cool ones that everyone wanted to talk to. I think his name was like Solaris or something.
Hey,
Can't remember his name
Pizza.
very well. What if that chat's still around?
Hey, Pizza, whenever I inevitably make a game and I launch it and whatnot, will you look at my code and be disappointed in me and then refactor it automatically? Between you and Spicer,
Oh, they took
Bear
it down.
is still freaking there. Why are you here? I'm scared. There's a bear. There's a
Yeah, I'm
freaking
sad.
bear.
just a joke, Pizza. I appreciate the
XNA chat is gone.
acceptance there, but
The like
You
mixed
okay?
chat between our streams is gone.
we're good.
No.
Oh, okay.
No, it's an old IRC chat for XNA developers that used to exist like years ago. He still owns the domain. He has like a little snippet where it's like, you know, anyone just come to find this. I finally decided to take it down. It had been empty for a few months, but you can come talk to me on Blue Sky. Yeah, 2 decades of XNA chat. That's wild.
Let's see.
I was there for half of that.
Okay, Spicer, here's one for you from Pizza. I opened this Herbarium mod and found they were using Goto and C#.
Oh, that's always fun.
Not needfully.
Who uses GoTo in C#? Like, who elects to use GoTo? Like, I use GoTo because I'm in fucking C. And doing
What is
cleanup without it
GoTo?
is nightmarish.
Go to.
Go-to.
I'm guessing it's something to go to a certain place in a code.
So GoTo is you can write a label, like a named label, somewhere in code, and you can anywhere else in that code, you can say, I want to go there, and like just start executing from there.
Huh.
Oh, that's a thing that was in Exapunks and stuff like that. I kind
Yeah.
of like that.
GoTo's is actually how code works. Like in assembly code, it's called jumps. You're jumping from position in the like in the instruction like
jump.
memory to another place. And like if statements, that's actually all they do is they do a comparison, and if it's true, you do the jump. If it's not, you don't do the jump. Stuff like that. Go-tos are just a way to do that explicitly in like a higher level language, and it's why C implements it is because it's a thing you can do. Legit
There's
had to rewrite the whole
I'm
project.
gonna
Yeah,
have
that
to
sounds
learn if
about
I
right.
want to learn C.
Dude, Pizza, if I told you some of the stories of modding Don't Starve,
Do it.
my god, like the actual code base of Don't Starve itself, like by the devs, there is some stuff in there that was written by an artist. That was not a coder. My god.
What do you
Crazy
mean?
nonsense. So the Don't Starve code base was all in Lua. And they did a pretty good job of like having abstractions and like systems to create characters, create, you know, projectiles, create enemies, and like programming their behavior. But for some fucking reason, I don't know who did it, but it was a different programmer. Because like one of the things that starts to happen when you're like programming for a long time and you read a lot of code is you start to tell
Uh-huh.
who wrote what, and you can tell like how much a programmer knows by just reading their code too. Like you start to like, it's like art where you can like connect with the person. And yeah, I found a script in there that was definitely not written by anyone else in the code base, because I've never seen any code written like this in the entire code base. It was, if you remember from Don't Starve in the later versions, like I think it was Arena
Admit I
Giants.
haven't played
Night,
Don't
night, Kuma.
Starve, so
Okay,
sorry.
there's like a colorful a deciduous tree in the game, and normally it doesn't do much, but if you chop down too many of them or like certain things happen, they become monsters and start spawning little minions and like tentacles,
Meh.
like root tentacles to kill
Oh
you.
my.
Meh.
But the way they coded it made no fucking sense. Like, it used none of the built-in like systems that the like game had built. Everything was like static, like local functions, all just fucking copy pasted from like other places and just put together. So like there was like no code reuse. And if you wanted to mod it, good fucking luck, because most of the enemies and stuff, they were coded in a way where you could access them and like overwrite stuff pretty easily. This stuff was all local and like contained. If you ever wanted to modify these guys, you had to just take the original script, modify it, and like overwrite it in the mod, which meant that only one mod could ever modify it, like at a time. It was terrible. It was so fucked up. I don't know why it was so bad. Like all the other stuff was actually pretty decent. What was really funny though was in the original single player Don't Starve, there was characters that had minions. And in that game, whenever you like quit, it would just save the state of the whole game, and then that was it, and it would reload like a normal single player game. So when they implemented minions, they just made it so they're creatures that are tied to you, like they're linked to you. And when you save the game, all that information got saved, and then when you loaded it, all that got reloaded again. So minions just worked. But when they made the multiplayer game, they kind of forgot about that, and they never really made a minion character in Don't Starve Together for a while. But because of the way the game works, if you leave the game, it's a multiplayer game, your character just gets unloaded and the world keeps going. And so if you want to make minions, you spawn them in and you have to link them to you so they know to follow you. But if you log out, the minions stay there and you go away, and they lose, the connection gets broken, and when you rejoin, the connection's broken and they're no longer your minions. And there was a character that was really fun called Kyle that could make like an army of worms. But it was buggy as shit because every time you left the game, all your worms would forget who you are, and like all your work making an army of worms was gone every time you logged out.
No.
Yeah, that sucks.
And so I had to work on implementing a system that would, whenever you logged out, unload all the worms, serialize them like to the character so that it got saved with the character, and then when you rejoined, it would reload that data and go regenerate all the worms.
What language is Don't Starve written in?
The engine is C++, but the most of the game logic is actually in Lua. So
Lua is one of those
but the thing
languages
is,
you
after
thought was bad, right?
It's a good language. It's just slower. The elf was learning it for a while. The reason Lua is good is because it's incredibly easy to embed in another program and use it as a scripting language to like allow users to customize behavior. It's very good for that. It's actually used like in a PlayStation 3 OS and stuff. It's used everywhere. But after I made this system and I started giving it to other people that also wanted to make the so something I did for a while in the Don't Starve community was I ported characters from Don't Starve single player to Don't Starve Together, and I did it for like several. And then I also started making helping people make characters. I actually spent money doing this. Like I bought an artist a Wattpad so he could a Wacom. That's what it was. Wacom, so he could make art for me. Well, himself. But what's funny about it is eventually, Clay, the developers, they wanted to port one of the single player characters that had minions over, and when I looked at the code, it was very similar to the thing I wrote.
Oh, how fascinating.
Which is interesting. I mean, it's not that complicated, so it makes sense they'd write the same
Do you
way,
think
but
they
it was
copied
funny.
you,
I'm
or
like,
is it
oh,
just
now
something-
you guys add this. It was probably just coincidence, but it was just funny because, like, oh, now you guys add this. Like, after I had to write it myself. I was like, I need to catch up on people's
You lit a
messages.
fire under them. You're the reason it exists.
It's Spicer.
I doubt that.
Yes.
The
I
boy.
did make a lot of Minion Master characters, though. I got pretty good at coding them.
Oh.
Actually, collectible behavior squeezable. Make new types of squeezable items. It's easier to build on top of with code. That's cool.
Minion Masters are fun. My favorite MOBA was Heroes of the Storm
We use
before,
the
you know,
animation difference.
Blizzard. But Abathur and Zagara are my favorites. Yep.
Pizza, that is such a fucking, like, vibe of a patch. I can't make it load at the right place, so I just speed it up. Yeah, that's programming. Well, I couldn't get to work, like, the way it should, so I just did this other thing.
Also, was pretty good with Lost Vikings.
I loved HOTS. HOTS was fun. Abathur was fun.
Yeah. Heroes of the Storm. It's a
what the
MOBA
fuck
that
was-
Blizzard had.
Probius was fun.
Probius.
I loved Gazlo. He was fun. I was
Probi-
pretty good at Gazlo.
Probius is just like, you want to play the Protoss in a MOBA game?
I love Probius. You want to play Tournaments? My favorite character though in any MOBA was Heimerdinger from League of Legends. He was such a fun, like, tower defense character.
You're a
I
Heimerdinger.
never played League of Legends,
that-
but I know who that character is because I watched Arcane,
Yeah.
I think it's called.
Heimerdingy.
I've probably played like several thousand hours of Heimerdinger games. I got very good at him. I was like, as long as I was Heimerdinger, I was hitting way above my like rank. And I used to play him when he was terrible, like before they reworked him. It was getting like pentakills and stealing barons and shit. Because I just played him so much that I got good at him. I knew all his weaknesses and strengths. The only character I couldn't fucking beat as the old Heimerdinger was fucking Cassiopeia. It was just impossible. But his direct counter, Syndra, I would fucking murder.
Let's see,
I
if
figured
I
out
remember
the
my
weakness.
time with Arcane, well, Heimerdinger is that little furry dude.
He's got a beard.
The little
Yeah.
furry munchkin.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, he's the best.
Maybe.
Dude, Vestige, did you ever watch the, what would Heimerdinger do if he was here right now? He'd win the game and pwn some news, because that's what Heimerdinger do. Or the Donger.
That song
No,
sounds like
you're not here to
something
learn about how to
you'd
play
hear in Lord of the
Heimerdinger.
Rings.
You're here to learn about how to play the Heimerdinger.
The Heimerdinger.
Okay. There
Is that where
there was a
Razor
deep...
Dongers comes from?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Is it? It is where Razor
Yeah.
Dongers comes from?
The
I don't know if
Donger.
that's where it's from, but it was very prolific with the Heimerdinger community.
Oh wait, I've already done that.
Rage Donkers is probably older. It sounds pretty generic.
But Van Teal,
But
what
it
about
was
Robot
very
Gorilla
heavily
Man?
Recited. Yeah, no. There was a really prolific Heimerdinger meme scene. I remember I had one fun forum post where it was because Heimerdinger, like, for most of his time, well, originally, League of Legends is so old now that the rework has been around probably almost as long as the original Heimerdinger. So when League first came out, like beta and alpha and stuff, Heimerdinger was like stupid OP, and like the middle lane, it was just Heimerdinger versus Heimerdinger because no one could compete. he could spawn like so many turrets, and his rockets like went through fog of war, and like if he leveled them, they would just kill you. Like it was ridiculous.
Pizza, I was incredibly self-conscious about my voice whenever I started streaming, and the best thing I could advise for it is just
And we beat it
just
out
give
of
it
her.
a try. It. I mean, I still don't think my voice is great. I feel like I am too
shit
deeply
talking.
voiced.
That's talking shit.
I don't like
It's
my
shit.
voice
You're talking.
either.
It's shit. You're all
That's
shit talking. That's a paddling.
That's a pattern.
Um,
That's a demerit.
you better believe that's a crucifixion.
You better believe that's.
I'm sure you
crucifixion.
have a great voice, Pizza.
Yeah.
Probably better than
I don't even know
mine.
what my voice sounds like.
Oh, there's the freaking bear! Oh, freaking bear!
Every time I hear my voice, I'm like, oh god, I sound like that. I'm like-
Yeah, me too. I think most of us do that.
Thank you,
It's
pizza.
like a human
wow,
experience
yeah,
thing.
we don't hear ourselves.
Yeah, it's because you
Um,
hear your voice that is coming from inside your own head, and it changes the way that you hear the thing. And you're like, you hear it outside your head, and like, ugh!
Yeah. God, now I got the stupid Heimerdinger song stuck in my head.
So have you seen Arcane at all? I've
Who?
never played League of Legends, but I've definitely seen Arcane. It's a pretty good show. Oh, the bamboo
I've watched it
grew.
I've watched
The
it many
bamboo
times.
I planted
It's
by the
one of my
base, it
favorite
grew.
shows.
It all grew.
Good.
Sorry, what were you saying?
She was
I
excited.
I've seen Arcane many times. It's one of my favorite like things ever.
You're an arcane.
Oh, okay, cool. So Heimerdinger was the one who's like, don't bring back magic. Don't mess with magic to, what was his name, Jace or something? The dude that
Yeah,
becomes
yeah.
oddly the main character for like all of season 2 and a lot of season 1 as well.
Dude, Arcane is a story of like, and anyway, Jace fucked up, and now
Yeah.
that's the consequence. Dude, when the point where like Jace was getting like fucked over, like me and my friends were just like, finally, he gets what he deserved for his stupid ass decisions.
Ad time.
I'm guessing
Victor
in
was
that
best, boy.
timeline that the magic wasn't brought to them where...
No, there's
Oh,
actually
oh gosh,
a.
who's the one who was
I-
having like girlfriend boyfriend times with Jinx? I'm trying to remember his name.
Echo.
Yeah, Echo. The other timeline that Echo went to, that
Yeah.
there wasn't like magic, not like the prolific kind at least.
Well, no, there's always magic.
Do you assume
It
that
was just
in that
not built
timeline
over.
Jace would have just killed himself? Because I think the only thing that prevented him from just ending it all was someone being like, no, we can get this
So-
done when he was like about to
Do you
be
know how
kicked out
the
of the
timeline-
academy.
So the reason that timeline went that way is because like when Jinx and Vi were like in his apartment, like going through his shit,
Mhm.
the blast created by the Jinx dropping one of the like little hex stones
Hex
was
rock.
much larger and killed Vi and Jace. That's why hex tech wasn't invented in that
Yep.
timeline, was because Jace was killed. So no one
Oh,
invented it.
really? Wow.
Kaboom.
Yeah, I don't
I
really
thought
care
it
for
was
Riot
just-
either.
Wow.
I just
yeah, I
really
didn't know
like.
that. Sorry.
I
go ahead.
loved. For me, Arcane was just artistically really great.
Yeah.
Like the animation, the storytelling, the voice, like just every like as an artistic endeavor, it was really fucking good, and it's still one of like my favorite like things I've watched.
Hey, Chillin' Chum. Wait, oh wait, don't
Stop.
Chillin' Chum. That's an old
Yeah.
comment. Sorry. I got like 2 chats open. Derp. Chillin' Chum's probably been gone for a good while now.
It's okay.
People just have never played the game, could get into. I mean, that's the case for me. I've never played League of Legends.
What is a video game?
I don't know. Probably some for nerds.
See, this is all
Weirdos.
pre-recorded.
I was
footage.
also. I was also so fucking happy when in that alternate timeline they had Heimerdinger sing that original song "Spin the Wheel," and we found out the
Oh,
Heimerdinger actor is a fucking
yeah.
baller ass
It was
singer.
like on a bamboo or something. Like, it was
Yeah,
like
yeah,
on,
yeah.
like, a
Oh, I
bamboo or
love
something,
that
think.
song.
Oh,
I'm
yeah,
so
that was
glad they
really
made it
good.
because that song, because that song is like my philosophy and vibe with life, and so it was like, oh, well, it's perfect. Because like I'm known as the I was known as the Heimerdinger guy. Like in fact, for a long time, the way my friends would get me to play a game is like, there's turrets in the game. I was like,
That still
turrets!
works.
Yeah,
That
it
still
does.
works.
I love turrets. But yeah, no, like Heimerdinger is the character I played all the time, and I really loved Heimerdinger as a character. Heimerdinger. And I wish I still played League to play Heimerdinger, like just to play Heimerdinger.
You're a
and
food
like
pizza.
no other game really captured the Heimerdinger experience.
Eats. Yeah.
Eats elf.
No.
God,
Yeah,
it's taking me. I need to
Arcane
make
was such a
bed
good
somewhere
show.
here.
And the music. I love the music.
Yeah, your name's pizza. Obviously, that means you are food. Thus, you are edible. Thus, we are going to eat you. Grabs.
You are 20-year-old pizza.
Oh,
You're
yeah,
McDonald's
very
pizza
delicious.
that left
Women
the
love
closet
you.
20 years.
Fish fear you. I mean, I guess it depends on the pizza. You know, like they found out that like those McDonald's burgers will last for a while, so it's like it's just the amount of preservatives.
Yeah. You ever want something that nothing wants to eat? And you're supposed to eat it?
Not even bacteria will grow on this. That's fucked. Actually, don't eat that. You'll die.
I remember there was like a video that was trying to convince you that like McDonald's wasn't food, and they were showing like a burger and then like a burger that was made at McDonald's, and it was like pretty much the same looking for an entire year that they set that rotting thing on the table. I don't know what they put in McDonald's burgers that keeps them from ever rotting.
Then I'll give you a burger with 2 top buns. That shit's a burgoid.
I forgot what it's called. It's like it's a type of nitrogen and phosphor.
Nitrogen.
But yeah, no, the early part, the act 1 of season 1 was a little rushed. But
I
like,
feel
yeah,
like
like
the
I said,
worst
it's
part
still
of
fucking
Arcane-
really good.
Yes,
I
pizza.
feel like the worst part of Arcane was definitely season 2. Like it
Yeah,
has
it was
good parts in
pushed pretty
season
hard.
2, but it was not as strong as season 1.
Season 1 was like perfect. Season 1 was perfect writing. But yeah, no, season 2 was definitely a little tougher, but like I think it did a good job paying everything off. Also, I really love the fact that like the stupid double agent, I forgot her name, that was with Caitlyn. I love how
Oh yeah,
at
the one
the
who
end when
betrayed
they
her just like at the
show
very, very end.
yeah, I like it's really funny because I was always thinking, it's like, how are they going to deal with like that was the loose end that was in my mind. Like as we're getting near the end, I'm like, how are they going to deal with this loose end between like Vi, Caitlyn, and this lady? And then like she shows up as a a double agent. I'm like, they're gonna kill her. And then it happened. And I was like, that's what they're doing. Okay, gotcha. That was really funny. I wanted more fish guy. Who's fish guy?
Fishman Esquire.
Yeah, the alternate timeline episode was crazy.
I don't
Also-
remember.
and also-
who the
oh, yeah,
fish guy
so-
is either. Is that one of the gang members? There was like
Also,
a person
when-
who was like deep under the whatever that underground place is.
Fish guy. I can't remember.
There
Also,
was
the
like
alternate
a
timeline
dude
episode.
that was like a gang member. He was like a gang
Yeah, there's-
leader down in the underground. After what's his name
Yeah,
took
there's
over. Why am I
several.
forgetting the one who like basically brainwashed Jinx?
That's cool, pizza. That's actually
What was
really
his
neat.
Oh,
name?
that
Why am I
guy.
forgetting his
Yeah.
name?
Yeah. I wish we got more of him too, Vant. Like, yeah, he was a cool character actually.
That's cool, pizza. So
I did wish we got more of that.
So check this out. This thing right here, where it shows it's created with this many bits, this many things, or like a copper plate and whatnot. It's little improvements like that is what pizza's going for. That's neat. That's really neat, actually.
Nice.
Thank you for the hard work on this.
And
game.
Vant, Yeah, the Cade's crew was like fucking, like especially the fish guy. Like I loved the fish guy because he was just so like solid and just never
Trying
said
to
a word.
remember who this
It was
fish guy
great.
is. Is it the gang dude?
No, part of Kate's team.
I don't
Like the
remember.
fish guy, the
What's their
girl, the big
name?
dude.
What's their
I
name?
don't think they even say a name. It's when she's doing the thing where they're using the gas in the Undercity. Instead of the end gods. But yeah, it was so funny when they got to the alternate universe episodes and stuff like that, and there was Jace in like the fucked up timeline, and it was so funny, because like
The
as all
one
this
where like
terrible shit is
everything
happening
is
to him,
literally destroyed.
yeah, and like I remember me and my friends were watching it, and we were just like, finally getting what he deserves for all his terrible decisions and thinking with his dick and shit from the previous rest of the show. Like Jace did so much stupid shit.
What's the
it
crap
was
handbook
kinda
page? You're talking about pizza?
cathartic,
You're cathartic.
kind of.
Meal recipe.
Oh, King was good.
We're not
I
on
feel
the
like
most
the
recent
lesson at the
version.
end of the show is that magic bad though.
No, magic
Well,
good.
the lesson at the end of the show is the journey is like what everything's about, not the destination.
Boring.
And, don't stop trying to kill each other so much.
More
Yeah,
fighting.
that's certainly true.
I mean, the theme song is literally like called "Enemy."
I believe
Like,
we're still in 1.2.
if you see each other as enemies, you're gonna become enemies. Which is actually a philosophy I take, is I don't see anyone as an enemy. Ugh,
I
it
don't
makes things
see anemones.
simple.
They're not real.
Yeah, anemones don't exist.
Anemones aren't real.
They can't hurt you.
Like in the end, everyone's just people trying to do whatever they can to survive. There's not really
All
enemies.
we are is airborne mini dirt.
Well, if nothing else, I made you a really large bridge across the water here.
I saw that.
Auri.
I can see it from my my blacksmith hut.
Oh, cool.
You're a large bridge.
I can think of the worst things to be called.
Imagine dragging these nuts.
Oh, lewd.
Help! I need help with them. They're on the ground.
They're on the ground. Please help. Ah!
Season 3. There isn't a season 3 of Arcane, right? Are they working on that?
Of course they are.
Yeah.
As soon as they started making it, as soon as they started
it's just gonna. It's just gonna.
Though.
It's not gonna be in Piltover. It's gonna be in like Noxus or something.
Demacia!
The other place I forgot the name of.
Let's see, what was it that caused the end of the world? It was magic, basically, but like the one that Jace ended up in. That's like he literally had to crawl out. He literally had to crawl to the top and decided that he was gonna destroy magic and he was gonna destroy what's his name, his old partner. I'm trying to remember his name. The one who became like a Buddhist and a religious cult leader.
Oh, that's a great combo.
Okay, they're just.
You
they're
know
just
who I'm
doing
talking
spin-offs,
about,
that
right?
makes
It's his
sense.
old partner. The one everyone thought was like dead, I guess. I don't remember.
What are we talking about?
Your face.
Arcane.
Your goofy
talking-
looking
Jace's
face.
partner.
You're talking about Victor?
Who became I think his
Victor.
name was Victor.
Victor
Yeah,
Von
Victor.
Doom.
Best boy. Victor's the best boy.
He's a great guy, but he's also was attacked by Jace because he believed that that future was gonna be caused by Victor. And I guess
Yeah,
it
well,
was that
literally Victor
bad
told him
future
that.
caused by Victor? And why did the magic
Yes,
of Victor
and-
cause the bad future? I never
The
understood why
okay.
Victor's magic caused such a bad future.
It's okay, Fairy, I'm gonna have to like pap you. Like he literally says what happens, like why it happens.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've seen. I'm sorry.
All right, you don't have it etched into your mind as like a thing that affects you for the rest of your life, like I do.
Oh, that's lame.
My brain was like,
okay,
oh,
anyway,
they're
so
saying magic bad. It was something about giving people choice or something like that. I don't remember. Some
No, it was about getting rid of it.
stuff.
No, it was more about getting rid of it. So Victor's philosophy was that like everyone should become like connected and be one. And so this like separation gets rid of, you know, evil and pain and suffering and all this. The problem is that it basically like it solved all problems for humans, and so humans had nothing to strive for. And so they just eventually
stupid. That's
broke
a stupid
apart
philosophy
again.
that show is.
Your philosophy is dumb.
Well, it's kind of true.
I don't agree with that.
Well, it's kind of true. If you're all united as one mind and you have like no suffering, you have no pain, you have no needs, like the mind has nothing to like. If you solve all problems, there's nothing to do.
This world is imperfect.
The whole reason of existing.
If
that
only it could be as beautiful as
I forgot
me.
what happened, because that's stupid. That's so dumb.
Boo!
That is such a dumb thing to send as a message.
Boo!
That's fucked up. Fuck that.
Boo.
I mean, it's logically correct.
No. I don't know.
Like, the only reasons humans have such sophisticated social interactions and art and everything is because they technically solve problems that humans have with our limited existence.
Spicer do be right.
I disagree.
That's you and ant. Ants aren't individual minds. They're neurons. Like the ant colony itself is more of a mind.
I don't. So do you think that?
How would you know, Fairy? Have you ever been part of a? Oh well, we're never gonna do that. I think any species that does probably does. That's because we wouldn't be human.
Then humans probably are too limited.
Once
and we need
human.
to fix that.
Oh.
We should all become robots instead.
I'm game.
It's also an argument towards so if you like look at the brain as an evolutionary problem solver, like its goal is control. Like I've explained this before, like the teleporter problem. Like a teleporter is designed to solve the problem of space-time, of like things have to take time to go somewhere and they take energy. So if you have a teleporter that can just move stuff long distances very, very quickly, like your logistics problems kind of go away if you have the energy at least. And I've been asked, like, when do you think we get teleporters? And I'm like, probably won't, because it's probably easier to upload a brain into a virtual world where anything can happen for any reason by just wanting it, because it's all make-believe. That why would you make a teleporter then? Because you could just live in a virtual world where there is any constraint on space-time.
Digital monster.
And
well, if you only
is that
live in the VR world, then everything will get destroyed eventually. And I think that humans are whatever we create that succeeds us, whether it's more evolved humans or more than likely cyborg super intelligence.
Well, that's the thing is
we probably eventually have to do something like create a Dyson sphere or move Earth further away from the sun so we don't all burn to a crisp. Eventually, you're gonna have to do something that's outside of VR.
I mean, not necessarily, but I mean, also you could just control that from, you know, over time passively with machines. You don't have to like be actively doing that stuff. But the problem is that like humans likely have some kind of upper limit on like being satiated in a way. There's only so much we can really conceive in terms of problems or things that we want. And like, I mean, video games are a good example of that, like how much they placate people already. And they're so
sorry,
limited.
I need to be right back.
Okay.
I'm so sorry.
Okay. Hats the Fairy.
Thank you, sorry.
What time is it?
Time for you to get a watch.
Yeah. I mean, I look at humans like just in an evolutionary way. Like, We're just a very sophisticated thing that's kind of surviving. And we have
That's
a lot of
fair,
interesting
Vantu.
side effects because of that. Like, in the end, art is a survival mechanism. Because in the end, humans have to stay synchronized, and we have to be able to communicate really complex topics in order to solve really complex problems. So we develop art and stuff in order to ever increasingly communicate and disseminate and synchronize on information. It's actually like a theory I have with like a lot of bird mating rituals is, you know, like making a nest using random crap, and then, you know, the female liking it. And that's like kind of how humans are. And the way I think it works is it's a synchronization mechanism. If this, like, basically the species uses this mating ritual to make sure that their minds, like, genetically make sense together. So, like, humans tend to collect together when they think similarly. They like similar things. And, like, birds are using this as a way to kind of make sure that even though their genetic diversity is, you know, changing, their minds can still anticipate each other and they can still work, like, in some kind of synchronicity. I look at humans in a from a car with tinted windows kind of way.
Yeah, probably. But I was kind of hoping that I didn't need to do that because I'm lazy, Pizza.
I don't know why that was funny. It's like a kind of my kind of joke. Yeah, like almost everything humans do are just forms of like coercion, like synchronicity, you know, politics, which is basically just the dissemination of like resource allocation. And priority creation and just all these things. Like these are all systems that humans just develop to deal with ever more complex systems as we become more populous and have more ways of communicating and interacting with the environment for our benefit. We're just kind of ants that are very meaty and big. And I've always said, like, if we die out, like, ants are probably going to be the next thing after us that starts, like, terraforming the planet. We collectively own this planet. Fuck off everything else.
It's ours!
Oh, yeah. No, humans are still incredibly, like mammalistic and tribal and, like, you know, lizard brain and all that shit.
I like it
Like,
when
so
women,
much of our thinking is just
women shape.
impulse. Women shape. I jacked off to an extra curvy stick yesterday. The Morty joke.
Yeah,
Or
I'm
Rick
over.
and Morty joke or whatever.
I remember. I still judging you, but I remember.
I remember. Okay. Well, I don't judge you, so
I'm judging you.
I'm
though.
better.
I'm judging the hell out of you.
I don't judge you, so I'm better than you.
Oh, I'm a judging.
So much irony.
I wonder if I could make a shoot pipe and then have that pipe connected to the hopper, and then it would like.
I like it when women.
Pardon me.
There's a really amazing injury that I've seen where it was like he had a bicycling accident or something, and he started seeing weird like lines showing up like around stuff all the time, and he couldn't figure out what they were. But eventually he saw like trigonometry. It's like, oh my god! And then like went to college, took a trigonometry class, and he basically learned the lines he was seeing was tangent lines for like edges, like edge detection in his brain. And once he learned trigonometry, he could look at a trig formula, and his brain would actually draw out like the tangent lines. No, I'm sorry, calculus. He would actually like draw out like all these lines and tangents and stuff.
Man, people with brain damage get all the cool powers.
I know, right? Have a good exercise at midnight.
All right, be good, pizza.
Yeah.
Brain
No,
damage.
it's The brain has to come up with, like, the brain has to solve so many complicated problems in order to, like, just do what it does. It's just we don't have, we never evolved access to them. Like, it never generalized them. Which is actually why I say that the algorithm that I'm most terrified of humans, like, discovering more than anything else is, basically, like, biology invented an algorithm that allows it to solve for such complex problems in, like, such an efficient way, in, like, design systems, like, automatically, like, on top of evolution as well, because, like, evolution can exist even without, like, or
Yeah.
there's a more general form of evolution that can exist even without biology, but biology optimizes the shit out of it, like the evolutionary mechanic, which is basically just a statistical mechanic like entropy is. But evolution found some kind of weird optimization and then fucking ran with it. And if humans ever figure out what that algorithm is, like, sky is the limit. And that's why I'm not very impressed with AI right now. Like, we're just kind of scraping the top of that algorithm right now. And if we figure out the real one, then, like, we'll be able to make any kind of intelligence or adaptable system we want, for better or worse. And that'll be a real jump. It'll probably be the end of humanity, because I don't think we can actually take that much power. I think we'll just have to do a Butlerian jihad again or something.
No, we got this.
I am
got this.
80% sure. I am 80% sure Dune is prophetic.
Nah,
Dune,
don't be a
I
square.
haven't seen Dune. A lot of people like Dune, though. You know, it's a real popular.
Papua.
So yeah, the message of the end of Arcane is don't become the Borg, basically.
It's kind of one of those messages where, like,
Consume
a magic
Pralosec!
solution, like, magically having a solution to all your problems is not good.
Being able to find a solution for all your problems is good, but it being magical and easy,
Yeah,
and et cetera, et
like,
cetera.
striving and the journey is kind of what gives meaning to life. If you can just magically have anything you want, then there's no point.
Adversity breeds innovation.
It loses all meaning.
So what if we have a super
Well,
high-tech civilization where you could basically do everything you want without problems, post-scarcity, basically replicator machine sci-fi scenario? What happens then?
So
Then that
that's actually,
civilization
so
when
that's
we
the
have, like,
question.
That
digital
civilization,
utopia.
that
Technological
civilization,
utopia, what happens then?
that civilization does one of two things. It either ends up Ouroborosing itself into nothing, basically becoming a fallen
Complacency.
empire for whatever reason, or they find a way to motivate themselves.
I don't remember much
So-
about the Arcane one other than the fact that it was basically like hive mind and
Consume, stretch, and hydrate, everybody.
wasn't it like a hive mind? I don't remember exactly what it was that Victor did.
So based on the lore of the, I'm going to answer Ventile. So based on what we see from the lore and everything, the Arcane is just a, it's some kind of external force, to the universe, and but it can be communicated with, which is what the runes do and stuff. But you can only
So it's
communicate
like
to, like,
a,
pieces of
a
it.
super technological civilization that's indistinguishable from magic. Is that what it is?
Or a super entity of some sort.
No, it's some kind of higher plane of, like, mechanics that can be communicated with. That it has some kind of relationship with, like, biology and the mind, but it can be signaled with runes and stuff. Like, they kind of touch it in a few places in the show, but yeah, no, like, Ari's right. Like, there's kind of, so there's a problem with, like, desire in, like, species is we always have, like, a base. So, like, one of the advantages humans have is that as we improve, we tend to we have the homeopathic effect. Is that what it is? I can't remember the name.
Your
Something like
homie.
that. It's like kind of like the warp in a way. I think, but we don't. I think we know less about it than the warp. We have like the homeopathic effect or whatever the fuck it's called, where your baseline kind of rises up with you over time, and your improvement becomes normal, and so there's now room for more improvement. The issue though is evolution is lazy, and so there's only so much that homeopathic effect can adjust for. Like as a base, so like whatever was normal for you, like as a kid, kind of sets up like a deeper baseline for the rest of your life, and it's harder to like escape that and not become complacent when you get past it, which is what happens to most people. Is like they have this kind of as their life improves as they get older, because they get wiser and they accrue more money and everything, they become very complacent and they become more likely to lose it later.
Really?
Or make
Never
mistakes.
heard of that.
Yep.
Well, it's a balancing act. So if you make enough money and stuff, obviously, like just having a lot of money can make it so that it's harder to lose it. But you do become a lot more, like people usually become more complacent with it, and they don't try as hard to acquire more or to maintain it because it's easier. And yeah, it's also why most people like atrophy, like their bodies atrophy and stuff like that as you get older. Because like if you stay active all your life, like you'd be surprised how fit you can be when you're like fucking 70.
Yeah.
Like my boss, who is the most fit 70-year-old man who goes fucking ice skiing in Switzerland I've ever seen, and he's probably fitter than I'll ever be in my whole life. But yeah, no. And so species tend to have especially human civilizations, like they're very cyclic because they'll be at a low, they'll do there's actually there's the 7 stages of empire or whatever from Polybus or something from
Polybus.
Greek philosophy. And he does a pretty good job of modeling it, where basically things start out very chaotic, and in that chaos it's very easy to organize things and bring them into like a higher order, because just things are so anarchic that it's very cheap to control it. And so you'll get like a dictator, and then that'll go for a while, but eventually that spike in order, or the reduction in entropy, will start to taper off, and you'll eventually get tyranny, and then that'll get overthrown, and you'll get like a republic, but the entropy will keep eroding at it, and then you'll get an oligarchy, and so on and so forth, until you get back to mob rule and effectively just anarchy again, and then you jump again. The advantage humans have had, and like biology, is that we keep enough of our progress in between these cycles that we tend to make progress and keep going forward in some way. Something gets retained. The issue there, though, is they're retaining progress is a heuristic. You don't really know what progress you should maintain, and neither does biology, which is why biology makes millions of different species all the time, because it doesn't know what to keep, despite the fact that most of the genome of most species is very similar. So it figured out a lot of stuff it did keep, and it's been doing this for millions of years.
But it didn't really
humans are
figure
kind
out
of the same
anything.
way.
Yeah,
Well, yeah,
I don't
it's
think
just
that,
guessing.
I don't think it was a designer process.
It's
Kinda
just-
No, it's
randomized,
not.
unless
Random.
You believe in,
Well,
like,
it's an
certain
algorithm. It's an algorithm that figured it out.
Yep, basically.
Like
to
evolution
hear it
created
back
an
again.
algorithm
Sorry.
by just selection. Because I mean, in the end, the thing that continues is the thing that's best at continuing. So, if biology can happen upon an algorithm to do this stuff, it will, and it'll keep going forever. Or till
All right.
it's wiped out or whatever.
It is 30 minutes past end time. Put Spicer in the Spicer box.
Okay.
Thank you for joining us, Spicer. Nope. Back in the box. All right. Thank you, everybody, for joining us
Yeah.
here today.
I talked
hope
about
that
stuff.
you rambled quite a bit, and it was fun. I enjoyed it.
I like the episode where Sean talks about shit for a long time.
It's fun, isn't it, Vanteel? Everybody, please be good. Please be well.
Hopefully make me
Make
do
sure to
this.
take care of yourself and whatnot. Spicer is under our control, and you may not have him. We did, Vanteel. Barry, are you gonna keep streaming?
Yeah, that was cool. She's dead.
Yeah. Well,
And we killed her.
I know. Well, we're going to attack her while she's down then.
Got that deep pizza lore.
Deep peeps.
I told you I had to be right back.
I am sleepy
I know,
and thus
Elf
forgot.
Oh, it's okay. Sorry. Oh, one moment, please.
Okay, I'm gonna raid you.
Surprised you're not raiding wife.
I mean, Vanteel, if you wanted access to the Discord, I put a link up for it earlier for pizza. You can use that, or if you need it again.
Elf.
What?
Stop being cool.
Nah, dies.
Thank you for offering to raid me.
No worries.
Sorry I was gone.
Are you going to keep streaming?
Yes, I will.
Okay.
Can I quote something real quick that I found?
Nope, too late.
Oh, it's
Too late. Push it over.
it's really. I mean, we're just in the other stream now.
Hey everyone.
Hello.
I don't know why you're saying that. Like everyone just like they were in a room. They had like a little piece of tape in between to separate them, and then now they moved over there and got rid of the tape.
Yeah.
Like it's the same room.
Yeah. Yeah, basically. Push your Spicer over.
Why am I not in the thing?
Yeah.
Right.
Hey, Cobalt.
Points at Spicer.
Thank you, Auri.